Today, I will explain on YouTube a novel with a fascinating plot for everyone. The story's protagonist is a petite werewolf who survives alone in the wilderness, facing the harsh environment and dangerous beasts. She never gives up hope. She searches for mushrooms in the morning forest and takes shelter in abandoned rabbit holes. However, as she strives to survive, a group of strange werewolves appear, dig her out of the hole, and prepare to take her back to their tribe. This plot is full of contradictions and contrasts, making one curious about what will happen next. Let's step into this novel together and witness the protagonist's turning point in fate. Chapter 1. I stirred from my slumber, a low growl escaping my throat as consciousness returned. My pointed ears twitched against the earthen ceiling of my temporary shelter, a sensation I'd grown accustomed to in my nomadic existence. As a shape-shifter, it learned to adapt to various environments, finding safety in the smallest of spaces. Uncurling my lithe body, I stretched within the confines of the abandoned rabbit warren. The logomorphs in this region were rumored to be of impressive size, yet my silvery belly fur nearly grazed the tunnel floor as I made my way towards the surface world. The musty scent of earth and roots filled my sensitive nostrils, a testament to my heightened senses. Pausing just shy of the burrow's mouth, I inhaled deeply, my keen olfactory abilities analyzing the tapestry of scents carried on the morning breeze. My cautious nature, honed through years of survival, prompted me to assess the situation thoroughly. Satisfied with the absence of immediate threats, I carefully poked my head out, eyes darting to scan the surrounding area. Finding no danger, I emerged fully, shaking my silvery pelt vigorously to dislodge any clinging soil. Another stretch followed as I surveyed my surroundings, my analytical mind taking in every detail. My field of vision was limited by the sprawling canopy of a massive bramble bush, its thorny embrace a perfect sanctuary for a creature of my size. Larger predators would find themselves painfully rebuffed by the sharp protrusions, while I could navigate the undergrowth with relative ease. Experience had taught me to keep my head low, lest my ears fall victim to the bush's prickly defenses. A flash of pale color caught my eye, and I trotted over to investigate, my resourcefulness kicking in. A small cream-colored mushroom had sprouted overnight, its presence both familiar and welcome. My tail swayed gently in anticipation of the foraging to come. With practiced precision, I used my paw to uproot the fungus, careful not to bruise its delicate flesh. Grasping it gently between my jaws, I carried my prize to the edge of the protective bramble cover. Depositing the mushroom, I cautiously peered out from my verdant shelter, my ears swiveled atop my head, alert for any unusual sounds. While my nose worked overtime to detect any hint of danger, the forest seemed to be waking up around me, filled with the usual morning chorus of birdsong and the rustling of small creatures. Years of survival had honed my senses to a razor's edge, making me acutely aware of my surroundings. Confident in my safety, I emerged from beneath the brambles. With a thought, I initiated my transformation, showcasing my unique ability as a shape-shifter. In mere seconds, my animal form melted away, replaced by my human guise. I now stood upright, clad in well-worn jeans and a threadbare shirt, my backpack materializing along with my clothes. As I adjusted to my human form, I couldn't help but reflect on the challenges that lay ahead. Another day of survival in this harsh wilderness had begun, and I was ready to face it with the same adaptability and resourcefulness that had kept me alive thus far. I took a deep breath of the cool morning air as I relaxed somewhat. I was more at ease in my human shape simply because my wolf shape was so small. Most werewolves were large enough to almost look a human in the face. I, on the other hand, could barely lift my head high enough to reach someone's knees. A runt. I had even seen some huge house cats that were bigger than me. At that size, quite a few creatures might think about trying to turn me into a meal. Bears, coyotes, or even a really big eagle was a potentially lethal threat while I was in wolf form. Cougars were my personal nightmare. They didn't care if I was in human or wolf form if they were hungry. One had almost caught me when I was little. Thankfully, My parents had been nearby and had quickly attacked it. I have no idea what my parents had thought when their daughter first shifted. I had been told that I was a late shifter and hadn't shifted until I was nearly 6 months old, whereas most infants shifted by the time they were 3 months old. I was far too young to remember. They had loved me in spite of my tiny size. I glanced at a butterfly as it fluttered by. I kind of wished that I could drop my guard, shift into my wolf form, and chase it around without a care in the world. But that longing would have to go unheeded. It was simply too dangerous for me to drop my guard out here. I bent down to carefully extract the mushroom from under the edge of the bramble bush where I had left it. I went over to a nearby lean-to and pulled out a small willow basket to carry the mushrooms in. I looked around and spotted several more mushrooms from here. I started picking various mushrooms, occasionally shifting for a short time to retrieve several from underneath the bramble bushes. As I picked the mushrooms, I thought about my original pack. My childhood had seemed mostly normal. The pack had accepted me even if they preferred to keep my presence a secret from visitors. Sometimes other packs thought that the presence of a runt meant that the pack was weak, which occasionally led to attacks. The alpha wouldn't tolerate bullying, so I had never really been picked on too badly. All in all, life had been pretty good, and the ferals had attacked. I had been 12 at the time and my mother had told me to run to my hiding spot until she came for me. Our home had been near the edge of the town and a long distance from any of the safe rooms. My parents had taken advantage of my small size and had taught me to use rabbit burrows if trouble approached. I had run to the burrow my mother had directed me to and just like I had done dozens of times before. Whether it had been a drill or an actual attack, my parents had always come back for me when it was all clear. This time they never came back. The next day, hunger eventually brought me out of the rabbit burrow. I had wandered back to the town, but it was deserted. The smell of blood had been overpowering. Although I hadn't seen any bodies, I went back home and called for my parents, but they never answered. 2 days later, 6 strangers walked through the town. They had been checking for survivors and picked up my scent. When they found me, they explained that everyone in the town had been killed by the feral werewolves. The 6 who found me had been rogues. They were kind enough to take me with them and care for me for a while. I still felt a faint pang of grief for my lost parents and friends. I was a rogue now, too. That simply meant that I wasn't part of a pack. True, some rogues were feral, bloodthirsty killers or lawless troublemakers who stirred up trouble, but most were not. Some had been kicked out of packs for things like theft or disobedience. A few were simply unable to tolerate the authority that alphas could wield. Others could be a bit anti-social and had a hard time living with a pack since packs usually had 300 to 500 members. I had even met one rogue who had been exiled because he had dated a lady who later realized that she was the alpha's mate. He had no interest in dating someone who found their mate, but the alphas could be extraordinarily jealous and paranoid. I was a rogue because most packs did not want to let a runt into their pack. They usually accepted a runt if he or she was born into the pack, but most drew the line at letting a runt join their pack. My heart felt heavy as I thought about how many times I had been turned away. I simply didn't belong anywhere. Packs didn't want a runt, and life for a runt as a rogue was extremely difficult. Rogues traveled and lived in the large expanses of no man's land between various packs, rarely staying in one spot for long. Most rogues traveled in groups that ranged between 2 and 10 members. Life as a rogue was the easiest. And for a runt, it was even harder without having a large and powerful wolf form. Most rogue groups didn't overly mind my presence, but they wouldn't wait for me either. I was left behind within minutes if I tried to keep up. It hurt. Most wolves could easily bring down a deer or catch a rabbit, but I had to rely on snares and archery. Rogues tended to spend the winter as a wolf, relying on their thick winter coat for warmth and protection from the elements. Like most runts, my fur had never grown guard hairs. I only sported my soft undercoat, although it did thicken up a bit in winter. It was warm enough as long as there was a strong wind, and I didn't get wet. I had begun to dread winter with its wind and snow after I had become a rogue. I kept picking mushrooms while keeping a watchful eye on my surroundings, Chapter 2. My medium-sized basket was almost full of mushrooms, which was bad for a morning's worth of work. I had a beast as I kept my eyes open for more mushrooms. Packs occasionally traded with rogues along the pack borders, and there was a pack just to the east of me. This pack allowed me to cross their border if I was heading to their markets since I was a runt. People rarely considered runts to be dangerous. In some ways, it worked out in my favor. In other ways, runts were considered a burden and nuisance, and the aspect caused me nothing but trouble and grief. I slowly walked through the marketplace. My heart always worked overtime due to my nerves whenever I had to enter a pack's territory. As a rogue, I had no protection from the guards or fighters if someone decided to attack me. The pack members mostly ignored me, as if I were a clump of dirt. I had lived near this pack's border for several years now, so I wasn't exactly a novelty. This alpha allowed me to come to the market whenever I chose in exchange for the promise that I would not cause any trouble and that I would give a howl if I thought I saw something dangerous heading towards their borders. I walked towards one elderly lady. She looked up and smiled as she saw me. She greeted me. "Ah, Jade. Nice to see you this lovely morning. The western border is quiet, I hope." I smiled at the kind, elderly lady and replied softly, "Good morning, Mrs. Eldoran. It is good to see you looking so well. Things have been pretty quiet, although I have seen a black bear on and off throughout the week." I kept my voice quiet and soft. It made me look somewhat meek, but it did seem to keep most people from trying to use my words to pick a fight with me. This lady had always traded fairly with me. She replied, "I will just let the others know to keep an eye on the younger children, just in case the bear decides to wander in this direction. What do you have for me today?" I opened up the lid on the basket and came forward where she could see it more easily. She inspected the contents as she responded, "Will the usual trade work?" I nodded and she turned around to bag several loaves of bread. It was dense and grainy, the kind that filled you up fast and kept you full for a long time. She didn't question if the mushrooms were edible. At this point, they rarely bothered to check if anything I brought in was edible. In the beginning, they had inspected everything when I first started trading, but after a year with every scrutinized object turning out to be edible, they had ceased their endless checks. At the age of 21, I had spent almost half of my life as a rogue and had been taught by quite a few rogues that I had met over the years. I knew almost every edible thing in the forest. We talked for a bit before someone else approached her booth. I bid her farewell and turned to head back to no man's land. I kept an eye on the others as I slowly walked through the busy market. I walked slowly to avoid drawing attention to myself. There were two people sitting on a bench kissing. I was not surprised to see that they had turned out to be mates since I had been sure of it even before the girl had turned 18 last week. They just had that look about them and had somewhat gravitated towards one another even before they were old enough for their mate bond to appear. I glanced around, but didn't see either the beta or alpha. The two men were probably out meeting other alphas and working out trades while dealing with the endless world of politics. I could see their mates helping out with the market. Although I had expected to see them here, the beta and alpha usually dealt with policy and relationships with other packs while their mates, the Luna and beta female, usually concentrated on smaller details and events within the pack. I watched a heavily built man as he crossed my path without glancing at me. He was one of the pack's enforcers and was probably heading over to break up a growing argument at one of the booths. The alpha and beta relied on enforcers to keep the peace if they were not in the immediate area. Enforcers enforced the law and helped keep the peace. They were skilled fighters and could usually equal an alpha's speed and strength if fight broke out. A pack usually had one or two enforcers at any given time, and they almost never went outside the pack's borders. Like alphas and betas, they were born with their powers in their blood. One simply could not choose to become an enforcer. I nodded politely to one of the pack's Ongeza. He nodded back and kept going, obviously on a task of some sort. Packs rarely abused Ongeza anymore since it caused the pack to become imbalanced. Ongeza may be the lowest ranking member in a pack, but their presence helped the other pack members to relax. People could get a bit uneasy with so many higher ranking and powerful pack members constantly around, but if an Omega was relaxed, It meant that everything was calm. Omgeza practically had a second sense for trouble, particularly if the alpha was irritated, and they could pull a disappearing act in seconds. If an omega looked nervous and left the area swiftly, then it was a wise idea to make yourself scarce as well. Oddly enough, the alpha and beta traits were usually hereditary, while the enforcer, omega, and runt genes were only inherited by their children about half of the time. The other half of the time, they randomly appeared in normal families. No one in my family had ever been a runt. I appeared randomly out of the woodwork. I had no problems with Omgeza, and about 6 years ago, I had joined a pack for a year and had been assigned the role of Omega. It was uncommon for someone to be assigned to the Omega role, but not unheard of when the person in question was a rogue that the pack didn't particularly want. I had left when the old alpha had died without an heir and neighboring packs started closing in. That stint as an Omega had given me quite the set of skills capable of detecting and avoiding bad situations. The skills had remained even though the designated rank had disappeared. I was almost out of the market when my ears picked up whispering. There is that runt again. Not sure why she is allowed in here without a guard since she is a rogue. One of them snickered. So she is a runt. She might chew on your slippers, but she's incapable of doing any other damage. I pretended that I didn't hear them as I ignored their insults. I refused to rise to their bait. Anything I may say would rile them up and attract attention. In an argument between a pack member and a rogue, the pack member would come out on top, regardless of who was to blame. I didn't want to think about the consequences if an enforcer, the beta female, or the Luna got involved. I would be brought to the attention of the alpha, and anything that caused him additional work was trouble for me. This bunch always did this if they saw me. They were 5 older teens that obviously lacked something constructive to do with their time. I failed to see why they always tried to antagonize me. Admittedly, as a runt, my wolf form was next to useless in a fight and my human form was weaker than the average werewolf in human shape. But I had been a rogue for nearly a decade. I had picked up numerous tricks over the years on how to betor, evade an opponent at a distance. If they went out to no man's land, I could watch them for hours and they would probably not even know I was in the area. But we were in a market on their pack lands and that changed everything. It isn't like she will ever find a mate. So I don't know why she keeps coming here to trade. Too bad she doesn't go bother some other pack. Maybe she is seeing if someone who lost their mate will take her in. Like that will ever happen. I gritted my teeth silently as my anger stirred slightly. I knew the old saying that runts rarely ever got mates. But they didn't have to rub it in. Look at the enforcers. They also rarely ever found their mates. But no one ever looked down on them for that. It was terrible watching couples happily in love, knowing that you would likely never have that chance. Besides, those who lost their mates rarely ever got over their loss to the point where they could consider marrying other who also lost their mate. The mate bond was a powerful thing that defied logic. I took a deep breath, but picked up nothing except the usual smells of the marketplace. No trace of an unusual, alluring scent. Such a smell was usually the first sign that one's mate was in the area. I was finally out of earshot and at the edge of the forest. I picked up my pace to a jog. It would be half an hour before I would reach the pack's border and re-entered no man's land. At this point, all I wanted was to enjoy the quiet of the forest away from people who enjoyed seeing another person in pain. Chapter 3. I checked my snares and collected the 2 rabbits I had caught. Glad for the meat since I hadn't seen anything on my way back. I went further south to where I had built a small and hidden smokehouse to smoke excess meat. If I ate my fill in one form, I was full in my other shape, with my wolf shape being so small. I usually ended up eating as a wolf since it made my food supplies stretch much further. I cut the rabbit and put it into the smoker. I had no problem eating raw rabbit in my wolf form, but I preferred it cooked. While waiting, I took some big feathers out of my backpack and started fletching some extra arrows. I was decent with a bow and arrow, which was a good thing considering that any type of melee combat was completely out of the question for me. I glanced at my reflection in a pot of water and my greenish-colored eyes looked back at me. I was named after my eyes. My brown shoulder, Length hair was pulled back in a braid. At just over 5 feet tall, I wasn't exactly the tallest person out there, but I had seen shorter people. My slender form was built for speed, not strength. I paused and looked around as I suddenly felt uneasy for some reason. I swiftly climbed the tree that I had been leaning against and peered down out of the boughs. My instincts were sharpened. I preferred not to doubt them, even if I didn't know what triggered them. It had kept me out of trouble many times in the past. I heard a faint noise below and turned in that direction. I squinted through the thick leaves. There were 8 wolves stalking silently through the forest. No, there weren't 12. Several had been hanging further back. I didn't recognize their fur patterns, and the way they were moving had me on edge. I stilled as I noticed their red eyes. Ferals, bloodthirsty creatures that killed even when they were not hungry. They were as close to madness as a werewolf could come. They were unable to even shift. Some of their human craftiness and ability to reason remained, although the human mind was nowhere to be found. They were just animals, and rather dangerous ones at that. Sometimes, certain ones seemed driven to kill anything they saw, almost as if they were rabid. I remained still and silent until they were well out of sight. I quietly started moving through the forest, using big branches far above the ground. One guy had called it the forest highway when he had been showing me how to travel in this fashion years ago. It was rare for werewolves to travel through the trees since their wolf form was well suited to running along the ground, not to mention that they would have to be in human shape to travel from branch to branch. I used it a lot since my wolf form was an asset and very few people actually looked up into the trees. Another good thing about traveling through the trees was that scents high up in the forest were nearly impossible to track from the ground, that is, if anyone down on the ground even picked up the scent in the first place. It was doubtful that the ferals would scent me. I had a habit of occasionally rubbing a mixture of local plants on my clothing and shoes to conceal my scent. Most rogues did it out of habit. We smelled like the forest we lived in. When I was quite some distance from where I had been, I shifted into my wolf form while carefully perching on a thick branch. I threw my head to the sky and held an alarm call into the evening sky. The pack's entries would be written would be on high alert in case potential trouble appeared. I swiftly shifted back and used the forest highway to put distance between me and where I had howled. Those ferals would possibly try and track down whatever wolf had given their presence away. I was very thankful that they were unable to shift into human shape and climb. It would be even better if they never found me, though. I really didn't want to be shadowed by tenacious and aggressive wolves as they followed me on the ground below. I moved quickly and silently through the tree branches. The only creatures that noticed my passage were the birds and squirrels. I kept an eye on the ground as I remained sitting high in a spruce tree. Luck must have been with me since I had not seen or scented the ferals as the afternoon and evening passed. I had not heard any noise from the border either, so the ferals must have abandoned their ambush once their cover was blown. I remained near the smoker as I smoked the rabbit meat. The smoke was carefully funneled up a long piece of pipe into the tree canopy to the point where the scent was faint and scattered. I was uneasy and had been on edge since the ferals had appeared. I didn't want to be on or under the ground tonight. Ferals were persistent enough to break up bramble branches until they were close enough to the burrow to dig it up. It may take them most of the day, but rationality didn't really apply to them. There had been enough of them that I wasn't going to trust to the 2 other escaped animals on that rabbit burrow either. My small wolf form did have one perk, though. I was small enough that I could shift forms without falling out of a tree. It was a feat that no regular-sized wolf could manage. Years ago, I had built a small structure in a tree not far from here. From the ground, it looked like an old hawk nest, but it had a hole in one side and it was hollow. The inside was a bit bigger than the rabbit den was, and it was quite roomy for my wolf form. The sun was starting to set and I didn't want to be out after dark tonight, so I used the forest highway as I headed over to the tree that I couldn't quite see from here. I climbed up to the shelter and ensured that the top would repel any water if it rained. I sat on a big branch in front of the opening as I dug through my backpack. I put some smoked meat inside for my breakfast. Then I rearranged and fluffed up several warm winter scarves that were inside. Once it was arranged to my satisfaction, I carefully shifted and walked into the opening. I curled up in the middle of my comfy nest and rested my head in the opening to watch the sunset. The sunset was spectacular, and as I yawned, I noticed movement in the forest below. I peered down and watched a handful of wolves slowly heading east towards the pack border. I had a sneaking suspicion that it was those ferals again. I had already warned the pack, so I remained where I was. I pulled my head inside and drifted off to sleep. Hours later, I woke to howls in the distance. It sounded like the ferals had launched their attack. Unfortunately for the ferals, I recognized the howl of this pack's only enforcer along with dozens of other fighters. Ferals liked to hunt at night, and the pack had obviously been waiting for them. As I drifted back to sleep, I wondered if they managed to get all of the ferals or if some had run off. I hoped they had gotten them all. Chapter 4. I woke up as the birds started serenading the new day. In theory, it sounded like a lovely and nice way to wake up, but birds start singing at an appallingly early hour. The sun had not even risen yet. This was one reason I preferred the rabbit burrow. I could sleep past daybreak if I wanted. I yawned as I slowly woke up and nibbled daintily on a piece of smoked rabbit while waiting for the sun to rise. I eventually climbed out onto the branch and looked around. I didn't see any movement, but I couldn't really trust scents up this high in the trees due to the light breeze whisking away the smells of anything below. I shifted into my human form and used the forest highway to check on the smoker once more. I never walked on the ground beneath my tree penthouse in case the scent attracted attention, so I waited until I was back at the smoker, scanning the ground and climbing down. Some smoke was still coming out of the top of the pipe, but the rabbit was likely done by now. I absently grabbed a handful of willow leaves off a shrub and lightly rubbed them on my arms and clothing. I had done this with pine needles last night as well. I took turns using various plants so my scent didn't smell too strongly of any one plant. I walked over to open up the smoker. The rabbit was done, so I used some tongs to put the tray on a stump to cool before closing the smoker back up. I heard a twig break not far away and twisted my head to check the area. Although I didn't see anything except for trees and shrubs, it could easily be a rabbit or any of a dozen other creatures that were common around here, but I wasn't about to take any chances. Just to be on the safe side, I ducked down and shifted before scooting underneath a small bramble bush. I perked my ears and swiveled them back and forth, trying to pick up any additional sounds. I couldn't hear anything, but that in itself worried me. The small songbirds had gone silent. They ignored my human presence and run to wolf form, so another predator was nearby. I sat and peered out from under that shrub for a long time. I didn't hear anything or pick up any other scents. I remained in my hiding spot for quite a long time before the birds slowly started singing again, meaning that the predator had likely left the area. I was thirsty and tired of sitting here on high alert for so long. The smoked meat would be cold by now, so I could quickly grab it and hit the forest highway. Perhaps I could visit the nearby pack and check how that fight had turned out. If any of the ferals had escaped, I wanted to know about it. I carefully crept out from under the shrub and trotted towards the meat. A hint of tan out of the corner of my eye froze me in my tracks. I swung my head towards where I had seen the flicker, but couldn't see anymore. My heart started beating faster. That color was the right shade for a cougar. I pricked my ears and tilted my head while concentrating. It had been a long time since my short stint as an omega, but the rather limited abilities still remained if I tried to use them. I opened up my omega senses. Wolves. They didn't have that aura that ferals gave off. So it was another group of werewolves. There were 4 of them in a half circle facing me. At this point, they were unable to see me, although the tan one in front of me had gotten a glimpse of me and had likely alerted the others through their mind link. The wind shifted and I finally caught their scent. My eyes widened in nervousness. It was a pack scent and not a pack I had ever scented before. In no man's land, pack rules didn't really apply, and some packs were well known for attacking rogues for fighting practice even when the rogues had done nothing wrong. My omega senses told me that they were focused on me even though they could not see me at this point. I took a few slow steps backward as my heart sped up. This was not a good situation. I could not climb a tree fast enough to evade full-grown wolves, and they could easily shift to their human form in pursuit of me. Their ender and strummed mine in either form. I was not near any large bramble bushes, and a small one would not be sufficient protection from for determined wolves. So now the question remained, did they mean me harm? The fact that they had remained hidden for at least half an hour as they waited for me to come out was not a good thing. Most friendly rogues or pack members would shift into human form and call out. Only trouble stalked and waited in ambush. All of the scents were male, and my omega senses told me that they were strong fighters. This made me very worried. I almost wished that a feral had escaped the other pack and had found these guys before they had found me. My eyes darted to the side as the dark brown shape skulked in the long grass. His belly was almost touching the ground as he crept forward while trying to keep out of sight. His eyes met mine as he realized that he had gotten caught. I whirled around and ran in the other direction as fast as my small feet could carry me. My heart sank as I heard steps of footsteps following in hot pursuit. I used tactics that many small animals did, such as trying to go where larger creatures were unable to follow. I darted under several small bramble bushes and kept going at the far side. It may momentarily slow me, but they had to make a detour. My heart was flying even faster than my feet as I tried to evade my pursuers. I heard a yelp as one tried to follow and realized seconds too late that the thorns on the bramble bush were capable of piercing even a full-grown werewolf fur. I darted under partially fallen logs and through rose bushes, thankfully. The rabbits had beaten many trails into the ground around here, and I used them readily as I raced through the forest. I was breathing hard as my heart raced with fear and exertion. My steps faltered as I sensed that two of the wolves had sped ahead on a larger circuit and were waiting to intercept me. I launched towards a tree and used my feet to ricochet off at a 90-degree angle without slowing my speed. One of the wolves following further behind was able to easily correct for my new direction and picked up speed. His other companion had been close on my heels and was going too fast to change direction so swiftly. It would take him a minute to catch up, but the tan one was closing in, and I started to panic. There were no larger bramble bushes in this area for me to hide under, nor did there seem to be any other sort of shelter. I was going to be able to maintain this sort of speed for very much longer, and the pursuing wolves were getting closer. I saw a black hole under a small bramble bush and desperately raced towards the rabbit burrow. I darted under the edge of the bramble bush as the tan wolf went around. He had been expecting me to come out the other side like I had always done before, and it gave me the precious seconds I needed to squeeze down the rabbit tunnel. If he had kept on my heels, he would have caught me. He had not expected me to fit into a rabbit burrow. My relief was short-lived. The rabbit that had dug this burrow had obviously not survived long enough to finish it. There were no escape tunnels, and the den itself was far too close to the surface. I turned around with immense difficulty in the cramped den. The tunnel was only about twice as long as the average human arm and almost completely straight. I could clearly see the bramble bush above the tunnel opening as I panted. I sent a silent prayer in hopes that the bramble bush would deter them and that they would not realize just how shallow this burrow was. I waited anxiously. Chapter 5. I tried to keep my panting quiet as I listened and used my omega senses to figure out what was going on above. I usually didn't come across many wolves in no man's land, so I had lost the habit of using them constantly. My omega senses were rusty from disuse, like stiff muscles that needed to be limbered up. But I could sense that all four had gathered around and were inspecting the small bush. The bramble bush was much larger than the average wolf, so I was sure how much of a deterrent it might be for them. They knew I was here, and they were so focused on me. I sensed one of the wolves shift into his human form. Not long afterward, I saw a rope pass over the burrow entrance. My heart started racing once more as I saw and heard the bramble bush shake. I heard the man grunt as he and one of the wolves hauled on the rope that had been looped around the base of the plant. Another wolf joined in, and with a rustle of leaves and loose dirt, the bramble bush was uprooted from the thin rocky soil. Moments later, I could see blue sky through the entrance. The view was blocked as a black wolf peered into the tunnel. His sharp brown eyes locked onto my frightened ones as he gauged the distance between us. He backed up before he started digging at the tunnel entrance. The dark brown wolf joined him, and their powerful legs made short work of the loose dirt and pebbles as they widened the tunnel. I squirmed against the wall behind me and looked around desperately. But I was definitely at the end of the tunnel and there were no half-hidden escape tunnels. I started shaking as I got closer. Soon, there wasn't enough room for to dig in. The black wolf backed up to let the dark brown one take over the entire digging operation. I winced in fear at this point. He was close enough to reach me with his paws if he tried. Seconds later, he sat back on his haunches as he examined the remains of the tunnel. I blinked in surprise as he shifted. I pushed myself back against the dirt behind me as far as I could as he suddenly leaned forward. He reached a large hand into the tunnel as he said, "Come here, you." My wolf form didn't stand a chance against the large man, but I snapped my teeth in a warning. It didn't seem to even bother him as continued to reach for me. I swatted at his hand with my paws, trying to dig my nails in. Not that a scratch would stop a werewolf in either form, but there wasn't much else I could do to discourage him. He reached further into the burrow, and I growled a terrified warning. His fingers brushed my shoulder and I swung my head around to bite his hand. My teeth clenched down on warm skin and the faint taste of metallic blood told me that my teeth had managed to break the skin. His reaction was a grunt of surprise and he jerked his hand upwards in an automatic reflex. The movement ended up banging my head against the top of the tunnel. I let go. He quickly took advantage of my dazed condition as he skillfully grabbed the scruff of my neck. I yelped in fear as I tried to scratch him with my claws since I couldn't land a second bite due to the way he was holding me. My claws scrabbled against his wrist and forearm in panic as he dragged me out of the tunnel. I ripped in his grip as I tried to get loose. There wasn't enough room to shift, and even if I could, it probably wouldn't help me any against a trained fighter. He quickly pinned me to his chest with both arms. It was a known tactic to prevent runts or young pups from shifting back to their larger human form. I struggled in his grip to no avail. He backed out of the hole he had dug before turning around to face his 3 friends who were all standing behind him in human form. They all looked like they were in their mid-20s, and they were grinning at their accomplishment of digging me up. The guy holding me chuckled as he told them, "Sure has sharp claws." For a moment I was beginning to wonder if I had managed to grab a cat. The previously tan, colored wolf stepped forward, and I redoubled my efforts to get loose. The man holding me had me firmly pinned in his arms though, and my struggles didn't faze him. The approaching man blinked at my fearful attempts before speaking as if to a scared wild animal. "Easy. Calm down." I practically froze in disbelief as he started to softly pet my fur, although not much of it was visible the way the man had me pinned. I stared at him in shock. They had waited in ambush for half an hour, chased me halfway through no man's land, dug me out of the ground, pinned me, and then one of them told me to calm down. What the hell was wrong with these guys? He blinked in surprise. "Wow, this kid sure has soft fur." The guy holding me snorted. "Yeah, well those teeth and claws aren't so soft." Another guy came in closer and tilted his head as he examined me in growing confusion. Guys, I don't think that is a pup." The other two looked at him like he was crazy before looking back at me. They thought that I was a pup. They obviously needed their heads checked. Pups resembled puppies with oversized paws and tails. My body proportions were normal for a grown wolf. I was just much smaller. To give them credit, I was close to the size of an 8-month-old child if they were in wolf form. They all turned to face me with varying expressions of disbelief and confusion. The one guy sniffed. Well, pups didn't have any real scent until they hit adolescence. But they were missing the obvious fact that I smelled like the forest instead of having no scent at all. It was a huge difference for those who paid attention to what was going on around them. I tried twisting a bit, but this guy was obviously much stronger than me. Another guy came closer, and I pinned my ears back even further with nerves. He spoke quietly. Some rogues are able to camouflage their scent. Look at his ears. They aren't oversized like a pup's would be. Come to think of it, a pup would not have been able to evade us like that. He had far too much coordination and pulled way too many evasion tricks for a pup. The guy holding me looked down in surprise and growing doubt. But a runt wouldn't be able to survive as a rogue. The 4th guy came closer and the 2 others backed up to let him through. I stilled in fear as my omega senses picked up his beta blood. He was an actual beta, but was likely the brother to one and definitely had beta parents, as well as the added strength and speed that the bloodline gave him. He suddenly leaned his face close to mine, and I bared my teeth in a silent, terrified warning. He glanced up at the guy holding me as he commented, "And you thought that those were baby teeth?" Someone off to the side started chuckling. The one with beta blood looked back at me. "If we put you down, can you shift so we can properly apologize for our actions without you inflicting damage on us?" I blinked slowly. Although it wasn't as if I had much choice in the matter when I was surrounded by fighters, it was somewhat surprising that they wanted me to shift so the apology could be given face to face. It was a more respectful gesture than if they had just apologized to me while I was in my small wolf form. Had they meant me harm, they wouldn't have asked me to shift since I was almost certainly carrying weapons in my human form. I nodded warily at the guy who had been speaking. The one who pinned me had already loosened his grip as he started to look embarrassed. He knelt down to put me gently on my feet before standing up and taking a few steps back to give me some room. Had they seriously thought that I was a pup, or was this a trick? They obviously had the advantage over my wolf form. They had also recognized me as a rogue at this point, and rogues often had tricks hidden up their sleeves in case they got cornered in human form. Rogues could sometimes be quite unpredictable, so he was being understandably cautious, even if I was a runt. I glanced around at the four surrounding me before shifting. A mere second later, I blinked as I was standing onto feet. I warily eyed up the four around me as I shifted my weight and weighed my possible escape options. The guy who had pinned me was turning bright red, and all of them looked shocked. I glanced at myself, but I was wearing my usual clothing. I had a heavy belt knife on my belt as well as my bow and arrows on my backpack. I knew I had a handful of slim blades balanced for throwing hidden in various sections of my clothing, but they were well hidden from sight. I glanced back at them. 1-on-1. I had half a chance of escaping into a tree, with all four surrounding me. I wasn't going anywhere unless they let me, or I had an impossibly lucky break. Where was a feral when you needed one? Chapter 6. The one guy gaped at me, clearly surprised. "You're a girl." I blinked slowly at his shocked greeting. Although the way the previous man had pinned me, they probably had just assumed that I was male like most rogues. He turned bright red in embarrassment at his slip of the tongue and my silent, wary stare. He looked to be in his early 20s and was a bit slimmer than the other three guys. He shuffled his feet as he mumbled, "Sorry about that. It just took me by surprise." I nodded slowly in acceptance of his apology. My senses told me that it had been sincere. The fourth guy stepped forward, and I turned to face him. He was the one with beta bloodlines. I shifted my weight uneasily, and he cleared his throat before he spoke. "Please accept my apologies for what happened. We thought that you were an orphan pup. None of us has seen a runt before, and the possibility didn't cross our minds. We truly did not intend to harm you." All of my senses told me that he was telling me the truth. I relaxed a bit and nodded again. I was curious, though, and asked, "Why would you think a young pup in the middle of no man's land would have to be an orphan?" He gestured to the east. "Last night, we heard a bunch of howling and arrived just in time to help a pack fight off a dozen ferals. We caught a whiff of smoke from the west and came out to ensure that no one else had been injured. We came across a camp. Although we didn't see anyone around, we checked the area, but came up empty. On the way back, we caught a glimpse of you and thought that you were a pup. We waited to see if you were calling your parents or group in. When no one showed up after so long, we thought that they may have been caught by the ferals, which would have left you as an orphan. We decided to catch you and make sure that you got adopted into a pack." The guy who had pinned me shrugged as he added his own explanation. "It didn't seem right in our minds to leave a pup all alone in no man's land. We just didn't realize that you weren't a pup. Sorry about pinning you like that, but I have to say in my defense that you have extremely sharp claws." He looked amused, and I grinned slightly in response as I regarded the dozens of minor lacerations on his wrist and forearm. They weren't serious and would heal but it did look like he had grabbed a wild barn cat by the tail. I sharpened my claws a bit so I could climb tree branches easier, but I wasn't about to tell them that. I comment adidly. You could have tried talking while you waited or before you started digging. It would have saved you a lot of trouble. It would have been much easier for me as well. They obviously were not used to dealing with rogues. He made a wry face. I will keep that in mind for next time. His friends had walked over to stand by him, so they were no longer surrounding me. I appreciated it. As a runt-in rogue, I was more cautious than most. Being surrounded made me uneasy, even if they claimed to mean me no harm. One of the others inquired, "What are you doing all the way out here anyway?" I was pretty sure the speaker was the Black Wolf. I shrugged as I said, "Most packs will not adopt a runt because it look weak." He looked surprised. "I never thought of that. How do you manage to survive out here?" I replied, "Mostly hunting and gathering for my own needs, and occasionally trading for things I can't make on my own." The one with beta blood looked intrigued as he inquired, "What do you trade?" "Usually, whatever I can find that they want. Berries, mushrooms, occasionally precious stones, and some other things." He got a faraway look in his eyes that meant he was having an intense discussion with someone via his pack's mind link. Considering the other three didn't have that look, he was probably speaking with someone else in his pack. His eyes refocused on me. "I just spoke with Luna. She is quite surprised that you have done so well out here and wishes to invite you to join the pack. She also has a soft spot for mushrooms." I was stunned and suspicious. People usually did not just approach rogues with offers to join their packs, especially runts. It just didn't happen. I had been turned away by dozens of packs that I had approached. I was suspicious, to say the least. I carefully gauged his expression and said, "There is something that you are not telling me." He blinked in surprise before sighing in defeat. "Our Luna, she is unable to have kids. When we originally thought we had spotted an orphan pup, she had asked us to double-check if it was an orphan and to bring it back if it was. Even though she knows that you are not a pup, your small wolf form is still kicking her Luna instincts into action. The alpha has no problems with it either. If you are good at foraging, you could be an asset to the pack." I listened carefully, relying on my Omega abilities that would allow me to detect a lie. It was the complete truth, though. Their invitation also made sense now. Lunas had a tendency to protect any in their pack, as well as any child. Even though I was an adult, my tiny wolf form made that fact a moot point to her instincts. It wasn't unusual for most wolves to treat runts somewhat like pups if the runt was part of the pack. I often used a few puppy-like behaviors when in wolf form around other wolves, since it made them more laid back and tolerant. Even when I had visited other packs, it was just a small number of prejudiced or biased individuals who caused difficulties. The average individual was tolerant enough. There was another wolf rank that had the small size of a pup, called a comforter, but they never lost their puppy features. They were only found in about a third of the wolf packs, so they were almost as uncommon as runts. They were usually kept away from outsiders, although I had spoken with one once. He had told me that he considered his most important task in his pack to be that of comforting others. His tiny size and puppy features made the pack members want to cuddle with him. My small size gave me some leeway, but I looked like an adult, just in miniature. I also lacked the calming abilities that the comforters had, so I needed a different approach. For a runt, life as a rogue was always dangerous and often short. I had been trying to get into a pack for years with no success. I did kind of miss being part of a pack, although I was sure how well I could fit into a pack after so many years as an independent rogue. I glanced at the others as they waited for me to decide. I asked, "I think I would like to try. Which pack is this?" "Nightwind pack." That was not one I had heard of or had encountered before. I tilted my head as I said, "I have never heard of it, so there is a good chance that it is not anywhere nearby. I am not exactly able to keep up easily with other wolves." I trailed off, waiting to see how they would respond. The Bayo looked deep in thought. "It is about a week's journey to the west." If we can get a picnic basket, would you allow yourself to be carried in it?" At least he didn't suggest that one of them carry me by the scruff of my neck like a pug for that kind of distance. It was equally obvious that I would be unable to keep up on foot. I didn't see any problem with the solution he was offering. I nodded in acceptance. I have no problem with that. Although I would like to let the pack to the east know that I am leaving. He grinned at me. Well, little witch, well, that is easily accomplished. Another member of our pack will be stopping by there in a few days. His eyes got a faraway look for a few moments before he refocused on me and said, Done. He will relay the message. Now all we have to do is find a basket. Considering we were in the middle of no man's land, that task was easier said than done. I glanced around. My wild run hadn't covered too much distance, so I knew exactly where I was. I did a quick inventory of where I had hidden various baskets and bags. If someone is willing to run back to where you found me, I said. There was a big basket in the raspberry patch beside the smoker. One guy said, I'm on it. He promptly turned around and started to run back. He jumped over a log and shifted into his tan wolf mid-leap. I blinked as he disappeared from sight and glanced at the one with beta blood. He shrugged. Andy will be Andy. He held out his hand to me, saying, in case you didn't catch it, I'm Bruce. I shook his hand. I'm Jade. He nodded and gestured to the others. The one to the left is Phil, and the other one is Terry. I shook their hands, still a bit uneasy in the presence of these strangers, but hiding it. My senses finally allowed me to tag a name onto the wolves that had previously chased me. Phil would be the black wolf, and Terry was the dark brown one. We waited for Andy to return with the basket. I was a bit nervous about accompanying these strangers, but the chance of getting accepted into a pack was too tempting to pass up. Chapter 7. I lay down in the basket as I watched the forest around me. Andy was carrying the basket in his jaws at the moment, although they all took turns carrying the basket with me in it. They made much more distance in a day than I could on foot in a week. It was a silent run, at least for me. They were probably mind-linking one another and their pack, but I wouldn't be part of the pack link until the alpha bound me to the pack in an acceptance ceremony. At night, they had me sleep in the basket while they curled up around it. It made me uneasy to sleep while so exposed, but I trusted them to keep any predators at bay. Most wildlife wouldn't tangle with a full-grown werewolf. I was somewhat amazed that they never picked up the occasional scents of rogues who covered their scent with foliage odor, and we had crossed several such scent trails already. I was used to picking up the slightly out-of-place scents and detected them with the ease of practice. Bruce had been surprised when I had mentioned the rogue scents. Then again, none of this group could even pick out my scent from among the scents of surrounding forest despite several attempts. Perhaps I had been a rogue for too long. Perhaps they needed their noses checked. I learned more about the four of them over the week when we stopped in the evening and shifted to our human shape. They were actually on their way back from a meeting with a pack much further east than where they had found me. They had been stopping at most packs to see if one of the pack members happened to be their mates, although they hadn't had any success. They were a pretty laid-back and easy-going bunch. They were also endlessly curious about life as a rogue, although they didn't seem to understand most of my explanations. They just cowled and wrapped their heads around such a different lifestyle. I lifted my head and scented the wind. Even from here I could pick up the night wind pack's boundary. It wouldn't be long until we arrived. About 10 minutes later, we crossed the boundary, and not long afterward, I picked up the scent of several sentries and patrols that had passed through as they protected the border from trespassers and ferals. I looked up into a tree that was off to the side and saw a human sitting in a game blind amongst the branches. The sentry was watching us and seemed surprised that I spotted him so easily. I heard Danny chuckling above me and saw the other three glancing at me with somewhat impressed looks. I assumed that the sentry had mind-blinked them when he noticed I had spotted him. I am not sure why it's the sentry. His game blind didn't blend in that well, and his scent was entrenched in the area. A rogue lived in the forest and we were used to the forest's natural rhythms. Anything even slightly different or amiss caught our attention like a neon sign at midnight in the middle of the desert. I didn't even need my omega senses to tell me that he was there and watching me. I had been using my omega senses a lot more over the last few days as I tried to get back into the habit of relying on them. It had been years since they had been of any assistance, so I hadn't used them. If I was going to be joining a pack, then they would be helpful once more. We kept moving, and although I didn't see any other sentries or patrols, I could still sense the occasional one if we passed nearby. About an hour later, the trees finally thinned and we came to what looked like a village. There were about 40 or 50 various shops and buildings lining several central streets. I could see small cottages on the far side with dozens of trees providing a more natural ambience. No tree could help hide the huge pack house that stood among the oak trees like an earthy jewel on display. Its brown brick walls were softened by dozens of vines that climbed up all 5 stories. The sprawling building looked like it had been expanded a few times with various wings branching off to the sides. I had no idea how far back it went into the forest, but it could probably house the entire pack if needed. The scent of the manicured trees in the town and the wilder forest around it were similar, but different enough that I knew that my scent would always stand out a bit regardless of which plants I found. I gave myself a mental shake once I was accepted into the pack. My scent would start to reflect the pack I had joined. There would be little point in covering it up then. The thought had been a rogue's automatic thought, not something that a pack member would likely even think about. Andy stopped and put the basket down before shifting so he could speak to me. He looked down at my wolf form and said, "We figured that you might want to enter the town on your own feet." I jumped out of the basket and swiftly shifted. The other 3 had shifted sucher Andy did, so they were human by the time I shifted. They walked with me along the edge of the forest as we skirted the town. I could see that the main section of the town was fairly busy with people coming and going. I inquired, "How many members are in this pack?" Bruce shrugged. "About 300. That was about average for most packs, and most of the members would be scattered about on various tasks. Some were fighters and scouts while others would be cooks, storekeepers, or any other job that was required. It looked like we were heading for the pack house, which made sense since that was likely where the Luna and Alpha were. I glanced at Bruce and asked, "Who are we going to see?" "The Alpha is visiting another pack at the moment, so we are going to see the Luna," he said. "She is in the pack house at the moment, and she is looking forward to meeting you." I nodded, although I was still surprised that they would accept a runt so willingly. I had been turned down by well over 100 packs over the years. I cowed and wrapped my mind around the fact that they had brought forward the offer, even among rogues with excellent fighting skills. It was extremely rare for packs to approach them directly with an offer to join their pack for a runt. It was unheard of, although it was extraordinarily rare to find a runt living as a rogue, so it was hard to say for certain. I saw a few children playing in a playground off to the side as we walked past several pack members who were also on the path. Quite a few glanced at me in curiosity, although they probably knew that I was the new member who happened to be a runt since the gossip vines in a pack spread any information like wildfire in ryegrass. It had been years since I had used my omega senses in a pack situation like this. I was pleased to discover that the abilities had not weakened from lack of use. I was also relieved that I could sense no hostility from anyone, just curiosity. We got closer to the huge building, and I extended my omega senses with some difficulty. I could sense a bright soft aura in the pack house, which would be the Luna. The pack house was pretty empty since it was mid-afternoon, but I could sense about 20 sparks in the same large room that the Luna was in. The shimmer would be the beta female, to Werewolves. I had no idea what the one was, though it was like a red, hot coal from the heart of a fire. It had an odd sense to it, like it was slumbering until something fanned it to life. The rest of the sparks were normal pack members, although I suspected that there was an enforcer in the room from the ringing quality. He was using his abilities, so I wouldn't be able to pinpoint which spark was his until he used them, or I saw him up close while using my own sensing abilities. We walked slowly down the street as I admired the gardens on either of the main walkway. It was like the forest had pulled back to form a clearing just for the pack house. The place was clean and well kept, and I cowed and spot anything on or around the pack house that looked like it needed fixing or maintenance. Nothing super fancy, but it tied together with earthy tones that fit in beautifully with the forest around it. The whole town had a similar look, well kept and tidy, with plenty of ties to the surrounding forest. Hey everyone. Today, I've dug up an incredibly appealing story about a special being in the werewolf world, a runt named Jade. She's been surviving alone in the wild, cautiously dodging dangers. Yet, when she musters the courage to enter a new werewolf settlement, she catches a unique scent, the potential smell of her true mate, who might be a pack elite. With such a huge disparity, how will Jade choose and what sparks will fly? Watch with me to find out. Chapter 8. We approached the pack house, its imposing double doors looming ahead. My heart raced with a mixture of anticipation and dread as we made our way up the main walkway. As a rogue werewolf and a runt, I, Jade, couldn't shake the fear of rejection that had plagued me for so long. The prospect of meeting Luna, the pack leader, filled me with nervous energy. My mind raced with worst-case scenarios being turned away once more, left to fend for myself in unfamiliar territory without the resources I'd carefully accumulated at my previous location. The gentle breeze carried the sweet scents of lilacs and jasmine, but there was something else, an unfamiliar undertone that caught my attention. I inhaled deeply, trying to place the mysterious aroma. It reminded me of the rich, earthy smell of the forest's deepest recesses on cool nights, a scent that seemed to demand my focus. My keen observational skills, honed by years of survival, kicked into overdrive as I processed this new information. Suddenly, realization struck me like a bolt of lightning. I froze in my tracks, my eyes fixed on the door ahead in utter disbelief. The implications of what I'd just discovered sent waves of unease and worry coursing through my body. My abrupt halt startled the 4 others walking with me, including Andy, whose caring nature immediately picked up on my distress. Jade, is something wrong? Andy asked, his voice laced with concern. I couldn't tear my gaze away from the closed doors as my mind whirled with the shocking revelation. My voice quivered slightly as I confessed my deepest fear, one that had haunted me for as long as I could remember. I can smell my mate, and am scared that he will reject me. I don't think I could take that kind of pain. The words felt heavy as they left my lips, laden with the weight of my insecurities. As a runt, I knew the odds were stacked against me. Werewolves were proud creatures, and the thought of being paired with a weak runt was often seen as a blow to both personal and family pride. I'd heard countless stories of runts being rejected by their mates, their hearts shattered and souls scarred for life. The pain of rejection was said to be so excruciating that it drove many to suicide or reduced them to feral states. The thought of experiencing such agony myself was almost too much to bear. As we stood there, an unidentified mate's presence looming just beyond those doors, I couldn't help but feel that my entire future hung in the balance. Would he accept me despite my perceived shortcomings? Or would I become another tragic tale of rejection? The uncertainty was paralyzing, and I found myself longing for the relative safety of my solitary existence in the wilderness. The 4 looked absolutely stunned, probably never imagining that my mate might be in their pack. I was highly tempted to run for the hills as opposed to risking such pain, but the temptation of finding my soul's other half kept my feet from moving. That tiny bubble of hope kept me from fleeing, at least for the moment. The scent was mesmerizing, although, until I actually looked my mate in the eyes. It was possible for me to turn around and leave to avoid the pain of rejection. I glanced at the 4 around me, checking their reactions. All 4 had a vacant look to their eyes, indicating that there was an intense mind-linked discussion occurring. I could sense movement inside the house as 3 of the people were heading out the back door, while the rest gathered in a large room not far from the front door. Bruce turned to me, meeting my eyes as he said, I mind-linked the people inside. There are several who don't have a mate yet. Anyone with possible thoughts about rejecting you have left the house through a different exit. The rest are waiting eagerly. They do know you are a runt and are currently a rogue, and it doesn't bother any of them. I examined his expression carefully. He was telling the truth and had likely closely questioned each eligible wolf inside. He was close enough to me that I could also tell he was irritated or unhappy with those who had left. I nodded and looked at the doors with trepidation. That doorway was a crossroad. If I'd passed the threshold and met my mate, there were two possibilities. One path led to a potentially happy mate bond filled with love. The other path was rejection that would leave me crippled. Rejection was rare, but not unheard of. It mostly occurred to those who were rogues, ongeza, or runts. The average werewolf would have flown through that door to find their other half once they caught the scent. As a runt, I'd had a huge chance of getting rejected. Thankfully, those odds were down due to Bruce's intervention. It was the only reason I took a slow and cautious step towards the front door. The formation of the mate bond required eye contact, and until I was sure that I was not about to be rejected, I was going to be watching my feet. I was going to approach this situation carefully and use plenty of caution. I slowly walked forward and dropped my eyes down to the ground as Terry opened the door. I was very nervous, and they wouldn't undoubtedly be able to see it. The alluring scent was stronger in here, and it made it hard to concentrate. I hesitantly followed Terry and Andy as they led the way. Bruce and Phil took up the rear, possibly to keep me from bolting in fear. I shook my head to try and clear it, but it didn't work. My omega senses weren't working properly, and it made me even more uneasy. All I could sense was that coal. It had started glowing once I had entered the house, and it was overwhelming any other information my senses might have given me. I couldn't sense anything else. The now smoldering coal must be my mate. Our proximity was slowly rousing the potential mate bond from dormancy. He was around the corner. I could hear whispering. Although none of the voices belonged to my mate, they lacked the pull that his voice would hold. "Hey, Eric. Smell anything yet?" "No, just the 4 guys in a forest. Why smell?" "Nothing overpowering." "Yeah, me neither. We will have to ask her later on how she cloaked her scent like that, though. That is so cool." I nervously followed Terry and Andy as we rounded the bend, ensuring that I kept my eyes down. It was hard. My rogue instincts made me want to look around to evaluate the situation and find possible escape routes, since I knew that there were over a dozen people in the room. The smell was driving me crazy. I wondered what someone would look like with that kind of scent. Nothing could ever beat it. I loved that smell. Silence reigned as I entered the room. I felt the coal glow brighter, like a fanned ember. A few moments later, I heard a set of heavy footsteps slowly begin to approach me. I heard a couple of them inhale in shock. One of the earlier voices murmured, "You have got to be kidding me." I stopped where I was and shifted my weight uneasily at that comment. My presence had not surprised them. They were shocked by the identity of whoever was walking towards me. It made me very nervous, to say the least. My worry and caution made me want to look up to see what had them so astonished, but my mind knew that I would almost certainly make eye contact, and the risk of rejection was not easily dispelled. I kept my eyes down as I sensed my mate approach me in silence. I trembled slightly with nerves and fear as he drew near. My reading ability was unable to pick anything up from him to explain why the others were shocked. The glow of the coal in my mind was far too strong. As it flickered with tiny flares of fire, it completely overwhelmed everything else in my senses. A pair of heavy boots entered my view as he stood right in front of me. The boots looked as if they had seen hard use. A deep voice spoke softly. "Will you raise your eyes?" The voice gave me goosebumps. He was definitely my mate. My long-held fears were not so easily silenced, though. My voice shook as I quietly responded, "Are you sure you won't reject me?" "If you aren't sure, I can leave to give you more time." I trailed off. I didn't want to leave. I would miss that intoxicating scent, and his voice would haunt my dreams despite only hearing it once. I saw a large hand slowly enter my view. His hands had calluses that showed he was no stranger to hard work. His hands slowly moved until the fingers gently touched the bottom of my chin. Sparks exploded from his touch as he slowly lifted my face up. My green eyes met his amber ones, and time stood still. My senses were flattened as the flickering coal burst into an intense flame. I felt a powerful, blinding wave of energy cascade through my senses and body, as the mate bond took root in my heart and mind. Sensations and feelings I couldn't even name flooded my mind before settling. Sparks flared up once more as he gently brushed his thumb across my cheek. His eyes held nothing but love. He gazed down at me with a soft smile. I will never reject you. Both the forming mate bond and my slowly recovering omega senses assured me that he told the truth. My fear of rejection finally dissipated like morning mist under the rising sun. Chapter 9. I slowly sipped my tea as I glanced at my mate, who was sitting beside me on the bench at the table. He was adding cream to his coffee, but I could tell that he was keeping most of his attention on me despite watching the cream pour into his cup. The others were still recovering from their shock. My omega senses had mostly recovered from the battering of the mate bond, but it still had a ways to go to reach its former level of ability. He looked at me with his amber eyes, and a smile grew on his lips. He said, "By the way, my name is William, although everyone calls me Will." His presence and scent had me relaxed in a way that I would not have thought possible. I grinned at him, completely at ease in his presence. Jade. Although you probably know that already. His silent grin showed that it was not news to him. Luna shook her head in faint disbelief, although she was happy for us. She said, "It never even crossed my mind that your mate could have been Will." Luna, Emily, had decided that we should all grab a cup of tea or coffee while they tried to get over their shock. Will was an enforcer, and the chances of an enforcer finding their mate was almost as low as a runt's odds of finding theirs. Will put an arm across my shoulders and pulled me gently towards him until I leaned against his side. The sparks were gentle and welcome. The burning coal in my senses was no longer overpowering my omega abilities. It was still the strongest presence in my senses, although I could tune it out if I tried. "I know what you mean, Emily," he said, his arm still around my shoulders, and he showed no signs of letting me go anytime soon. I didn't expect it either. I was so stunned that it took me a few moments to go to her. I glanced up at my mate. He dwarfed my size, even in human form. I was slender and barely stood over 5 feet tall, while he was well over 6 feet and heavily built. In that fashion, he was a typical enforcer, larger and stronger than most werewolves. I could not figure out how an elite fighter got paired with a runt. It simply defied logic. I had the strangest urge to run my hand through his short dark brown hair. The mate bond was apparently playing havoc with my usual thought processes, and I was beginning to understand why newly found mates acted so infatuated. Emily watched us with a grin on her face as she said, well, you might as well give her a tour of the place once she finishes her tea. The Alpha will be back tomorrow and will probably perform the acceptance ritual at that point." One of the guys who I hadn't been introduced to asked, "How is that you don't have any scent?" I tilted my head as I examined the teenager. "It isn't that I don't have a scent. I just rub various plants on my clothing to mask it." Phil snorted in good humor. "Yeah, that is what she keeps telling us. But we couldn't differentiate her scent from the trees when we were traveling. I notice it inside since it stands out, but until now, I haven't been able to pick up any scent to indicate that she is there." Will looked at me in curiosity. "Bruce mentioned that you picked up the scent trails of other rogues. He couldn't smell anything, though." I tilted my head in thought before replying. Their scent was slightly different from the surrounding forest. Rogues use a mixture of plants to keep one from being overly strong and noticeable so. For example, the hint of a willow tree when none are in sight is a devway. My current scent still has a tang from the cedar trees despite the fact that I haven't seen a cedar tree for 2 days. I have seen lots of oaks around here, but I haven't used them. So my scent is unbalanced compared to the local forest. Phil shook his head as he said, "I would never have thought of that." I looked at him in confusion. "How else will you ever know if a rogue is around you? It isn't uncommon for ferals to roll in leaves and also have a somewhat similar forest scent." Andy glanced at Phil with a somewhat concerned expression. Andy said, "She is right. You know, she was almost in the room before anyone even picked up her scent despite the fact that her scent obviously did not belong in the house, and the open windows couldn't be responsible for that strong of a scent. If a feral did this in the forest where you were running patrol. Phil frowned at that thought and glanced in my direction. Perhaps, once she settles in, she can help us learn to identify such camouflaged scents. I was still stumped at their inability to notice the differences in such scents. They were wolves. And even mere weeks into life as a teenage rogue, I had managed it. I thought it was a common ability and that the four who escorted me here had been humoring me. I slowly finished my tea while listening to them discuss how they could test out various situations and learn to pick up such scent trails. Emily smiled at us. Why aren't you and we'll go for a run in wolf shape? He can show you around the nearby forest. And if you find anything amiss, you can let us know. Will looked at me in growing excitement. Do you want to go for a run? I know we won't be able to mind Link yet, but I would love to see your wolf form. Smiling somewhat shyly, I said, sure, as long as you don't mind going slowly. I'm not the fastest thing around. He grinned. I have no problem traveling slowly. It will give me more time to stare at you. I blushed a bit. No one had ever flirted with me before, so I wasn't too sure how to react. Andy chuckled as he commented, "Don't irritate her, or she might chew on your ankles. I hear her teeth are quite sharp too." Phil elbowed Andy so he would stop talking. It had taken half a day for the bite and scratches on Phil's hand to fade. Will raised an eyebrow in askance. I guess he hadn't heard how they had met me yet. It might be best if he didn't learn about it at the second, though. It wasn't wise to antagonize enforcers, and I wasn't sure how Will would react if he learned that they had chased me through a forest and pinned me. I knew mate Bond was known to cause both wolves to react somewhat unpredictably, and I wasn't sure I wanted to see how an unpredictable enforcer may react. I shook my head as I retorted in a teasing tone. Why would I chew on his ankles when toes are a much more sensitive target? I rose to my feet and looked at Will. I wouldn't mind stretching my legs though. I have been packed around in a basket for the last week. The distraction worked, and he stood up. He was taller than anyone else in the room, but he towered over me. I didn't even come close to his collarbone. I let him take the lead and followed as he led me out of the kitchen. As we exited the pack house, I looked around. This side of the pack house faced the forest, and there was a large expanse of neatly cut lawn and a big pool. I stretched my arms before shifting. I shook out my fur and glanced up at Will. If I thought he was big before, he was absolutely massive compared to my tiny wolf shape. He looked enchanted by my wolf form. He knelt down on the grass as he gazed at me with soft eyes. I walked up to him and put my front paws on his knees. He leaned forward, and I reached up to give his chin a small lick, the equivalent of a shy quick kiss. He smiled as he gently ran his hand along my back, causing sparks to cascade along my spine. He murmured, "Your fur is so soft." Before I realized what he was doing, he managed to scoop me up in his arms as he cuddled me to his chest. He was fast when he wanted to be. I rubbed the top of my head against the underside of his chin as an odd purring sound rumbled in my chest. He gently buried his face in my fur. It felt like I was surrounded by gentle sparks. I listened in contentment to the sound of his heartbeat. After some time like that, I heard his muffled voice as his warm breath ruffled up my fur. "I am not sure I can put you down after this. I could stay like this all day." I chuckled and leaned over to nibble on his fingers. After a bit longer, he raised his head to look at me in amusement. He gently put me back on the ground. He stood up and took a step back before shifting. For a split second, it looked like he was concealed by a heat haze before a dark gray wolf stood in front of me. I blinked in surprise. He was nearly as big as an alpha, although the large size was common among enforcers. It was rare for me to see an enforcer in wolf form and certainly never up close when I was also in wolf form. This was a first for me. I wouldn't say it out loud yet, but he was handsome. I trotted towards him as he watched me with his amber eyes. I wove a figure 8 between his two front paws, leaning lightly against his legs as I walked, enjoying the feeling of the sparks. I was amused to realize that I didn't even come halfway up his legs. I grinned up at him before wagging my tail and darting towards the trees. He immediately followed me. Chapter 10. I glanced back in amusement as I ran under a jungle gym without ducking while I had to detour around it. I wasn't entirely sure he could wiggle his way into the middle of this piece of playground equipment in his wolf form if he tried. He was simply too large for something designed for kids. I may have been running at a good clip, but he was only doing a fast trot to keep up. I slowed down as we neared the trees, and Will took the lead. I followed him up and down various trails as I studied the forest around us. He was doing a fast walk while I trotted along beside him. We entered a small meadow, and I perked my ears at a bush on the other side, although I was worried since I could both scent and sense the approaching sentry. With a rustle, a great-appled wolf emerged. Will was surprised to see him and went forward to greet him. I was unable to hear what they were saying as they were in wolf form. Neither of them were paying attention to me, probably discussing something important from their intense gaze as I looked at each other. After a couple of minutes, I felt kind of awkward and decided to get a drink from a small creek off to the side. The water was clear and refreshing. I started to walk back to Will and the sentry. Out of habit, I rubbed my side along the shrub growing along the bank. I could sense another pack member approaching. It was likely a sentry who had just gotten off shift and was also coming to speak with these two. I paused to face the direction he was coming from. A brown wolf came out of the bushes and paused as he caught sight of me. His ears pinned back as he snarled at me. I froze, stunned at his unexpected reaction. He hadn't been quiet in his approach. Surely he knew that all three of us had heard him coming. It was as if I had been trying to hide. Neither of us had time to do anything before a thundering snarl sounded off to the side and a charcoal gray wolf charged forward to slide into a protective stance in front of me. It was the sentry's turn to freeze in fright. My previously laid-back and cuddly mate had just turned into an enraged beast that was crouched as if to pounce. His back legs were just in front of me, and his loud snarls practically made the air vibrate in their intensity. His hackles were standing straight up, making him look twice as big. As an enforcer, he was normally a force to be reckoned with. The fact that he was protecting his mate only added to his power, considering that he was focused on a member of the pack. This was a bad situation. I took a few careful steps forward as my fur brushed against his back leg. I leaned against his leg, hoping that the contact could calm him down, or at the very least, make him reluctant to pull away in order to attack the brown wolf. Will's stance shifted slightly into a more defensive position instead of an offensive one. I could sense that he was reluctant to charge forward and leave me exposed in the middle of the clearing, although I could feel anger and protective feelings rolling off of him. The brown wolf saw the change and bolted back the way he came. I leaned harder against Will's leg. If he left, I would end up rolling in the dirt. I sighed in relief when Will didn't take off after him. The first sentry also slightly relaxed as the tension eased, although he didn't move from where he had been standing previously. I studied Will's tense from I didn't think he would leave me here to go chasing after a wolf in the forest, but I really needed to distract him better. I leaned over to gently knit the top of his one toe. Will turned his head to look at me incredulously, as if he couldn't believe that I had actually dared to chew on an enforcer's toes. His hackles were slowly flattening now that the immediate danger was over. I yipped lightly at him as I trotted forward and stretched my neck up. He lowered his head, and we gently bumped noses. Having sparks originate from my nose was a bizarre sensation, and I sneezed as a reaction before plopping my rear end on the ground. I perked my ears and tilted my head innocently, gazing up at him with a puppy-like expression. Will heaved a huge sigh as he relaxed more, his control no longer strained. His tense stance faded as he turned so he could more easily face me. I was somewhat surprised when he shifted. He scooped me up and buried his face in my fur. I slowly felt the last of the tension leave him as he used my scent to calm himself down. I reached up to give his neck and the side of his chin a few small licks as reassurance. He lifted his head so he could look at me. Sorry about that. I kind of lost it when he snarled at you. To think that I once thought that other males overreacted when it came to their mate's safety. I was aware that the drive to protect one's mate was so intense. It is much stronger than anything I have ever felt. Even as an enforcer, I looked up at him and perked my ears attentively. I kind of wished we could mind link each other. but that wasn't possible at this moment. I would have to be part of his pack to access the pack link or be fully mated to him to use the mate bond. He gazed at my face, as if committing it to memory. I did apologize to him via the mind link that he can stop running. He says he is sorry for snarling at you. I wagged my tail, although the way I was held, it beat rapidly between his arm and his chest. He chuckled at me. If you are trying to be cute and distracting, it is working. Wolf grinned in triumph. That hadn't been quite what I was aiming for. But if it worked, who was I to complain? The sentry off to the side spoke up. Having shifted to human at some point, the Luna made a formal announcement that a grey runt is on our land and will be joining our pack. So we shouldn't have any more misunderstandings. She didn't mention that Will happens to be your newfound mate, because she is hoping that you two can enjoy some time alone before being inundated with wishers. I yipped a thank you at him, and he nodded in response. Will looked down at me. How about we finish our run and do a quick tour of the town? I nodded happily, and he set me down before shifting. He took the lead once more as he guided me down more trails. I tried to commit them to memory. A wolf pack often had more trails close to their pack house than any rabbit warren. I was pretty sure that I would have the ones close to the pack house memorized within the week. I sniffed the air a bit more deeply and slowed. Will noticed my change of speed and also slowed, alternating between looking at me and the surrounding forest. I sniffed a few more times and followed my nose as I tracked the familiar scent. I circled and sniffed the ground carefully as Will watched me in confusion. It took me a few moments to locate it. Then I started digging at the base of a tree. As I got deeper, the smell got stronger, and I went more carefully. Will padded closer to watch what I was doing, still confused and perplexed. Less than a minute later, I had dug a ring down with a black jewel in the middle. I carefully undermined the valuable object until it gently rolled off of its pedestal. I shifted and was kneeling in human form. I carefully picked up the baseball-sized object and turned with a grin to show Will, who was still watching in his massive wolf shape. I explained. Black Truffle, if the pack has a chef around, he or she will be absolutely thrilled. Whenever I brought one into trade with a pack, the pack members practically broke into fights over who got it. Will looked at the lumpy black object dubiously. I grinned at his expression and dug around in my backpack for a collapsible box I carried just for delicate treasures like these. I quickly put the box together and put the truffle inside before returning the box to my backpack. I shifted back to my wolf form. My backpack and all of its contents disappeared and could not be harmed or bounced until I shifted back to my human form. Will shook his head in disbelief as we continued down the trail. Chapter 11. We paused by a stream for a drink. A big log had fallen across the creek, and the way it was propped up against the far bank, it was partially off of the ground. I glanced at Will, who was still drinking, and I quickly scrambled up on top of the log. He raised his head and tilted his head as he gazed at me in curiosity. I was now sitting on the log and was level with his head. I grinned at him. My face had not yet been level with his face in any form. He had been standing beside the log while drinking and hadn't moved yet. I knew I would never win a wrestling match with any wolf, let alone an enforcer, but that didn't stop me from launching myself into a leap to land on his back. I wasn't sure if he even felt the impact of my 15-pound body as I landed on his shoulders. I did know that my toenails would be unable to even reach through the thick fur on his back, let alone scratch him. They did help me hang on as I grabbed a mouthful of fur and tipped side to side playfully. I felt his chuckling laugh underneath me as he flopped down to his stomach. He hit the ground with enough force to dislodge me. I rolled onto the ground and twisted into a playbow with a wildly wagging tail before launching myself at his neck. I could feel his amusement rolling off of him. I could only imagine what someone would have thought of our wildly unequal game. A nearly black wolf the size of a small horse being playfully attacked by a wolf the size of a cat. His head alone was almost as big as I was. Will rolled onto his side as he gently mouthed my neck. I halfway climbed on top of his head to grab onto his ear. He twisted his head to the side and sent me rolling to the side. He rolled back onto his stomach as I charged forward again to try and wrap my forepaws around his muzzle while gently tugging on the loose fur on his cheek. He raised a paw larger than my head and gently used it to pin me to the ground as he grinned at me. A rogue had once taught me how to get out of his particular position. It was a move that only worked for someone as small as a runt. I twisted my body in that special contortion and slid out behind the back of his paw before renewing my assault on the front of his neck. I could feel Will's surprise before his amusement and love overpowered the emotion. With a chuckle, he dropped his head on me, effectively pinning me upside down. I wiggled a bit to the side, pushing against his neck to slide out until my head was lying on his forearm. I lay there on my back, canting in silent laughter. Will lifted his head to examine me as I used his forearm as a pillow. He leaned down and gently licked underneath my chin. I wasn't dirty from rolling around, but he proceeded to wash most of my fur anyways. It tickled. I squirmed and tried to make a break for it, but he used his paw to catch me and drag me towards him to wash my back. I could sense his amusement as he foiled my various escape attempts. He eventually let me go as his tongue rolled out the side of his mouth in silent laughter. I stood up and shook my damp fur to try and straighten it back out. I may have smelled like the forest before, but now all I smelled like was Will. Even my nose couldn't pick up any trace of greenery in my scent. If he had planned to keep my mate's status low on the radar for the next day or so, that had been blown right out of the water. Anyone who came within scenting distance of me would smell him on me with ease. It shouldn't surprise me that an enforcer would ensure that any male who kept their distance as soon as they caught my scent. I narrowed my eyes mischievously at him and skipped backwards a few steps until my feet were in the creek. I swiped hard at the water, sending some water droplets into Will's face. He jerked back in surprise, and I took that as my chance to jump over the tiny creek and make a run for it. I forgot to take his speed as an enforcer into account. Mere seconds later, Will loomed over me and gently grabbed me by the scruff of my neck as he picked me up off the ground mid-stride. He was being gentle, so his hold didn't hurt. He proceeded to show off his speed as the forest blurred by us. He launched over logs and obstacles with ease. Those huge jumps left me slightly scared in a way that the tree highway never had. I had never traveled at such speeds before, and I could tell that he was not going at his top speed either. It had taken us several hours to get out to where we had met the sentry, and we covered the same amount of distance in under 15 minutes. He slowed as he reached the edge of the forest and put me down. Our fast run had dried my fur, although his scent had dried into it. Simply rubbing against a few plants was not going to meet it any either. I shifted forms and stretched before draping an arm over Will's furry neck. It was the easiest since his shoulders were still higher in wolf form than mine were. He leaned lightly against my side, and I ran my one hand through his fur-ups nest and lead as we gazed at the town ahead of us. It was a small place, maybe 8 or 9 small blocks of stores and offices, most of which were very likely small family-owned businesses. It was about average for a pack of this size. Will shifted to his human form and put his arm around my shoulder. We stood there for a bit longer before heading into the town. Chapter 12. I got a lot of looks as we passed people. Most started whispering excitedly with those near them as they noticed Will holding my hand. If I used my senses, I picked up surprise, happiness, and anticipation. A couple were envious, and I did sense 1 or 2 flickers of disapproval. Overall, most were positive emotions. Will started walking with me up and down each street, pointing out each store as he explained what they generally sold or what they did. My eyes were drawn to the library. I didn't read very well or very fast, but I did like trying. I didn't get many chances living as a rogue. It always amazed me at how much information was out there. If one just picked up a book, Will noticed the amount of attention I was giving to the library and he asked, "Do you want to go in?" I replied, If you don't mind. It has been years since I got the chance to go into a library. Realization crossed his face as he remembered that I had lived as a rogue for who knows how long. He held the door open for me as I walked in. There was a young lady at the desk who smiled at me as she welcomed me. Hello, I'm Cassie. Can I help you find something?" I smiled at her. "I'm Jade. I just popped in to take a look around for the moment, but you will be seeing more of me later." She tilted her head as she glanced between me and Will. Her expression brightened. "Oh," she said, "you are the newest member in the pack. Welcome. You will enjoy it. And I speak from experience since I only came here a month ago. Everyone is so welcoming in this pack." I smiled at her enthusiasm and welcoming manner. "Thank you. And I am glad to hear that." She grinned at me. "I am sure that we will get to know one another later on since I spend most of my time here. But in the meantime, don't let me keep you here." With a chuckle, Will said, "Oh, I don't mind. I would rather have my mate show interest in visiting a library as opposed to the bar." With humor lacing my voice, I responded, "Not much fear of that. Although if I catch you at the bar watching strippers, we will be having words." He grinned at my teasing threat that hinted at my potential jealousy, and I could sense Cassie's amusement as a runt threatened an enforcer. Will shook his head. Such pursuits didn't interest me in the past. At this point, I only have eyes for you. Well, well. He apparently knew how to score brownie points. My heart was practically melting as I went to wrap one arm around him in a hug. He wrapped his arms around me and put a small kiss on my forehead. I had never been one for a public display of affection, so the changes I was noticing took me partially by surprise, while part of me was not at all bothered by it. I knew I could blame the mate bond for that one. We parted with grins at each other. Cassie was smiling from behind the front desk. I blushed a bit as Will took my hand once more to lead me to the door and back out to the street. We passed dozens of shops, occasionally glancing inside the windows or open doors, when I stared at a small sign that advertised soft ice cream for 1 second too long. Will dragged me inside to buy me a small ice cream cone. He blocked me when I tried to pay for mine, much to the amusement of the old lady at the cash register. We sat down on a bench outside to enjoy the creamy treat. I hummed in delight as I savored mine. Will was watching me with a soft smile. "I assume you are enjoying it." I grinned immensely. He spoke tentatively. "When is the last you had ice cream?" I could feel his curiosity, as well as his caution in case his words touched a topic I didn't want to speak about. I thought for a few seconds before replying. "I think about 6 or 7 years ago when I joined a pack for a short time." He looked stunned. "Well, if you don't mind me asking, why did you leave that pack?" In a dry tone, I replied, "It was the Black River pack when old Doug passed away." He winced. The battles and numerous skirmishes that had occurred between neighboring packs was well known. The Alpha, Doug, had passed away with no children and without naming an heir. It was the biggest example in recent history classes as to why Alphas had to have an heir lined up at all times. Will said, "Sorry to hear that." I shrugged. "It doesn't bother me. I left as soon as the funeral was over. I knew what was going to happen, and I also knew that none of the neighboring packs would allow me to join them. I headed north in West days before the first fight broke out. Will was watching me with intent curiosity. I don't want to intrude, but could you tell me about your life? It feels like I found a handful of puzzle pieces, and I really want to see the whole picture. You can ignore the question if it makes you uncomfortable." Quite a few rogues had tragic pasts, and he didn't want open old wounds if that had been the case with me. I licked my ice cream as I contemplated his question. I eventually said, "My life wasn't as eventful as most rogues. My original pack and family were wiped out by ferals when I was 12. Some rogues found me shortly afterwards, and I traveled with them for a while. They got adopted into a pack, but that pack didn't want to run, so I kept traveling. I met lots of rogues over the years. Most are actually quite friendly." I nibbled on the ice cream cone before continuing. "About 7 years ago, I joined the Black River pack as they needed more help to keep the pack house clean and tidy. I was given an omega position. They were fair to their own Geza, but as a runt, I was the elephant in the room. Apart from the Alpha and Luna, everyone else preferred it when I kept out of sight. I was there for a bit over a year before Doug passed away." With a shrug, I said, "I traveled north and west for a couple of years. I eventually settled in the area where Bruce and the others found me. I traded with the nearby pack since the Alpha and Luna there had no problem with me going to their marketplace unescorted. Then I came here. Pretty boring story compared to most rogues. I looked up at him. What about yourself? Will slowly blinked, possibly still absorbing my short explanation. He said, I was born into this pack as an enforcer. That was a bit of a surprise for my family, since there had never been an enforcer in the family before. I had an easy childhood and went into training pretty early. Most enforcers rarely ever pass the pack borders, and I have never set foot over it. We haven't had any big fights, and few ferals ever show up, so me and Evan don't see much action. Evan is the other enforcer here. Your story sounds more exciting than mine. I looked down and nudged my backpack with my toe. Do you happen to have a favorite cook who likes to make fancier dishes? Will nodded and guided me down the street as we finished the last of our ice cream. Chapter 13. We eventually came to another store that had baked treats displayed in the windows. A lady in her mid-30s glanced up as we entered. Ah, Will. It is nice to see you again. Who is your friend? Will grinned as he put an arm around my shoulders and pulled me closer. This is Jade. The lady blinked in shock at his actions before realization dawned on her face. She sent a genuine smile in my direction. Congratulations. You have no idea how glad I am that Will has managed to find his mate. It was normally a big deal if an enforcer found their mate, since it was a rare occurrence. I gently poked Will in the side and he released me. I grinned up at him while I answered the lady. I am pretty glad that I found him too. Will sent a heartwarming smile down at me. I could feel his relief and pride that I was accepting him so easily. It was common for rogues to have some resistance or difficulty when it came to settling down with a newfound mate. Going from a free rogue to being part of the complex pack life was a huge adjustment. I pulled my backpack off of my shoulders and dug out the box. Offering it to her, I said, Here. Although I would appreciate getting the box back. She took the box with a slight frown of confusion before opening it up. Her excited eyes darted to me. How much do you want for this? This is a beautiful truffle and out of season. I shook my head. Nothing. It is yours. Her jaw dropped. Are you sure? This thing is worth a lot. A big truffle out of season was very uncommon and expensive. Truffles like this were actually the reason that I had some money in my backpack. Well, a section I'd wake with, if you ever happen to be cooking at the pack house. I would love a refresher course on some of the appliances. I laughed lightly. I looked at the stove they have there, but I haven't used a stove in years, and I have no idea which one of the 50 buttons on that thing actually turns the oven on. They both laughed with me. The lady replied, Well, I will be more than happy to show you anything you want in the kitchen. I have a morning shift there 3 times a week, so feel free to join me. My name is Sylvia. I nodded with a smile. Thank you for the offer. My name is Jade. Sylvia pulled the truffle carefully out of the box to examine it more closely. Where did you find this lovely thing? To the west, not far from where the creek splits. I glanced sideways at Will as another grin tugged at my lips, although you should have seen Will's face when I started digging up that thing. Will shook his head. I fail to see how anything that looks like that can possibly be edible. Sylvia and I grinned at each other in amusement. We visited with Sylvia a while longer before we finished the tour. We headed back to the pack house, which had a lot more people around since it was getting close to supper time. I stuck close to Will's side as we entered the crowded hallway. We went into one of the smaller living rooms just off the main hallway. There were a handful of people in far corner of the room talking, although they didn't seem to notice us. Will had likely known that I would be uneasy in huge crowds after spending so much time alone. I breathed a sigh of relief and realized that Will was oddly silent. I looked up to see that his eyes had a faraway look. I felt his enforcer aura appear and strengthen. He blinked and looked down at me and I have to go break up an overly rowdy group of teenagers. Will you be okay here? I really didn't want him to leave me here in a house full of strangers, but I knew he had responsibilities. I replied, Yes, I will stay here until you come back. I think the main bulk of the people are heading for the dining area anyway. Most probably don't even know that I am in the house. I will give a shout if I need you." He ducked down to plant a kiss on my cheek before disappearing out the door. I slowly blinked as the warmth of his presence faded from the room. I had been beside him most of the day, and his sudden absence was as if the sun had hidden behind the clouds. He had only been gone a few seconds, and I couldn't believe how much I missed him already. I glanced around the room again. When we had come through the house, Will's bulkhead shielded me from sight, and since I smelled like Will, I doubted that anyone had picked up my scent. The 4 people in the room still hadn't turned around or noticed my presence. My omega senses told me that they were truly unaware of me and not simply ignoring me. I walked silently to the side to examine the various pictures on the wall. I recognized the Luna and examined the other pictures. I sensed the change in air when the other 4 realized that they weren't alone in the room. I turned around as I heard footsteps approaching. The 3 guys and 1 girl were around my age and looked curious. One guy held out his hand. "Hi, I'm Tim."
"I don't believe we have met."
I shook his hand. "I'm Jade. I just came in today with Bruce and his group." His face lit up as he asked, "Are you planning on staying long?" I was somewhat shocked at his hopeful look. How did he not pick up Will's scent on me? Or did he just assume that Will had passed by and that I had no scent since I was a rogue? The girl beside him was more observant and snorted faintly. "Tim, use your nose before Will chucks you out of the window." Tim gave her a blank look before taking a deep breath. His eyes went wide as he realized his oversight. Sorry about that. I didn't realize that you had a mate." I accepted his apology. "No worries. No harm done." The girl shook her head at his denseness. "I'm Samantha. And this is John and Mark." John shook my hand. "If you didn't pick it up, Sam is my mate." I said, "Yes, I noticed." I tilted my head as I examined Mark. "And your mate is Cassie from the library." "Right. I met her earlier today. She seems nice." Mark shook his head. "No, I haven't met my mate yet." I quickly apologized. "Sorry about that. My mistake. I rarely made a mistake when assuming that someone was mates with someone else. My mistaken assumption had me ducking my head slightly as my cheeks faintly flushed with my embarrassment. He seemed amused and didn't take any offense at my mistake. "No problem. I kind of wish I had found my mate," I said. "I shouldn't have assumed. My apologies. What do you normally do during the day?" They gave me a rundown of where they worked and what they did. John and Sam owned their own store, while Mark and Tim ran patrol. I glanced at the door with a smile as I sensed Will's approach. His eyes went straight to me as he entered the room. Will wasted no time in closing the distance between us as he came up behind me and wrapped his arms around my shoulders in a hug. I leaned my head back against his chest to gaze up at his amber eyes. He smiled softly at me as he said, "Feel like braving the dining hall. Most of the crowd has already eaten and dispersed." I nodded, and he once more guided me down a hallway. The other 4 tagged along as well. Chapter 14. I laughed at John's story as he described what his class did during their high school graduation ceremony. I shook my head at his antics before taking a drink. Supper was very good. It was rare that I got stuff like this. Ham, mashed potatoes, gravy, veggies, bread, and more. My supper was usually bread and smoked meat. I hadn't been this full in a long time. I raised my eyebrows in surprise as someone put a plate of honey muffins on the table. Their sweet scent made my mouth water. Other than the ice cream this afternoon, the last time I had any sort of sweet or dessert was when I had been an Omega with the Black River pack. By the time I got to the table with that pack, the desserts and good stuff had almost always been consumed. Will had been watching me most of the meal and instantly noticed me. I umped the plate of sticky sweet morsels that were out of my reach. With a chuckle, he reached over to snag one off of the pile and held it up to my mouth. I was a bit self-conscious of 4 people watching in amusement, as Will tried to hand-feed me, but that didn't stop me from leaning forward to take a bite out of the treat. The flavors exploded on my tongue, and I hummed in delight as I enjoyed my mouthful. I turned a bit red as I noticed that Will was watching me with an enrapt expression. Samantha noticed the blush and chuckled before explaining. That is the mate bond at its finest during the courting stage. Anything you show interest in, he will try to get for you. If it is food, you can practically be guaranteed that he will try to feed it to you himself. The mate bond itself will drive him to do it. It will be overly pronounced until the mate bond is completed. Oh, and don't be surprised if your mate gets jealous and overprotective at any given point in time. To complete the mate bond, I would have to be marked and mated. I wasn't ready for that yet, so I expected that the mate bond would get Will worked up over something at some point. Sam looked pointedly at John as she finished her little speech. John rolled his eyes, saying, "I was that bad." Mark snorted in disagreement. "No, you were much worse. You growled at anyone who so much as glanced at her. You wouldn't even let me or Tim in the same room with her, even when you were sitting beside her." John grumbled incoherently as he ate his own honey muffin. Will juggled the rest of the muffin so a corner stuck out towards me, and I leaned in for a second bite. It was just as good as the first. I mumbled around my mouthful. I am glad that Will doesn't seem to go overboard in the jealousy area. I had seen quite a few men like that. They were insanely jealous and could barely tolerate watching their mate even shake hands with another guy as a greeting. I had felt the faint stirrings of jealousy when a few other women had walked close during the meal, and I knew the mate bond was responsible for it. It usually tended to affect males worse though. Will looked sheepish as he confessed. "I will admit that I have had to bite my tongue a few times. I am quite grateful for all of the self-control lessons that Tony knocked into me in our training, though they're getting a serious workout." I grinned airily, oddly flattered that he would get jealous over me. The others snickered at his admission in slight sheepishness. He seemed relaxed enough at the moment as he sat beside the two unmated males were at the table and talking with me. I wasn't entirely sure how it would have felt if Samantha wasn't already paired up with John. Will popped the last bit of the muffin into his mouth, which was fine by me since I was quite full at this point. I stretched and leaned back in my chair. "I am stuffed," I said. "Is the food always this good?" Mark nodded. "Yep, you rarely get the same thing 2 days in a row since the cooks take turns." I murmured, "I think I will have to get some lessons from them. This food was excellent." I glanced over my shoulder at the approaching Luna. She was focused on Will and me as she headed our way. Will followed my gaze and grinned at the approaching Luna. He greeted her. "Emily, how is it going?" "Good. We just have to figure out where your mate will sleep tonight. Then my tasks will be complete for the evening." Will and I turned a bit red at the topic, but it was a valid question. Most mates were unable to sleep if they were apart, even if the bond was only partially formed. Even if they succeeded in sleeping separately, it made both of them touch IR and noticeably increased the protectiveness and jealousy in the male. Most mates took around 2 weeks to complete the mate bond, and they usually managed to share a room during that time as they got to know one another. Will turned to me, still red. I am hoping you won't mind sleeping in my room. I won't push our relationship any faster than you are willing to go, but I know that I wouldn't be able to sleep without you nearby." I ducked my head shyly. "I usually sleep in wolf form, so as long as you don't troll on me in your sleep, I don't see any problem in it." I wasn't ready to complete the bond yet, but I also knew that I wouldn't be able to sleep without Will close by. Truth be told, I couldn't even remember the last time I had slept in human form. Even as an Omega, I had slept in wolf from under the low bed. Turned out to be a good thing too, since occasionally someone had peeked into my room during the night and had left when they saw the empty bed. Will sighed in relief. "I don't think I could possibly roll on you or harm you." Emily nodded happily. "Good. That makes my life easier. I will leave you to enjoy your evening then." She turned and left the room. I looked up at Will. "What do you usually do in the evenings?" He shrugged. "Evenings are more or less free time for everyone. I normally do some training, but I plan to skip that today in hopes that the mate bond will settle a bit overnight. I would be scared of accidentally hurting someone today." In a bizarre way, I was glad that the mate bond wasn't only messing with my head and mood. Samantha commented. Take my advice and go somewhere quiet. Will brightened at thought. That sounds like a good idea to me. I nodded. It worked for me as well. I was used to being around so many people, and I looked forward to finding someplace quieter. We put our dishes in the dishwasher and went outside. We wandered into the forest and down a small trail with no one on it. The familiar smells and sounds of the forest relaxed me. We hadn't gone too far before we arrived at a small waterfall hidden among the trees. Will sat beneath the tree on the thick grass, and I sat beside him. I leaned against his side as he draped his arm over my shoulders. We watched the waterfall in silence as we simply enjoy one another's company. Our peace was shattered near sunset when a group of kids started playing a game that involved lots of yelling and shrieking not that far away. With a heavy sigh, Will stood up and pulled me to my feet. He commented, "It was nice while it lasted. It is almost sunset anyway, so we might as well head back." We walked back, taking care to avoid the rambunctious kids. I covered my yawn with my free hand, since my other one was holding Will's hand. It had been a long day for me since we had broken camp early this morning, not to mention everything that had happened today. I followed Will as he went up a couple flights of stairs and opened up a door. "This is my room." Well, our room now. I wandered and looked around in curiosity. The walls were a dark brown and the decorations were limited to a few picture frames. It was clean and simple. "This is nice," I said. I was halfway scared to find suede practice clothes draped on a chair or stuffed into a closet. He grinned at my teasing tone. "No, my practice clothing stays in the building by the training grounds. They get washed daily over there. I don't think I could endure the smell of them in here." I grinned in response and hefted my backpack. "Mind if I grab a shower?" He replied, "Go for it. The bathroom is 2 doors down the hallway. There are several bathrooms on every floor, so don't worry about hurrying." He grabbed a set of clothing from his dresser and followed me to the door. "I will be just down the hallway if you need anything." I nodded and went to the nearby bathroom. The hot water in the shower was another luxury that I thoroughly enjoyed. It beat the cold water in the creek by a long shot. I dried off and brushed out my shoulder-length hair. I'd brushed my teeth and everything else since I was in here. The soap and shampoo had mostly removed Will's scent from my skin. For the first time in a long time, my own scent was detectable. I knew from talking with other rogues that Will would have been able to pick up my obscured scent despite how I matched it. It was impossible to mask one's scent from one's mate if they had never met. I shook my head and headed back to Will's room. I somehow arrived before him, but shouldn't have happened since I had lingered in the warm shower. I put my backpack on a chair in the corner and sat on the bed before shifting into my wolf form. I was sure how I hadn't noticed it earlier, that I could sense Will's presence downstairs with his enforced Aurora. He must have gone downstairs to shoo noisy people off to another location where they would not disturb those trying to sleep. An enforcer's role mostly involved peacekeeping things, like removing the potential cause of irritation before anyone even got upset. Of course, if a serious fight or attack ever occurred, they would be in the thick of it. But such things were much rarer than day squabbles. A quick sniff of the bed told me which side he normally slept on. I curled up on the opposite pillow and wiggled under the blankets for added warmth. Although my head still stuck out, it felt extremely strange to be getting ready to sleep without being in a tight spot. Sleep would be some time in coming like this. I tracked Will with my senses as he began to come back upstairs. He stopped down the hall in a room, probably a bathroom, before coming closer. He entered the room quietly. The PJ bottoms and loose top looked like they had never been worn before. He was probably wearing them to make me more comfortable. He scanned the room until he spotted my gray from half, hidden in the blankets. He turned off the lights and climbed into bed. He rolled over to face me and whispered, "Good night." I stretched my head towards his and placed a small lick on his nose as a goodnight kiss. I yawned and curled up into a ball as I snuggled into the soft blankets. I was surprised when Will's scent and presence allowed me to drift off to sleep almost instantly. Hello everyone. Today, Will in this novel makes me love and hate him at the same time. He wakes up in the morning to find his hair in a mess, and the protagonist is giggling nearby. But that's nothing compared to the unexpected twist when Will feels nervous and uneasy around the alpha, which contrasts sharply with his strong image on the training ground. Isn't this contrast captivating? Moreover, the protagonist's Omega abilities gradually emerge during this process, triggering more stories. Don't worry, I'll tell you all about it. Chapter 15. I gradually stirred from my slumber, immediately aware that my limbs were immobilized. As my eyes fluttered open, adjusting to the soft dawn light filtering through the window, I found myself enveloped in Will's protective embrace. During the night, he had shifted to the center of the bed, cradling my small form against his broad chest. His muscular arms formed a secure cage around me, while his legs created an additional barrier. The warmth of his breath tickled my neck fur, and I realized that escape was impossible. Resigned to my predicament, I allowed myself to relax, focusing on the soothing rhythm of Will's steady heartbeat and deep breath. My keen senses, attuned to our surroundings, detected no movement in the main pack house, though I was acutely aware of the vigilant sentries patrolling outside. After basking in the comfort of Will's embrace for a while, curiosity got the better of me, and I attempted to wriggle free. However, my efforts were futile. Will's unconscious response was to tighten his hold, pulling me in closer to his chest with a sleepy grunt. This backfired attempt reminded me of past encounters with pack dynamics, particularly when Phil had asserted his dominance by pinning me down. Now trapped in Will's arms, I found myself equally immobilized, unable to shift or move significantly. Twisting my head as much as possible, I surveyed my situation, confirming that escape was indeed impossible without external assistance. As I contemplated my predicament, I noticed that Will had nestled his head lower, bringing his enticing hair within reach. The mate bond tugged at my instincts, and I found myself unable to resist the urge to investigate further. Gently, I nuzzled my nose into his soft locks, inhaling deeply. The scent was intoxicating, reminiscent of a lush forest, and I reveled in it. Driven by an inexplicable impulse, I began to tenderly groom his hair with my tongue, savoring the intimate moment. Will stirred, mumbling a drowsy, He lifted his head, gazing at me through half-lidded eyes. I cowled and helped but snicker at his disheveled appearance, with one side of his hair thoroughly soaked and sticking up in all directions. Blinking sleepily, he gradually realized his position on the wrong side of the bed. Abruptly, he pulled away, leaving me yearning for his warmth. Sitting up, Will ran a hand through his wet hair, confusion evident in his voice. What happened? He fixed me with a bewildered stare, his hair a comical mess. I shifted back to my human form, covering my mouth to stifle my laughter at his expression and wild hair. I honestly have no idea why I did that, I admitted, still giggling. Although in my defense, my courses of action were rather limited. He shook his head to clear it. I seem to recall doing something similar to you yesterday, so I know the feeling. I sat up and fiddled with the tattered hem of my t-shirt. So, what are our plans for today? Will glanced at the clock. If you are up for it. I usually go for a short run in the morning before grabbing some breakfast. I do have to help with training today, so that will leave you with some free time. Later this afternoon, the Alpha should return, and he will probably do the acceptance ceremony this evening. I replied, I am up for a run. I won't be able to run for long, so I can come back and help the cooks with breakfast. That will give you time to have a good run for yourself. There was a certain freedom running with Will, or any werewolf for that matter. I could run without having to worry that some predator might pounce on me. I quite enjoyed it after so many years of cautious, slow travel. I glanced towards the door as I sensed a powerful aura approaching the pack house and commented, Looks like the Alpha got back early. He looked at me in confusion. How do you know that? I grinned at him, realizing that I hadn't gotten around to telling him about my abilities yet. I had been designated as an Omega, even if I hadn't been born one. The alpha's designation was still strong enough to allow the Ongeza's senses to form. I didn't lose the senses when I left the pack, although the Omega status disappeared the instant he passed away. Being designated as an Omega was considered a huge insult to most wolves, although it hadn't bothered me since I had more problems with just being a runt. It took an alpha come and either during an acceptance ceremony or during a big pack announcement to designate someone as an Omega. Such occurrences were quite rare and required careful planning. Simply being assigned an Omge's duties for punishment was different and was much more common. Just like any common punishment, anyone with sufficient authority could do it. One simply had to do the duties. Being assigned an Omge's duties didn't truly make one an Omega, and it didn't give them the abilities. Besides, it took almost a year for the Omge's abilities to form. And as handy as those abilities were, most wolves could not tolerate the degrading thought of truly being an Omega at all. While a few wolves thought that it would be interesting to be able to sense other wolves around you, most pack members thought that it was pretty pointless. Will looked stunned. I wasn't aware that you had been designated as an Omega. He blinked as he refocused on me. Can you tell if he is in a good mood? If so, I can introduce you to him before he gets distracted with the pile of paperwork on his desk. I checked my senses once more before confirming. Yes, he's in a good mood. Hopefully, he will have finished kissing Emily by the time we get down there. Will chuckled as he got out of bed and grabbed a set of clean clothes. He headed to one washroom while I headed to the other. I waited for him by the top of the stairs, and he joined me shortly afterwards. I grinned as I noticed that he had actually had to wash his hair in order to get it back into some sort of order. He held my hand as we ascended the stairs. I murmured, "They have moved into the small side living room. They have also stopped kissing." He nodded and altered his route. Will knocked softly on the door frame and the two sitting on the couch looked up. It didn't surprise me to see that the alpha was a huge, heavily built man with more muscle than seemed possible. Emily smiled as she spotted us. We were just discussing your mate. This is Jade. Dade. This is Roland. I bowed my head. Pleasure to meet you. Alpha. He nodded as he examined me. I was quite glad to hear that Will met his mate. I know you are hoping to go through the acceptance ceremony, but I do have to ask the standard questions first. I nodded as I watched the couple without truly focusing my gaze on them. Staring directly at an alpha or his mate was a sure way to stir up an alpha, especially since I was not part of his pack yet. He rose up to walk in front of me. I felt the shift in Will's mood as the powerful male approached, even though his expression or stance didn't change. I squeezed his hand in reassurance, and he exhaled slowly. The alpha's eyes caught the small motion while also detecting Will's faint change of breathing. The alpha seemed amused by Will's reactions and said, "The mate bond seems quite strong already. Relax. Will, I mean her no harm." Will sighed heavily. In theory, I know that. In reality, rationality simply doesn't enter the equation when it comes to the mate bond. Emily laughed merrily from the couch. You should have seen Roland when he first met me. I have to admit that you are handling it much better than he did. The mate bond is much more intense for high-ranking wolves. Your enforcer rank was designed to protect others, so it will be hitting you quite hard since your protective tendencies are already heightened. I am actually surprised that you didn't growl at Roland when he approached like that. Will winced as he replied, "You have no idea how close I came to it. The only thing that stopped me was the thought that it might scare Jade." The alpha smirked at Will, not overly bothered by Will's words. "If you plan on growling at me, at least do it in private like this so I don't have to uphold my status. You can chase me around the training field later if you want to get revenge." I relaxed slightly as I picked up the close friendship between Roland and Will. Most alphas were as close to their enforcers as they were to their betas. They trusted their beta at their side, while relying on the enforcers to look after the pack while the alpha was away. Such trust and friendship allowed for a fair bit of leeway in the formality department. The alpha focused on me once more. Just the standard questions that any rogues get when they plan on joining. He gave Will a pointed stare. Will grinned back. showing he knew that Roland was not going to question me more than anyone else. Roland looked at me closely as he asked, "How long have you been a rogue?" "Since I was 12 when my pack was wiped out by ferals. I did join a pack for just over a year a while back." "Why did you leave that pack?" "It was the Black River Pack, and I left when Doug passed away." I saw all three wince with that statement. With no children of their own, the Black River Pack story hit far too close to home for this group. "Have you ever attacked or killed anyone?" I shook my head no. Will looked amused at the question, probably recalling our wrestling match. "Do you have any enemies who may be searching for you?" I once more shook my head. "Not to the best of my knowledge." He tilted his head as a look of slight confusion crossed his face. He intently stared at me while his eyes occasionally unfocused. He asked, "How are you doing that?" I blinked in confusion. Doing what? I had no clue what he was talking about. I could sense confusion from Will and Emily as well, which meant they had no clue what he was referring to either. He took a step closer to peer into my eyes. Ignoring Will's low growl, Roland slowly said, "Every time I try to closely focus on you, it is like my attention just slides off of you. As an alpha, I normally have no problems concentrating on someone with single-minded intensity, and yet, those skills do not seem to be working on you." I blinked as realization set in. I had unconsciously been using my Omega abilities to maintain a passive stance in the presence of an alpha. It was a skill that most stone gazer used at some point to avoid attention or try and get out of a room undetected by upset individuals. It was also used to make oneself seem less of a threat, and I tended to use it automatically around large groups or powerful individuals. My stance was so passive that no trace of threat could be seen or sensed, and most wolves would completely ignore me like this. Apparently, it also prevented an alpha from truly focusing his attention on me during an interrogation. I had the Omega abilities, but no longer had the Omega rank, so he would not have been able to sense it and connect the dots. I blushed slightly in embarrassment and stopped using that ability. "Oh, I think I know now. Sorry about that. I had been designated as Omega during my stay with the Black River Pack. I didn't realize that the passive stance ability would have such an effect. In truth, I didn't even realize that I was using that ability until you mentioned it." He examined me and relaxed now that his own ability to focus was working again. "Interesting. Do you have all of the Omega abilities?" I shook my head. "No, I have the common ones. There are some abilities that only a born Omega can have, and I lack those." In curiosity, Emily asked, "How good are you at using the various abilities?" Gaze's skills with the various abilities varied by individual. I shrugged. My ability to sense individuals and the moods of those nearby is pretty strong. My passive stance ability is about average. My truth-sensing ability is weak and takes deliberate concentration in order for me to detect lies, but it is fairly reliable. My skill at differentiating edible plants apart from poisonous ones is decent, mostly from practice. My ability to calm down people is nearly non-existent. It might as well not even exist in human form and is only somewhat effective in wolf form if they have no aversion to runts. I don't have any of the other abilities. Will looked intrigued with that bit of information. The alpha nodded without surprise. "Then I don't really have any concerns. Welcome to Nightwind Pack. I have some time after supper for the X that works for you." I bowed my head slightly. "Thank you." Roll and went back to sit by Emily. So Will and I took our leave as we headed out for our morning run. Chapter 16. I chuckled as I darted under a huge rose bush and kept going. Will had to go around due to his sheer size. I found it quite amusing to choose the path that required him to detour the furthest. At least he was getting more exercise than he would if he was just running beside me. Our lazy run had turned into a game of catch me if you can, and Will hadn't been able to get close to me for almost 5 solid minutes despite the fact that I hadn't stopped to hide. It was a pretty impressive feat for me considering I had never been in this part of the forest before. The situation was starting to rile him up though he could see me, but Cal didn't get to me. This had the mate bond goading him into moving faster and trying harder to get to me. I used my senses to ensure that no other pack member was anywhere near our trajectory. I really didn't want anyone to stumble between Will and me when the distance between us already had the mate bond agitating Will. We hadn't had much time to get used to the mate bond and how it made us react, so we weren't exactly prepared for unusual circumstances. Will was still enjoying the game despite the side effect the game was having on him, but I was sure how he would react if someone came between us. His control had been quite good so far, but it was something you wanted to test with pack members in unexpected situations. I changed my direction suddenly to leave my way under another rather large bramble bush. Such low-sprawling plants were getting fewer and fewer as we went along, and they were the real reason that Will had not yet caught me. I heard a faint huff of frustration from Will. The plants were keeping him a decent distance away. If I changed direction, he had to make a large detour to get near the bush I was running under. It was keeping him on his toes, though. My choices were getting fewer. There were only a few trees around here, nothing that Will was unable to get between or around with ease. The various bushes were thinning out as we approached a rather large meadow, and the spaces between them were getting larger. I put on a burst of speed to cross the distance between two such plants. Will charged forward, but I just managed to dart under the plant before he got to me. I didn't slow down my run as I planned my next crossing. The neighboring plants were further away. I aimed for the closest one and went full tilt. Will put on a burst of speed that I wasn't aware was possible as he rounded the previous shrub and headed for me. I tried to weave, but he used his forearms to block my exit as he slid to a stop. He crouched down and trapped me between his forepaws before laying down and gently pinning me under his neck. I wiggled a bit before simply laying there and panting from my run while my tail attempted to wag as I grinned. That run had been fun, and I had definitely gotten my exercise. I was surprised to notice that Will was breathing somewhat heavily as well. That was odd. Such a run shouldn't have tired any normal wolf, let alone an enforcer. I tried to squirm out to no avail. He was simply too big. I could feel the sparks rolling across my skin where his fur touched mine. I blinked as I picked up an undercurrent of powerful emotions in Will's mind. I had only been keeping tabs on his surface emotions since I didn't like prying. The emotions beneath the surface had gone unnoticed by me simply because of the distance previously between us and the fact that he had been suppressing them. I carefully extended my senses towards him and was stunned at the swirl of emotions that were starting to overpower Will. It was a wonder that he had been enjoying himself seconds ago. I have no idea how he had suppressed it so well or even how he was still mostly in control. Our little game had the mate bond in severe overdrive, and it had somehow tapped into the enforcer's desire to protect. At the moment, his control hung on by a thread, and that thread was the fact that he had me in direct contact with him. My brush with his emotions left me somewhat stunned from their force. I had no idea that the mate bond could produce such powerful emotions. It was a good thing that it had only been plants keeping him from me. He would have destroyed anything else. The waves of protectiveness that had started rolling off of him were practically visible at this point. I could feel the mate bond's drive for him to mark and claim me as his. He was fighting it. But the mate bond was only focused on the fact that we had been separated and my shoulder did not show his mark. A mark warned off other males, and he was having some control issues without that mark on me as a declaration that I was his. I stopped moving, hoping that the mate bond would ease up now that he had caught me. Hopefully he could regain control quickly. I was fervently glad that no one and nothing was near us, nothing he could consider a threat. At this moment, he would probably snap if anyone or anything approached. I decided my best course of action would be to remain still and wait until he regained control. 5 minutes later, I nudged Will and whined lightly. He hadn't moved yet, and I was still pinned. I felt his emotions shift more towards concern. I was surprised when he suddenly shifted into human form and crushed me to his chest in a bear hug as he sat on the grass. I nuzzled the side of his neck as reassurance since I for control. Thankfully, he was starting to get the upper hand on it as the mate bond eased up. His voice was gruff with strain. Give me a moment. I almost lost control back there. I rubbed my head along the front of his shirt as I tried to comfort him. I slowly felt him regain control. Eventually, he sighed and loosened his grip so that I could slide down into his lap. I looked up at him in concern, but his eyes were closed as he still tried to calm himself down. It had been bad enough for me just brushing along his emotions. It must have been much worse for him since he had actually felt the emotions and the direct effects of the mate bond. A few moments later, he opened his eyes. Sorry, I had no idea that the mate bond would have that effect on me. I tilted my head before shifting as well. I was now sitting sideways in his lap, and I wrapped my one arm as far as it would go behind his back. I said, I knew you were starting to get riled up, but since I could feel your happiness, I kept going. Perhaps, next time, if the mate bond gives you problems, just shift and let me know. The fact that I was sitting on his lap had him momentarily stunned, but he lost no time in wrapping both arms around me and pulling me to his chest. He dropped his face against my neck to inhale my scent, and I felt him relax. His voice was muffled and the heat from his breath sent goosebumps down my back. I will have to keep that in mind, although I hope it never gets to that point again. At first, it was too bad, but then it just seemed to magnify without warning. It was my turn to struggle for control as his breath, scent, presence, and voice all made dirty thoughts appear in my head against my will. That conniving mate bond was starting to play dirty. I could sense the Will was almost back to normal now. It was just me who had to get my head on straight. He chuckled as he lifted his head. I think we had better get going. If your arousal gets any more noticeable, we won't be leaving this forest for quite some time. I fleshed the tread before shifting into my wolf shape and hopping out of his lap. I was thankful that it was impossible to tell if a wolf was blushing, although my body language would still tell tales on my embarrassment. He grinned before shifting as well. He patted forward to give my ear a few licks that sent more goosebumps down my back. I reached up to give him a lick under his chin. I turned and started trotting down the trail before I gave the mate bond any more chances to mess with my head and body. I kept to the main trail, and Will walked alongside me. I could sense his amusement at my reaction as well as a few firmly suppressed flickers of desire. Thankfully, his flickers were disappearing as my arousal faded. Neither of us was in a hurry to leave the forest. We both wanted the side effects of our run to completely fade before reaching the town. I knew for a fact that if Will could pick up any trace of arousal on me, that he would not let me step foot in the town while I was unmarked. Unmated males could be hormone-driven idiots at times. The presence of a mark would make them keep their distance since the female would have no interest in them and her mate wouldn't tolerate any advances. We shifted at the edge of the town and walked towards the pack house while holding hands. Chapter 17. The people who lived in their own homes often made and ate breakfast at home, so it was just those who lived in the pack house, or who had been out patrolling, who were looking for breakfast. The dining room had numerous large tables and chairs spread across it like an oversized cafeteria. Breakfast and lunch were of a serve-yourself event. We were too late to help cook, so we just grabbed a plate and filled it before heading over to a table. Occasionally, I sensed people looking at me in curiosity while I ate. Samantha and John sat across from us and visited with us. I watched in amusement as Will was somehow managing to eat everything he had loaded onto his plate. I simply could not figure out where he was putting it all. I turned my head in faint alarm as I felt a flare of powerful emotions to the side of the room. I could feel the person's shock, excitement, and ambition as she focused intently on me. Whatever plan was storming through her mind, it included me, and my omega senses alerted me to her scrutiny. Will noticed my sud and distraction and glanced across the room with narrowed eyes before groaning and dropping his face's hand. I glanced back at the lady as she was making her way swiftly towards us. Her low high heels clicked on the floor. Her shirt gently swirled with the speed of her walk, and her tight jeans were some sort of expensive designer type. Her eyes were locked on me. My senses immediately told me that she was Will's sister. From the mix of excitement, disbelief, an accusation radiating from her, I somehow suspected that Will had not told his family that he had found his mate, and she was not impressed with that fact. She came to a stop right beside me and took a deep breath. I felt her excitement flare as she confirmed her suspicion. She faced her brother with disbelief and a touch of accusation. How could you have found your mate and not told us? Will raised his eyebrow slightly. Mom, Dad, and Brad all know. If you hadn't blocked off your mind link yesterday, you would also know. She dropped down on the seat beside me with an exasperated me. Brothers. They withhold critical. Me too, no information at the worst possible time. Please tell me that you didn't have to put up with brothers when growing up. I felt Will stiffen beside me, but I smiled at her. No, I never had any siblings. She sighed in relief. You are so lucky then. I could feel the tension rolling off of Will, Samantha, and John at her unwitting speech. They hadn't brought up my past in case there were painful or sad memories. Will's sister somehow remained oblivious to the other three applied, as she replied. Tiffany, Will's sister. What's your name? When did you get here? Jade. I arrived yesterday in the early afternoon. She mumbled something incoherent before looking back at me. Which pack did you come from? Will's low growl made all of us glance at him as he eyed up his sister. She blinked at him in shock. I reached out and rubbed Will's arm, trying to relax him, while replying, I was a rogue living not far from the Delby pack. Sorry about Will's reaction. The mate Bond took us for a ride earlier today, and our control isn't exactly at its best. Tiffany blinked in shock and remorse, now realizing just how inappropriate her earlier comments had been. Samantha broke the silence before it became uncomfortable. I was wondering how the mate Bond would affect Will. Even though he comes from a normal family, he has the enforcer rank. And from what I heard, enforcers get hit by the mate Bond almost as hard as an alpha's affective tendencies are amplified. John shook his head. From how you two were speaking at supper, I didn't think you were having any issues. I take it that the mate Bond is strengthening. Will made a wry face. I'll say, if it doesn't slow down, I will be behaving worse than you did when you first met Samantha. Tiffany shuddered and shook her head as she swiftly said, No, let's not even contemplate that. That was a terrible 2 weeks. John grumbled something about how he hadn't been that bad. Tiffany refocused on me. Those clothes look like they have seen some rough terrain. We will have to expand your wardrobe. Will needs to help train today, so I can take you shopping. I blinked at the swift topic change. I had never actually gone shopping before. I had only traded for essentials with nearby packs. I did a mental tally of the money in my backpack and nodded slowly. I wouldn't mind another outfit, and I am almost out of toothpaste. Tiffany chuckled and rubbed her hands together gleefully. I hoped that her tastes in clothing wasn't too expensive, especially since I only had so much money, and I hadn't lined up a job here yet. Will pulled out his wallet and handed a shiny plastic card to Tiffany. Here, make sure that you don't let her pay for anything. There is a limit of 5 on it, so don't go too crazy. That card is for her purchases, although I will let you spend one of it as long as you keep any guys at a distance. Tiffany quickly pocketed the card and grinned at me. I am liking this already. He has never given me money for shopping before. I shook my head as I protested. I have my own money. That isn't necessary. Tiffany quickly overruled me. Then save it for a rainy day. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Honest. You will agree with me one day. She grinned at Will. For your generosity, I will ensure that she buys at least 1 pair of lacy undergarments. Will's eyes darkened as he slowly inhaled. He looked fairly calm, but I felt him quickly suppress an intense emotion before it got strong enough for me to identify it. I didn't extend my senses to determine what was lurking beneath the surface either. I didn't exactly trust my own reactions to his powerful emotions at this point. I looked down at my plate to try and hide my blush. I had never owned any sort of fancy clothing since I became a rogue, other than undergarments. I hadn't ever had any new clothing. It had all been second-hand or used, and I had certainly never owned lacy undergarments. John found Will's reaction amusing. John said, that was probably the last image he needed in his head. Tiffany grinned triumphantly at him. I am just helping everyone. Will gets to exercise his imagination. You might get an easier training session if Will is distracted. MJ gets new clothing. She was interrupted by a rather flustered and excited-looking Mark as he slid into the last empty spot at the table. His eyes were halfway wild with excitement, and he was radiating quite a few strong positive emotions. His eyes locked onto me in excitement. "You were right. It was her. Thank you." The others looked baffled, although I quickly put his emotional state and his words together. I grinned in excitement, saying, "Congratulations." Tiffany gave him a blank look. What rogue dragged you backwards through the bramble bush? And what on earth are you talking about?" Mark turned to her, still excited beyond belief. "When I met Jade yesterday, she asked me if the lady at the library was my mate. No, I hadn't found my mate yet. So anyways, on my way here I decided to pop into the library since the name Jade gave me didn't ring a bell. And it was her. Cassie is my mate." Jaws around the table dropped before they all started cheering and congratulating him. He grabbed a plate of food and joined us. John gave him a bad time for not catching her scent earlier, although apparently, Mark was the type to go near a library at least. Until now. It didn't take long before we were all finished eating. Tiffany stood up and nudged me with her toe. "Well, come on. Let's go shopping before the stores get busy. Maybe we can see the new stuff they are putting out today before anyone else spots it." Samantha and John chuckled at her enthusiasm. I glanced at them and inquired, "How scared should I be when it comes to shopping with her?" John looked at me solemnly. "Be afraid. Be very afraid." Tiffany rolled her eyes and dismissed him. Will gave me a one-armed hug, and I rested my head against the side of his chest as I murmured, "Your sister doesn't have any grudges against you, right?" Will chuckled. "Not that I know of." Tiffany grabbed my hand and dragged me to my feet as she grumbled, "Okay, enough of that lovey-dovey stuff. We're going shopping." I could feel Will's reluctance to let me leave without him as I was pulled out of the room by his sister. Chapter 18. Tiffany held up a skimpy black object for me to see. I looked at her in disbelief. For stores that are supposedly family-rated. How on earth do you keep finding those things? She grinned at me. This is exactly why they are called family stores. These lovely little objects help people increase the size of their family. Shaking my head in disbelief, I said, "I will never be able to look at half of these stores the same way again." Tiffany replied, "Oh, if you enjoyed this sort of clothing. I know several stores with a special display in the back." I shuddered lightly. I was beginning to think her mind traveled into the gutter more than mine, even she hadn't found her mate yet. Tiffany said, "Well, which well? I forced you to get one set, so I won't bother again. Let's see what else we can find." So far, I had 3 small bags, one of which was tucked into the bottom of a larger one. It held the silvery pieces of clothing that I hadn't immediately objected to the instant I saw them. I had been 3 seconds too slow, and Tiffany had ignored my protests as she deposited the lingerie in her basket. I had found 2 pairs of jeans and a light jacket. Tiffany had whisked the items out of my hands and used Will's credit card to pay for them. I didn't have half a chance of sneaking to the till to pay for them myself. I glanced at the contents in the half-hidden basket that Tiffany had found with ease. I shook my head as I muttered, "The less material they have, the higher the price tag. That is just unbelievable." Tiffany laughed as she kept leafing through the racks of clothing. She was the kind of girl who loved shopping and was somewhat put out that I had no real interest in it. We managed to leave this store without buying anything. We walked down the street, and I paused as I looked at the seafoam green shirt in the window. Tiffany was quick to grab my hand and drag me into the store as she muttered, "Finally, a proper reaction while shopping." I laughed since her low grumbling tone was at complete odds with the excitement bouncing off of her as I finally took interest in a piece of clothing. Less than a minute later, I came out of the dressing room in the green top with silvery flowers peeking out from among the darker vines and leaves. Tiffany whistled quietly at my choice of clothing. Well, if they ever made a top for you. We just found it." Poor Will's heart is going to stop before going into overdrive. A quick walk around the store revealed that the store owner had the same kind of taste in clothing that I did. I picked out 2 more tops that I just couldn't resist. I had plans to come back here one day and buy a few things with my own money. We left the store and kept walking. Tiffany refused to give in until I had at least 5 tops. 3 down. 2 to go. Tiffany stopped to look into a window that had dresses on display. I had no interest in dresses and gazed around in boredom. My attention was drawn to 2 men who were approaching us. I pulled up my passive stance ability in hopes that they would keep going as I turned back and pretended to be interested in the dresses. These men did not belong to this pack. Their scent was of wildest. My hopes were in vain as they paused behind us. The taller guy spoke first. "I bet that dress would look pretty good on you." Tiffany looked up and gave a low growl as she realized that the comment had been directed at me. It looked like she was taking Will's request seriously since her mindset shifted to less flattering emotions. The other guy grinned at her reaction, thinking she was jealous. He said, "No need to get jealous. I can buy you some clothing as well." Their flirting comments were halfway idle, hoping for interest without being too pushy. Tiffany narrowed her eyes, unimpressed with the offer. "I advise you to continue on your way before I tell my brother that you are flirting with his mate." The first guy looked faintly amused. "That doesn't exactly scare me. Simply talking to the pretty ladies isn't a crime." Tiffany smirked, which appeared to throw the men off balance slightly. "Oh, you aren't worried about irritating an enforcer?" Their eyes widened as their posture changed from light flirting to caution. I felt the sudden shift in their mood. They had zero interest in tangling with an enforcer. And at this point, they simply wanted to put distance between us. "Oh, sorry about the misunderstanding. We will be on our way. Have a good day." They beat a swift retreat, and I looked at Tiffany with a somewhat worried expression. "Can we please delay telling Will about this until later?" I asked. "Preferably when there isn't anything breakable nearby. He almost lost control this morning and his antagonist was only a bramble bush." Tiffany burst out laughing. "How did a bramble bush irritate him?" "Oh, I agree with you. I have no intention of telling Will anytime soon. I have told the other enforcer, Evan, and he is going to keep a subtle eye on our guest. Supposedly, they only came here to buy supplies and will be on their way in an hour." Sighing in relief, I replied, "That is good to know." I shrugged as I addressed her original question. "I ran under the bramble bush while he was trying to catch me, and he cowled and get to me. By the time we realized what was happening, the mate bond had gone way overboard, and he almost lost control." Tiffany nodded slowly with a serious expression. "I can see that. If someone can't get to their mate, it can push them right to the edge. It is a well-known fact with alphas, and it probably applies just as much to any beta enforcer." She tilted her head in sudden confusion before asking, "How did you get under a bramble bush without getting all scratched up?" I shifted my weight uneasily. I am a runt. So I simply ran underneath it. I barely even needed to duck." She blinked in shock before she started laughing. She regained control swiftly enough. "You are just full of surprises, aren't you? You might be just the thing that Will needed to keep him on his toes." Her emotions held no judgment or aversion. Instead, she was full of mirth and curiosity. I was relieved that she wasn't bothered by my wolf shape. I grinned at her while saying, "Oh, you should have seen our wrestling match in wolf form yesterday." She shook her head in amusement. "That would have been something to see." "I would love to see your wolf form one day," I replied. "Remind me when we get back to the pack house." I glanced into a store window as I looked at another top. Bingo. Tiffany saw her chance and dragged me into another store for more shopping. An hour later, Tiffany looked at me as we left yet another store. "I am getting the feeling that you are done shopping. I somehow doubt that I could convince you to buy anything else at this point." With a grin, I said, "You would be correct. Besides, if I counted correctly, you reached the limit that will allotted you for your own personal spending." She sighed dejectedly as she gave in. "I really hope that there will be a repeat of this in a few weeks." I laughed as I shook my head. I had met the 5 top minimum limit that Tiffany had set, so we headed back to the pack house. Tiffany had showed me where her room was located. It was actually just down the hallway from Will. Once our purchases were put away, Tiffany led me out of the pack house and down some seldom used forest paths. Her slender frame was shining with excitement in my senses as we made our way to her destination. I followed in curiosity as I waited for her to tell me where we were going. Tiffany looked at me dubiously as she inquired, "Are you sure this is going to work?" She had finally told me where we were going, and then asked if I had any tricks to make us less noticeable. The easiest thing I could think of was to cover our scent. Tiffany was apparently having second thoughts about asking for my assistance. I replied, well, it worked for me for 9 years. It won't hide my scent from Will. But from what I have seen, no one else is observant enough to pick up a rogue scent if it's masked this way." Tiffany shook her head in disbelief, but took my word for it as she rubbed another fistful of leaves across her legs. I took a deep breath. My normally faint scent had swiftly disappeared under the odor of the plants. Will's scent had slowly been wearing off throughout the day while we were shopping, and it was easily masked. Only the faintest scent of Tiffany's perfume lingered. I grinned at her. "Good enough. From what you said, they shouldn't have a chance of catching our scent at that distance, even if they were downwind." She clapped her hands in excitement, happy that the plant treatment was over. She grabbed my hand as she started leading me through the forest. "Excellent. Come on. I will show you the best spot to spy on them." Shortly afterwards, we sat on to large tree limbs to watch the proceedings down in the valley. It had taken some reasoning with Tiffany to get her up in the tree. She had thought I was crazy when I suggested it, but I had eventually persuaded her to come up. I watched with interest, although my eyes kept drifting back to one shirtless figure as he supervised the others in their training. "If you stare much harder, you are going to start drooling." I snapped my gaze to Tiffany, who was watching me with amusement. I stuck my tongue out at her as I retorted, "Just wait until you get your own mate." She snickered. "Oh, I will probably drive that poor guy completely crazy. I have an entire drawer of clothing just waiting for him." I halfway choked. Way too much information. On a side note, why did you insist on hiding in the trees while watching them? I doubt that they would object if we watched from the sidelines. Their actions are more natural this way, she said. They act slightly different when they know their mates are around, and have a tendency to show off. I wasn't aware that I was about to get impromptu lessons in skulking around like a rogue. I must say, though, I can't pick up either of our scents, and I have been trying for some time now. Would another rogue be able to scent us? I nodded absently as I watched Will. If they were experienced, quite easily. Your perfume isn't quite covered, and the ferns in my scent are a bit too strong. Both of our scents would stand out noticeably for a rogue, but it should be more than sufficient to prevent those down there from catching our scent at this distance." Tiffany readjusted her grip on the branch, still not at ease with her perch. She replied, "I noticed that you seem to like the scent of those ferns. Attempting to balance out scent sounds way too complicated, so I guess the life of a rogue is out for me. By the way, what is your plan for explaining the change in our scent when we get back?" I turned to grin at her. "Isn't it obvious? We went for a run and had a game of tag. You tried to follow me into a few too many tight spots. My scent is normally pretty weak, and being so close to the ground wipes out a lot of my scent as grasses brush against me." My gaze turned back to the field. Will was a natural at what he was doing. This was a side of him I hadn't seen yet. Occasionally, he just watched the others and called out advice. Although he spent a fair bit of time wrestling around in both human and wolf shape while helping others learn various fighting styles. We watched for quite some time until Tiffany grew bored, and we headed back to the pack house. Chapter 19. Tiffany led me to the kitchen, and I gazed around eagerly as I asked, "Can you possibly show me how this stove works?" The ability to bake was the thing I rogue. That had been the best perk of being an Omega. If you were cooking anything, people would leave you alone, and I had discovered that I loved baking. She helped me locate ingredients as I measured and mixed everything together. Before too long, we sat on tall stools against the far wall while the cheesecakes were baking. I turned to the doorway with a grin as Will entered. He promptly came over for a hug and buried his face in my neck. He lifted his head as he looked at me with curious eyes. He said, "Why do you smell like the forest again?" John sounded startled. Second question. Why does Tiffany have leaves in her hair? I glanced over to see John and Samantha looking shocked as the normally, impeccably, groomed Tiffany ran a hand through her hair to dislodge a couple of leaves and a piece of fern. Tiffany looked at me in disbelief as she exclaimed, "You didn't tell me I had stuff in my hair." I suspected that what she really wanted to ask was how and when I had managed to tuck those leaves in her hair. I shrugged with an innocent grin, replying, "After our run in the forest, I am amazed that you only have a few leaves in your hair." Will relaxed as he noticed his sister's lack of scent and put it down to us running around in the forest. I was amazed at how easily he accepted the explanation since it made no sense to me. Their patrols and sentries didn't come home smelling like the forest, to completely cover one's scent with deliberate action. The elf and dinged, and Tiffany quickly checked the cakes and pulled out the ones that were done. The rest needed another 10 minutes. John looked on in shock before finally asking, "Since when do you cook?" "I don't," Tiffany said, with a shrug. "Jade did most of it. I am just here to work the oven and other similar tasks." John greedily eyed up the cheesecakes that Tiffany was covering up so they could properly cool. "What kind of cake is that?" Tiffany looked at me. I tilted my head in consideration before replying, "I think it is a chocolate, peanut butter, and caramel cheesecake, but I don't recall the exact name after all this time." Intrigued, Will said, "Okay, I will definitely have to try a piece at supper. How many did you make?" I glanced at Tiffany as she did a quick mental count. "We have 5 ovens going," she said, "so I think we filled 20 pans. Hopefully, there's enough for those who want to have a small slice. There would be other desserts during the evening meal, so it wasn't as if I was cooking for everyone." Will's eyes were wide as he tasted his first bite of cheesecake. Others were having a similar reaction. I asked, "Did I measure something wrong?" I hadn't used a recipe, so it was possible that I had forgotten something after all of these years. John took a deep breath. "This is fantastic. I think we need you to cook more often. The cooks rarely make cheesecake, so this is a rare treat." I grinned in relief before I continued eating. After supper, we headed out to the backyard where several people were already getting prepared for my acceptance ceremony. The beta was on a small raised platform as he put a razor, sharp knife on a nearby table. I noticed that Will's eyes were locked onto the weapon. Nudging his arm, I said, "Please promise me that you won't turn my acceptance ceremony into a bloodbath. I have done this before, and truth be told, I have gotten worse scratches from rose bushes. Most alphas barely break the skin, and I am sure Roll and won't do anything that would hurt you." Will sighed as he looked away from the small blade. "I know. I have seen it done dozens of times before, but the mate bond is convinced that any injury is a serious matter." An idea occurred to me and I grinned. "Well, look at it this way. You let your close friend give me this tiny scratch. Then you will be able to hear me through the pack link. Is that sufficient motivation?" Will turned to grin at me. "That just might get me through this." We waited as a few more people showed up. Usually, only those close to the one being accepted attended the ceremony. John and Sam had followed us out here. Will's family showed up. Bruce and his group put in an appearance, as well as Mark and Cassie. Will was in the middle of those waiting. I hoped that their supportive presence would help him remain calm. Roll and Emily showed up last. Emily stood with the others, while the alpha walked up the 2 stairs that took him onto the platform. He took his place and motioned me to come up. I went up and waited in front of him. He addressed me. "Do you swear that you mean no harm to this pack, and that you will support it as long the pack follows what is right and true?" I looked him in the eye. "I, Jade, previously Rogue of the Forest, swear to this." He held up his hand and lightly cut his palm. I held out my hand toward him, and he lightly cut it as well. It was so shallow that the blood barely beaded to the surface. He clasped my hand in his in a handshake, and as the blood mixed, I felt the pack link merge with my mind. Roll and voice echoed both in the mind link in my ears as he spoke aloud. "Welcome to the Nightwind Pack." I responded in the mind link in aloud. Thank you. He nodded at me, and we left the platform. It was over. Simple and short. Bound by blood into a new pack. I started walking towards Will. I had felt his struggle for control earlier when he watched Trollin bring the knife down on my hand. I spoke to him alone via the mind link. I am fine. It barely even bled enough for the ceremony. It will disappear in a few hours. His eyes widened as he heard my voice in his mind for the first time. He ran over to grab me up in a hug and spin around. I felt his relief and wonder clearly in my senses. I was introduced to Will's parents and brother before we all went to hang out in one of the living rooms. Will and I entered the room last. Tiffany smirked heavily as she informed us. There is only one chair left. I guess you two will have to share. The rest watched in amusement as Will flushed slightly red. I knew he didn't want to push me fast, but there was an easy solution for this situation. I idly commented to Will, "You are overthinking things. Will, there is a much easier way to get back at your sister." He glanced at me in confusion, and I grinned at him before shifting. Those present were aware that I was a runt, but other than a few startled or curious looks, they didn't seem to care. They were mostly curious, and I suspected that none of them had seen a runt before. It simply never occurred to them that I could sit on Will's lap in wolf form, mostly because they themselves would have been unable to do it. That was an odd thing about people. Just because something was impossible for most people, they never took the possibility into consideration. I trotted over to the chair to jump onto the footstool and sat on it while grinning at Will. Tiffany's eyes were as wide as saucers in shock. She had definitely not expected that. Will grinned in relief as he walked over to sit in the big rocking chair. I jumped onto his lap and lay down while Will immediately started to gently stroke my fur. Tiffany shook her head, objecting. That is absolutely not fair. I grinned at her as I mind-linked those in the room. Perfectly fair and completely logical. Will had completely relaxed, which had been what I was aiming for. We all talked and bantered well into the night. Will didn't even let me attempt to sleep on my side of the bed. I had been leaning against a pillow like I had last night, but the second he got into bed, he pulled my wolf from against his chest. We both swiftly fell asleep. Chapter 20. I woke up and realized I was in the same predicament that I had been in yesterday morning. Only I had one more weapon in my arsenal this time. I simply enjoyed the cessation of all of the sparks for some time. Eventually, I sensed others in the house stirring and getting up. I turned my attention to Will. I tried to free myself, but like last time, he simply pulled me tighter to his chest. Okay, it was time for the big guns. Or at least, the biggest guns that I currently possessed in this form against my mate. Will. He groaned in his sleep before burying his face into my fur. My senses told me that he was still not actually awake. I continued calling him over the mind link. Will, come on. The cooks have already started the pancakes. Still no response. I grinned as I pulled up the memory of two people smiling at me. The man and woman had warmth in their eyes. I pushed that image into his mind. I didn't expect him to come fully awake in a split second with a snarl of fury. He rolled so that his chest was above me. His arms were braced to either side of my small wolf form as he hovered over me. If anyone else had been in the room, I would have been completely blocked from their sight in this defensive position. I blinked in shock as I noticed that his eyes were nearly solid black. Without trying, I could pick up the fury that a mate possessed if someone else showed improper interest in their mate. He realized a second later that no one else was in the room. He looked down at me, still mostly out of control. His voice was rough and hard as he tried to hold back his snarls. Who was he? The demand was nearly a growl as he tried to discover who the man was. Since that man had looked at me with love in his eyes, I blinked at him, still shocked at his reaction. Those were my parents. Ray shared the image of the two of them sitting on a bench as they watched me play in a patch of daisies as a young child. Realization dawned on his face, and his eyes faded back to brown in his surprise. He must have been so focused on the male in the image that he hadn't noticed that the man had his arm around the lady. I apologized. Sorry. I didn't think you would react so strongly. Nothing else I said or did got your attention. He sighed as he rolled onto his side, finally relaxing now that the mate bond was easing up. He said, "Please wait until I'm awake before doing things like that. It might be best to warn me of what you are about to do as well. Even I am having a hard time predicting my reactions." I didn't even notice that there were two people in the image the first time. I nodded before shifting and giving him a hug. He returned it, and I pulled away as I sensed his emotions straying into areas we weren't quite ready for. Mine were also trying to escape my control. How on earth did most couples go roughly 2 weeks before finalizing the bond? It was the morning of the third day, and we were both having some pretty good control problems. Will sighed as he ran his hand through his hair. I eyed up his hair desperately. I still had some weird obsession with it, and I hadn't taken my chance to play with it. I would have to rectify that tomorrow morning. Will said, "I have a full day of training our fighters, and Tiffany is also working all day. I hate leaving you alone. You can explore the town if you like." I tilted my head in consideration. I have to do something for my keep as well. Would there be any problems with me going mushroom picking? I won't go far, and I will have the mind link if I encounter any difficulties. Will frowned in Will you be okay by yourself? I nodded easily. I did it for years in no man's land without too many problems. Although if anyone crosses the trail of a cougar or bear, I would like to know so I can avoid that area. A normal wolf had nothing to fear from them. And Will's eyes darkened as he realized the danger that such predators posed for me. His eyes lost their focus for a short time. He brought up a hand to gently brush his fingers across my cheeks as the familiar sparks followed in their wake. I have mind-linked all of the fighters, and may now know to keep an eye out for such predators. Please promise me that you will stay nearby and mind-link me regularly so that I know you are okay. His worry and concern were endearing, but I knew the mate bond would make him paranoid with little incentive or reason. I replied, "That is easy enough to promise. I really can't travel long distances, and it would take me most of the day to simply get to the border under my own power. Giving you updates will be an easy way of you knowing where I am in case I get lost." Truth be told, chances of me getting lost or disoriented were non-existent. I had been a rogue for too long for that to happen. I was surprised that he was letting wander me around the forest by myself with so little fuss, but I could sense the conflicted emotions flickering on the edge of my awareness. He was having a hard time, but he was trying to let me do what I wanted. I mind-linked Will for probably the 20th time today. "How is training going?" I felt his humor and relief at my contact over the pack link. "Same as last time. Where are you now?" "Taking a break for a few minutes." I was sitting in a hole in the side of a tree in the forest canopy, looking down at the forest floor that was dappled in light. The view was nice with the yellow beams of light poking through the thick canopy. I took a mental image and shared it with Will. His voice was voiced with disbelief. "Why are you so far above the ground?" "I am pretending to be an owl." I leaned out of the hollow and looked straight down before sending that image to him. "I am not that far above the ground. I am just more relaxed off of the ground when resting if no one else is around. It's an old habit though. I think the biggest critter I have seen is a rabbit. I haven't scented anything bigger either, other than a few deer." I felt his shock roll through our private mind link. "I can see your paws in that last image. You are in wolf form. How did you get up so high?" His voice grew more worried. "Tell me where you are, and I will help you get down. A fall from that height could kill you. Most people couldn't shift in trees without falling out of the tree in question." And Will Woodland realized that this hazard didn't really apply to a practice run. I decided to nip this paranoid mate moment in the bud and quickly climbed out of the hollow. I carefully shifted on the branch before shifting and swiftly climbing down while replying, "Don't worry. I have done this more times than I can count. I am small enough that I can shift in a tree without problem." I climbed up in my human shape. Will's worried voice didn't seem reassured. "Just tell me where you are so I can come and help you down. Please don't shift in the tree." I sent my amusement through the link at the same time I sent an image of my shoes standing in the leaf litter. Too late. I could feel his wordless frustration through the link. In response, I sent an image of him from yesterday from the tree line. I felt his shock and momentary distraction as he likely inspected the tree line around the arena. He quickly realized that it was a memory image and said, "That isn't from today. I am training different fighters." "I know. That was from yesterday." His surprise was evident in his reply. "When were you watching me?" "About an hour before I stuck the leaves in Tiffany's hair." He was silent for a moment. "How long were you watching for?" I grinned at that memory, my amusement evident in the mind link. "Long enough that Tiffany got bored and dragged me away." I started walking through the forest watching for more mushrooms. I had collected quite a few in a big shoulder sling bag that I was carrying. Our conversation had ceased as we slowly dropped the mind link. I sat down on a log on the top of the hill that overlooked the training area. My bag held and possibly hold another mushroom. I was right on the edge of the forest, so I could easily watch the fighting training below. I didn't remember how they had trained in my original pack, and I had never seen the fighting training during my stay with the Black River pack, but I had spoken to several rogues who had been happy to give me some self-defense lessons and tips. I had a couple of good friends among the rogues, one of which had been a fighting trainer, but he had a serious issue with the power that alphas could wield and had gone rogue. He had told me many stories as we sat around the campfire at night. Both enforcers were currently training, and they used slightly different techniques. I compared what I had been told to what I was watching. I hadn't realized that training could be so different between various packs. My eyes seemed to have a mind of their own as they kept tracking back to Will. It was late afternoon now, and he had been training non-stop. He had a light sheen of sweat that reflected the sunlight off of his skin. His muscles rippled with ease as he sparred with another fighter. Mesmerizing. Simply mesmerizing. Hello, novel lovers. Today's story is irresistible. The love between Will and his mate is full of challenges. As an enforcer, Will's strong sense of responsibility and protectiveness often put him in a struggle when facing his mate. Once, seeking ways to control his emotions, he took his mate to a C's and senior for advice. But during the test, Will lost control and almost hurt the senior. His mate, despite being physically weak, comforted him best. This experience changed their relationship and made Will re-examine his enforcer identity and bond with his mate. Follow me to explore their story. Chapter 21. I lost track of time as I observed Will from my hidden vantage point. Despite my enhanced senses, I remained undetected, watching as he and the others trained in the field. Will's protective nature was evident as he repeatedly glanced towards the eastern forest, his body language betraying growing tension. I inhaled deeply, my heightened olfactory abilities searching for any unusual scents, but found nothing amiss. My other senses, though limited in range, also failed to detect any threats in that direction. During a break, Will strode to the field's edge, his eyes fixed on the tree line. Even from a distance, I could sense his mounting worry. Suddenly, his calm voice entered my mind, contrasting sharply with the anxiety I perceived. "How is it going?" I couldn't help but grin, realizing he was oblivious to my proximity. "Pretty good," I replied. "Big haul of mushrooms. That bag Tiffany lent me is full." Curiosity tinged his mental voice. "Are you heading back?" "No, I got distracted." Through our bond, I sensed a surge of worry and jealousy, though his voice only betrayed a hint of concern. Distracted with what? Amused, I sent him a mental image of himself staring eastward. Shock reverberated through our connection as he spun around, scanning the tree line until his gaze found me. Relief washed over his features, and he broke into a sprint towards my position. The others, noticing Will's sudden movement, spotted me and grinned. I stood as he approached, and within moments, I was engulfed in his strong arms. My feet left the ground as he spun me in circles, his joy palpable. "How long have you been here?" "I'm not entirely sure. I was here when the 6 fighters left for their patrol shift." He blinked, astonished. That was nearly 2 hours ago. I shrugged, feeling a bit shy. As I said, I got distracted and lost track of time, tilting his head, curiosity evident in his voice. He asked, what was so distracting about it? In response, I shared a vivid mental image from earlier while stretching, his muscles gleaming in the sunlight, sweat glistening on his skin. It was a sight I had carefully committed to memory. A low rumble emanated from his chest, startling me. I glanced up to see his eyes darken, a mix of pride, love, and possessiveness radiating from him. Despite his attempts to suppress it, I sensed his rising desire, causing a slight blush to color my cheeks. I ducked my head and wrapped my arms around him in a hug as I leaned my head against his chest so he couldn't see my rising blush. He wrapped his arms around me tightly as he took a deep breath. I could sense his struggle for control, and his frustration that he was hyped for control. After a few minutes, he sighed deeply. I didn't think it would be this hard. He didn't seem bothered by the fact that he knew I could sense what he was feeling. I rubbed my hand along his back. It is hitting you harder than it is hitting me. Some of the things I am occasionally sensing are pointing to your enforcer role. He was silent in thought. I let go and stepped back. I said, I can sit on the sidelines if you want to go to practice more. He glanced back at the training area where the others continued their practice. I felt a faint shimmer of jealousy and protectiveness roll across his mind. He didn't want either the men or women down there. He ran his hand through his hair in slight frustration before saying, would you mind accompanying me as I visit someone? I am hoping he might have some advice on how to control some of my reactions before I do something I regret. I nodded. Let's just drop these mushrooms off with the cooks. He picked up the bag for me and started walking. I gave a small, uncomfortable cough to catch his attention, and he glanced back at me in confusion. I clarified, as much as I am enjoying the view of you wandering around without a shirt, a jealous side of me doesn't want the younger cooks to stare. He started to smirk, and a light blush touched my cheeks. I never had need to be jealous before I met Will, and I was trying to come to terms with these new emotions. He seemed to be getting a kick out of my jealousy. He gestured with his head across the meadow. Head towards that path, and I will meet you there. He went back to the training area to grab a shirt. He beat me to the wide path that led through the trees. We walked hand in hand towards the pack house. The cooks were happy with the mushrooms that we left here for them. I walked beside Will as we headed towards some cottages. Will knocked on a door and waited. It was opened by an older man. His hair had gone mostly gray, and my senses immediately identified him as a retired enforcer. His lean frame would still be the equal of the younger, active enforcers. While he was technically retired, he would join in if any serious fight broke out. He just wouldn't do much with the smaller day-to-day stuff. He smiled. Will, good to see you again. What brings you here? His eyes drifted over to me in curiosity. And who is this? Will replied, good to see you as well. Tony, this is my mate. I am here because I am hoping that you have some advice or tricks since I have had some control issues lately. With a nod, Tony said, let's go over to the reinforced training room and see what we can do. Tony left the house and started walking with us as he asked, when did you two meet? Will replied, 3 days ago. Tony looked at me closely. You are not marked, and the bond has not been completed. Correct. I turned a bit red at the topic, but nodded. Tony turned his attention to Will. What kind of control problems have you encountered so far? Will made a face as he honestly answered his mentor. The very first day, I almost attacked Fred when he snarled at her. Since then, I have almost lost control for times. And of those 4, a couple occurred when no one else was even around. I glanced at him. 4 times. I knew about our game of keep away and the image of my father. His control minutes ago had been pushed, but he hadn't come close to losing control. What other times had there been? Tony gave him an odd look. Have you been trying various techniques in case one is more effective? I have tried them all. I have never had problems with my control before, and it has me severely off balance. I am scared that I am going to injure someone. Have you had any indication that you may harm Jade? Will shook his head violently. No, the need to mark her is strong, but the control problems are occurring if I worry about her safety or if she is away from me. We approached the building, and Tony opened the door and went inside. I followed behind Will. Chapter 22. We entered an enclosed training room, and Tony led us to the back of the room and down some stairs. I looked around the large basement room as the heavy metal door closed behind me. The entire room was lined with some sort of metal plates, covered in numerous dents and scratches. Will spoke quietly. This is a room usually used for training enforcers. The steel plates can usually handle any damage that may result from a slip in control when we are learning or trying something out. I nodded in understanding. Tony looked as he said, If you don't mind. I want to try a few things just to gauge Will's reaction. What do you want me to do? I replied, Well, just try some basic stuff at first. Can you please go to the far side of the room? I walked to the far side of the room. Tony appraised Will's expression as he walked into the middle of the room between us. He said, Will. Will was still relaxed. I would prefer her closer to me, but nothing that worries me. Tony walked over to stand beside me. Now I don't like, Will said, with a frown. Even just the thought of a guy standing beside her doesn't sit well with me. Irritating, but it is controllable. Possibly because I know you well. I am not sure how it would handle if it were a stranger. Will's emotions were starting to faintly simmer as the mate bond was making its presence known. Barely noticeable, but I could sense it affecting his surface emotions. Tony nodded and turned to me, holding out his hand for a handshake. I reached out, and even before I made contact, Will let out a low growl. Tony pulled back his hand and regarded Will with a raised eyebrow. Will rubbed his forehead and apologized to the man who had trained him. Sorry, it was too bad when she was just standing there, but the instant she reached out to you, I couldn't help it. Tony walked back to the middle of the room. That reaction is actually quite typical for most higher-ranking males while their mate is unmarked. Which for times did you almost lose control? I was chasing her and couldn't get through a bramble bush. Will said as he leaned against the far wall, more relaxed now that Tony was near me. The thought that I couldn't get to her nearly made me lose it. This morning, she was trying to wake me up and showed me a picture of her parents. I flipped until I realized that there were two people in the image and that the man was her father. Will sighed as he continued. I almost bolted today when I realized that she was up in a tree and I was scared that she would fall. The only reason I didn't run to her was because I didn't know where she was. Then, when she didn't contact me after several hours, I was nearly ready to run through the forest, searching for her scent. Thankfully, she responded when I mind-linked her, and it turned out that she was just up on the hill watching me. Will rubbed his temple as he admitted, It is taking less to push me to the breaking point. I can feel the difference in how paranoid I am being. Even from this morning to this afternoon. Just yesterday, we were both surprised at how little trouble I had with others being near her. Even unmated males that I knew well. Yet, today, I didn't even want her near any of the people on the training field. Tony regarded him silently for a few minutes while thinking. He mind-spoke me. There is one technique that may help. Do you happen to have a rather harmless memory that is likely to make him struggle for control? I considered his suggestion for a moment. Is this wise? I don't want you to get hurt. I did have one guy offer to buy me a dress yesterday, and from what I have seen, that will make him fight for control. I shared the memory with Tony so he could evaluate it for himself. If he has control issues, he won't be able to fight as well. He replied, His strength may go up, but his strategy will be gone since he won't be able to concentrate on it. That memory will work perfectly. You were not interested, and Tiffany was there to protect you. The rogues lost all interest and left after they learned that Will was your mate. The event is over and not on the pack's territory. Give me a few seconds. Tony turned to Will and spoke aloud. I am going to get Jay to share a memory of a past event. She was in no danger, and those present left after learning that you were her mate. so they pose no threat to the mate bond. Keep that in mind. I will stand here. Jade will remain where she is, and you are going to try to stay where you are. Will looked uneasy, but nodded. Tony glanced at me and nodded. I focused my eyes on Will and shared the memory of the rogue offering to buy me the dress before Tiffany sent both of them packing. Will's snarl echoed through the room the exact moment that I felt his control snap like an over-tight and guitar string. By the time I blinked, Will was in the middle of the room, and Tony had him mostly pinned. Will was going down without a fight though, and the experienced enforcer was having obvious difficulties trying to hold him. I froze, not entirely sure what to do. How had that memory set him off? I had expected him to have difficulties controlling himself, but not for him to completely lose control. Tony had not expected it either, although he had been prepared just in case. It was safe for me to try and approach to fighters in an all-out brawl. I watched as Tony struggled in his attempt to subdue or pin Will. As an older and more experienced enforcer, Tony Schulten have had as much trouble containing Will. Will looked towards me and saw my wide-eyed gaze. I felt his emotions spike, with rage and protectiveness at the forefront. He let out a vicious snarl as he broke Tony's hold with ease. A swift kick sent Tony to the side, and Will practically blurred with speed as he appeared in a fighting crouch in front of me. His back was to me as he faced Tony, and vicious growls rumbled unceasingly from his chest. Tony cautiously got to his feet before backing up a few steps to give Will more room to calm down. Tony mind spoke me. Be careful. It would be best if you just stayed there until he regains control. I didn't expect his reaction to be quite so severe. If he feels that the mate bond is in danger, there is a chance he may mark you by force if you try anything at the moment. He isn't thinking straight. Well, just wait it out. I nodded and remained where I was. Tony backed up until he was against the far wall and leaned against it while waiting. Will's growling slowly grew quieter as the seconds passed. I could feel his emotions subsiding. I felt when he started to struggle for control again. Once he was getting the upper hand on it, I walked forward to hold his hand and lean my head against his arm. The direct contact gave him the strength to fully regain control. Will used my handhold to pull me to his chest for a big bear hug. He buried his face in my neck, eating my scent to calm himself. I felt his emotions returning to normal. He finally lifted his head and turned to look at Tony with worry as he asked, "Are you all right?" "Just bruises at the moment," Tony replied, shrugging nonchalantly. Will released me from his hug, but didn't relinquish my hand. I turned so I could also see Tony while Will and I held hands. Will apologized to Tony. "Sorry about that. That was exactly what I was scared of happening. I don't recall Roll and being this bad when he first met Emily. Every unmated male simply had to keep their distance until things those two. I am losing it over memories and plants." Tony's voice was quiet as he confirmed. "Roll and was this dad. Your first reactions were the mate bond. Plain and simple. Those were normal and controllable. That last one somehow tapped into your enforcer abilities and shattered your control. It was at that point where we encountered problems. So we simply have to figure out what is triggering your enforcer role." Will looked confused. What could have triggered it? And why would it be getting worse? Tony looked deep in thought, trying to determine the problem. "When you first lost it, you weren't really trying to attack me. You were trying to get to Jade. I was having difficulty holding you back, but I was managing it. I was hoping to pin you until you came to your senses, and it would have created a buffer in the mate bond that would have helped. At that point, it was mostly the mate bond, but something happened just before you broke my hold. It was like your enforcer mind frame and the mate bond somehow short-circuited with each other and joined forces. Do you recall what happened at that point?" Will spoke as if the answer should have been obvious. Jade looked concerned and scared, and I waltzed beside her. Tony furrowed his eyebrows in thought for several minutes while Will and I watched him. Tony asked me, "Do you have children, or is there any possible chance that you might be pregnant?" I turned a bit red at the question, but shook my head. "Yo, why?" Tony sighed faintly. "Such behavior is common among higher-ranking wolves if their mates have young children, and especially if their mates are with child. even if he wasn't aware of it. The mate bond would cause such instability and overprotectiveness. He shook his head before examining me again. He asked, "Do you have any sort of injury that may create a vulnerability that would also create such overreactions?" I blinked as a thought occurred to me. "I am not injured," I said. "But would being a runt count as a vulnerability? Now that I think about it, most of Will's control problems occurred when we were apart." Tony's eyes widened. "You are a runt." His shock and disbelief was evident in both his expression and with my senses. I nodded and shifted so he could see it for himself. He stared at my wolf form for a few moments before Will gave him a small warning growl. Tony shook his head to recollect his thoughts. "Well, that explains it," he said, massaging his temples. I shifted back, although I wasn't sure what Tony was referring to. Will was also looking at him in confusion. Will asked, "What do you mean?" Tony replied, "The mate bond knows that she is more or less defenseless, and it is amplifying the protective tendencies that come with being an enforcer. So, you have an overactive mate bond on one hand. On the other hand, as an enforcer, you would normally defend any member of the pack, but particularly the weaker or defenseless ones." Tony turned his gaze to me, further explaining, "If the already amplified mate bond somehow convinces Will that your safety is at stake, it also kicks in his role and drive as an enforcer and they join forces. That is when the control problems start. Essentially, until everything settles down, Will's control is like a loose can and where you are concerned." I tilted my head. "Once I am marked, will things start to settle down?" Tony nodded. "Yes, but from what I have heard, things won't truly stabilize until the bond is completed. He will always be a bit touchy when it comes to your safety just because he is an enforcer." Will looked curious, inquiring, "What have you heard? Has this happened before?" Tony crossed his arms as he regarded Will. "My own teacher used a case study where an alpha ended up with a runt for a mate. His control was even worse than yours since he was an alpha. Within the day, the two of them went to a secluded part of their territory for a week until things settled down. That didn't reassure Will, and ran his hand through his hair. How much worse is this going to get? Any tips or advice?" My eyes were drawn to his messed up hair, and I forced myself to focus on the conversation at hand instead. "Hopefully not too much worse," Tony said with a shrug. "Ensure that she is with other women that you trust during the day. It is just when her safety is in question that you have trouble. Otherwise, you are simply dealing with the mate bond, which you are handling quite well." We headed back upstairs to discuss other possible options for calming Will back down if he started having control problems. Tony gave me some general guidelines as to what I should and shouldn't do. Chapter 23. Will didn't have any issues the rest of the evening. He flopped backwards onto the bed with a groan. I chuckled and shifted into wolf form, his chest to gaze down at him. He opened his eyes and smiled up at me. "You have no idea how hard it was to not feed you that dessert." I wolf grinned at him in amusement while wagging my tail. I had sensed his internal struggle during supper, but since it was just the mate bond being its usual pushy self, it hadn't worried me. He grinned at my expression as he linked his hands behind his head. He took a deep breath as he closed his eyes, quite relaxed now that we were alone. I lay down and slid halfway off his chest before shifting back to human form. I was now leaning on top of Will's chest while the rest of my body rested on the bed. His eyes opened in surprise, and I grinned at his reaction. I said, "Yeah, I felt it as I was eating. I didn't pry, but it was quite clearly reflected in your surface emotions. Although you did manage to maintain your composure remarkably well," reaching up to caress my cheek. He said, "What exactly can you sense? I know in theory that Elmgaza can sense general emotions, but I am not sure how much they can pick up." I tilted my head as I considered it. It does depend on how strong one's ability is, and mine is pretty strong in that area. I can pick up a person's overall mood if they are in the vicinity. If they are close by, I can look deeper, so to speak, and can sense the weaker emotions or if someone is trying to hide an emotion. I generally don't look below the surface. Neither do most Elmgaza. He inquired, "What do my surface emotions show at the moment?" "Mostly contentment, some curiosity, and an undertone of love." I grinned. With a faint smile, he raised an eyebrow. "Just an undertone of love." I chuckled as I admitted, "It pretty much leaks through your other emotions like water through a sieve." He rolled over so that I was underneath him while he was propped up on his elbows. He grinned at me. "Let's see if this has any effect." He leaned down to kiss me on my lips. Sparks exploded from our kiss, and it felt like a shock to my system, like a powerful drug. It was addictive and I instantly wanted more. I reached up to run my one hand through his hair as our kiss deepened on its own accord. His hands moved to lightly hold my head on either side as a low possessive growl rumbled in Will's chest. His own emotions were as chaotic as my own. Desire and want were the most noticeable emotions in Wilzora at this point. I was much better. Will gently broke the kiss as we breathed hard. Neither of us had been prepared for what had just happened. Will's eyes were dark as he panted. "It might be best if you shifted. Your wolf form doesn't provoke such emotions." I swiftly shifted before leaning up to lick the side of his face. He relaxed and rolled to the side so he was lying beside me. He said, "I hadn't expected that. And from your reaction, neither did you." I snuggled closer to him without answering. He chuckled at my lack of response. His desire and want had swiftly receded once I shifted, to be replaced by a protective mindset. He scooped me up before climbing under the covers. His arms held me close as we slowly fell asleep. It no longer surprised me to wake up curled tightly against Will's chest. One would think that he was scared of me disappearing as he slept. I thought about simply relaxing, but I had my own priorities this morning. I managed to turn my head to examine his brown hair. I nuzzled my nose deep in his hair. It was so soft. I exhaled slowly in contentment, although I did resist the urge to lick it like I had the other day. He would probably think that there was something wrong with me if I did it again. I tried to extend my senses to pick up Will's emotions as he slept. It wasn't easy since sleep created a barrier in the mind as the subconscious took over. I wasn't entirely sure that I would be able to do it, although our direct contact gave me a chance. A few moments later, I picked up little flickers deep in Will's mind. I concentrated on them, trying to identify them. I had never delved so deep into someone's mind before. It was an odd feeling, like swimming down through pitch-black water as I tried to see the bottom. I could see his emotions like dozens of small glittering pebbles, and I could guess their identity. The brightest ones were love, contentment, protectiveness, and possessiveness. I was somehow surprised to see small flickers of jealousy and fear. These small pebbles were all scattered around a larger golden stone with a soft and steady glow. It was oddly familiar, but I cowed and placed it. I pushed myself deeper into Will's mind, trying to identify it. I hovered right above it as I looked at it, still confused by its presence. It was somehow influencing all of his other emotions, where the others were simply flickering or glittering. This one gave off a steady faint glow. I was having great difficulty remaining this deep in Will's mind, and my ability to sense emotions was being taxed to the utmost. Despite the short distance between my senses and this weird stone, my senses were unable to identify it. I reached out to gently touch it since the contact would allow me to know exactly what it was. A lightning bolt of light slashed through my mind and body as I was blasted back into my own head by the force. I winced as the worst headache I had ever experienced hit me like a semi. While also jolted awake, I felt disorientation, concern, and confusion wash over his now awake mind. It felt like my senses were suffering from whiplash, and his emotions were like bright sunlight during a major hangover. I quickly shielded my bruised and battered senses, which provided some relief. Will glanced around the room groggily before looking down at me. "What happened?" he asked. "It feels like someone blinded me with the brightest camera flash ever invented." It was so strange to not be able to know which emotions he was experiencing. I kept my mind voice quiet so that he wouldn't be able to detect just how bad my headache was. "I was trying to identify an emotion in your mind, and I think I accidentally touched the mate bond." Simply coming into contact with such a powerful thing overwhelmed my senses and has given me a nice headache as a souvenir. That was one thing that I had been warned about when my ability to sense other emotions had turned out to be stronger than average. Do not come into contact with a mate bond or attempt to influence it. An established mate bond was a link of incandescent energy between mates, and could be found if one dug that far into someone's mind. I had never pried into someone's mind like that, but other Ongaza had shared their memories of what it looked like. For someone to touch it with their senses would generally knock them out cold for days. I hadn't recognized it for what it was since the bond hadn't been completed yet. The only reason I was still conscious was because Will was my mate and I had only touched it, which had temporarily flared it into life from its semi. Its sheer power had caused my headache, although I suspected that if I had tried to harm or damage it, that it would have flattened me. Will looked at me and worried. "Are you okay?" "Yeah. My senses are just a bit bruised, and I have shielded them for the time being. They should recover quickly enough. Don't expect me to guess your mind frame or love control while I have my shields up." "Are you sure you are okay?" Will looked somewhat doubtful. I grinned at him despite my pounding head. "You said you felt as if someone had used a camera with a powerful flash. Well, your eyes were closed because you were asleep. But I was looking right at the camera without realizing what it was when the flash went off. Much like a camera. It will take a bit for the spots to fade." Will sighed and leaned his head against mine before muttering, "You really have to start sleeping in so that I wake up first." I snickered and twisted my head so I could nuzzle his neck. My stomach growled, and it was his turn to chuckle as he sat up and stretched. I cowled and figured out how he didn't have kinks in his back and neck from sleeping while curled around me like that all night. I shook to try and straighten out my fur, which didn't help my headache any. I yawned and shifted so that I was sitting on the edge of the bed in human form. Will looked at my face, obviously trying to see how much my head hurt. I had been expecting it and carefully composed my face so that he wouldn't be able to see a battering ram pounding away merrily in my head. He relaxed and said, "Feel like a run before breakfast." I really felt like curling up in the darkest corner I could find while waiting for my headache to fade. But that would give me away. It was either help out in the kitchen or go for a run, and I didn't think that my head would be able to take the clanging and banging of heavy pots. I said, "Why don't we go to that thick section of the forest to the north?" Will nodded and grabbed a change of clothes. I picked out one of my new outfits before we both headed off to the bathrooms to change. The forest to the north would be dim due to the dense canopy, and the underbrush was thick enough that we wouldn't be going very fast through it. Chapter 24. Thankfully, my headache had faded somewhat by the time we got back to the pack house. It hadn't relented that much though, and my shields were still up since my senses felt rather battered and sensitive. Will didn't say anything, but he must have figured out that the headache hadn't abated. I noticed that he stayed very close to my side as we filled our plates. We went to go sit with Samantha and Jean. I put my plate down, but before I could sit, Will pulled me onto his lap before pulling my plate in front of me. He gently rested his chin on top of my head as he declared, "This is a much better arrangement in my mind." I blushed slightly, which caused John to chuckle as he glanced at Samantha. "You guys may claim that I was bad," John said, "but you have to admit that I never did that." Samantha grinned at us. "True, if I didn't have my own mate, I would find these to almost intolerable while trying to eat." Will's voice was amused as he replied, "It isn't as if we were kissing. You are getting all worked up over nothing." I shook my head and took a bite of my waffle. Thankfully, they stopped talking in favor of eating. I savored my food, still enjoying the things that I simply had never gotten to enjoy while being a rogue. One perk of being on Will's lap was that he was unable to stare at my face for most of the meal. He often glanced down, but I was short enough that all he saw was the top of my head. It was somewhat amusing that his plan had backfired on him. I looked up at him and grinned innocently as slightly frustrated expression. "Impish lie." I inquired, "Is something wrong?" He made a face. I apparently didn't think my plan through. "I always enjoyed watching you eat since you look as if each bite is the best thing you ever tasted. I can't see your expression, and it's driving me crazy." I laughed at the predicament that he'd put himself in. He seemed fascinated by my smiling face so close to his. He tilted his head and held a slice of strawberry up to my lips. I opened my mouth, and he popped it in. I chewed and closed my eyes as I enjoyed the sweet fruit. I could feel his gaze on my upturned face even without my senses. I opened my eyes in amusement to see him staring intently at my face. I blushed slightly as he grinned. He held up a bite-sized piece of waffle. I humored him and let him feed me that before too long. Will glanced down at the table. Your plate is empty. His voice sounded surprised. I glanced down and saw that he was correct. He fed me most of my breakfast by hand. John started snickering. I was wondering how much time was going to pass before you looked away from her. Samantha swatted John's arm. Let them enjoy themselves in peace. It was kind of amusing to see the big, bad enforcer acting like that. Although, if they start kissing during meals with that kind of intensity, I am out of here. I ducked my head as I felt a blush heat up my cheeks and neck. I had forgotten about our audience. I normally relied on my senses to alert me when others focused their attention on me, and my shields had prevented me from being reminded of their presence. Samantha grinned at my reaction. "Ah, look at her blush. Leave it to Will to get an innocent one." She shook her head. On a more serious note, I hear the cooks are hoping for more mushrooms. The one cook, Sylvia, is hoping for more truffles since there is a market in a week, and they will fetch an excellent price. My blush faded as I felt Will tense up slightly. I said, "The mushrooms are easy enough to gather in human form. I would need to be in wolf form to send the truffles. If I am going to be spending that much time in wolf form, I would like someone else with me, just in case a large predator shows up." A low rumble echoed from Will's chest, and I rubbed his arm in reassurance. Will's eyes went unfocused for a few minutes before he looked down at me. "I just spoke with a couple of people who can accompany you," he said. "The one lady wants to be more familiar with the closer sections of forest since she usually scouts along the border, and the other one pulled a muscle in her leg. It will probably be mostly healed by this afternoon, but in the meantime, she can't do much in training or ghost scouting. Both are willing to help you pick mushrooms." I replied, "That works for me. They can pick mushrooms while I check the area to see if I can stumble across another truffle. You should finish your breakfast, though. You seem to have forgotten it in your distraction." He smiled at my change of topic and picked up his fork to eat a mouthful of omelette. He inspected my expression while eating before saying, "Please stay near them and don't go climbing any trees. I don't think my nerves could take another stunt like you pulled yesterday." I looked over at Samantha as I commented, "I guess this means that I had better wait before telling him about the time when I lived in the mountains and climbed up the cliffs on a daily basis." She laughed as Will grumbled, "I am so glad that there are no cliffs nearby." He made short work of his heaping plate of food. Chapter 25. The black-haired lady paused once more to carefully inspect the surrounding forest before bending down to pick a mushroom. I should have guessed that Will would have managed to find actual fighters to accompany me. The black-haired lady was quiet and reserved, and her stance practically screamed that she was a strong fighter. She was the distant type that made me somewhat uneasy. Had I seen her when I was a rogue, I would have hidden so she would have had no chance of even realizing that I had been in the area. The brown-haired lady was more relaxed and easygoing. She seemed amused to be picking mushrooms. Her slight limp wasn't bad enough to keep her from the training sessions. It looks like the overprotective mate Vaughn once more took Will for a loop around the block. I trotted through the area between them with my nose near the ground as I tried to find the scent of a deeply buried truffle. Being out of truffle season, I wasn't sure if I could find another of the rare and coveted objects. I was trying, though. I was also keeping an eye on my two guards in disguise. They had obviously never picked mushrooms before. I ended up showing them how to identify some of the common ones, and they were just picking those ones. I mind-linked the brown-haired lady, although I let the other lady listen in. "That looks just like the one I showed you earlier, but it is actually an uncommon poisonous look-alike. If it grows at the bottom of a pine, you can generally assume that type is inedible. I wasn't aware that they grew in this area or I would have mentioned it. She turned the mushroom over in her hand as she examined it. Her voice was curious. "I don't see any differences in appearance. Is it just caution speaking, or are you sure it is toxic?" I trotted over to where it had been growing and dug up the small base from the leaf litter. I said, "See the pink tinge? That is a sure sign it is toxic if trying to differentiate between these two. The toxic one also only grows on pine roots. I have enough practice to tell at a glance." She looked at the base I had dug up before nodding and dropping the mushroom that was guaranteed to give the consumer a nasty stomachache. I didn't bother mentioning that my Omega abilities had tipped me off. I still had my people and emotion sensing abilities shielded, but I could use the others. My headache was still present, although it had, thankfully, eased up. Neither lady had provided their names when Will had led me to them. I scooted under a bramble bush to drag out a larger inge, kept mushroom and brought it closer to the black-haired lady since she was the nearest one at the moment. She put it in her basket. We slowly made our way through the forest. The two ladies would pick paths within eyesight of each other, and I would zigzag through the area between them as I dragged to reach mushrooms and kept my nose on alert for the faint earthy scent of a truffle. They were gathering quite a haul of mushrooms. I paused to lift my head and sniff before jumping onto a log to look around, informing them, "I am picking up the scent of a bear, although I am not sure which direction the scent is coming from." Both ladies took sniffs of the air. The brown-haired lady spoke. "I don't smell anything, but that may be because I am in human form." The black-haired lady narrowed her eyes before shifting into a sleek black wolf and darting off into the undergrowth. I resumed my search while remaining alert. A minute later, I heard vicious snarls quite some distance away. I glanced at the brown-haired lady who was looking in that direction. She saw me watching her and explained, "Well, oh witch, well, there was a black bear. She is chasing it away." I nodded and went to pull another big mushroom out from under a bramble bush. A while later, the black wolf trotted back and shifted. Looking at me intently, the lady asked, "Just how did you scent a bear from that kind of distance while you were up wooden?" I shrugged. Not easy's motion while in wolf form. I was a rogue for quite some time, and I am used to watching for very faint scents. There isn't much wind in this area, so the bear was probably heading away from us and had passed nearby. She didn't reply, although she kept glancing at me with a speculative gaze when she didn't think I was looking. I really didn't want to lower my shields to figure out what kind of emotions were going through her head since I had only recently gotten the upper hand over my headache. I shook out my fur and kept going. I took a deep breath and both ladies turned to face me while also testing the air despite being in human form. I grinned internally at their reactions as I lifted my nose to try and catch the elusive scent again. That way, I went to the left. I started digging underneath a fallen tree. A few minutes later, I backed out of the fair-sized hole I had dug. The brown-haired lady was kneeling beside, and she had cleared back some of the dirt I had dug up. She looked into the hole before reaching in and carefully pulling out the fist-sized truffle. She put it in a transport box before getting to her feet again. A few hours later, both ladies had huge shoulder bags full of mushrooms. We also had decent-sized truffles in for small ones, which was an amazing find out of truffle season. This Paxil Inn seemed ideal for truffles. We were walking back, and they were ignoring most mushrooms, although I was still in wolf shape trying to see if I could locate another truffle. The two ladies were more relaxed now and walking closer together while keeping a close eye on me. I turned to circle around a patch of leaf litter and pine needles. Looking up at both of them, I asked, "Do you mind shifting? I want to see if you can pick up this scent." Both of them immediately shifted and trotted over. I sat down while they walked through the area that I had circled with their noses near the ground. The tawny wolf looked at me. "What are we supposed to be smelling?" I tilted my head. "Do you not sense something out of place in that patch?" She lowered her head and followed my original tracks exactly before regarding me once more. The black wolf was watching us silently as she slowly kept circling the area while sniffing, blinking slowly at them. I tried to be more specific as I asked, "Do you not pick up the faint trace of water willow?" The tawny wolf sniffed once more. "I suppose, but it is extremely faint. Why is it important? I spoke slowly and softly. There are no water willows near here. That scent does not belong. A rogue with a masked scent passed through here, and it couldn't have been more than a couple of hours ago, or else a scent that faint would have faded by now. Both wolves pinned back their ears with growls as they turned their heads to scan the trees. I shook my head at their actions and reassured them. Whoever he was, he isn't nearby, or else I would have picked up his scent instead of his scent trail. My guess is that he passed through about an hour ago. He was moving quickly since his trail is patchy. The black wolf shook her head hard, and her voice was tight. We have already alerted the sentries and scouts. We are heading straight back now, just in case. I sighed with their overreaction. I asked, Daz will know. The tawny wolf shook her head. Tony advised us earlier to keep anything odd from Will if possible, as long as it was not an emergency. He says that you get to break the news to him when you two are alone. I sighed in relief. That is probably a good idea with how he has been going overboard lately. Both wolves looked amused. I guess they agreed with me. I started an easy lope towards the distant pack house as the other two stayed close to me, although their pace was a slow trot. Not far from the first location, I picked up a faint scent of pine and alder bush. I knew this scent and didn't mention it since he was not the type to cause trouble. No wonder the first rogue's trail had been patchy with his speed. I suspected that the second rogue was in pursuit of the first rogue. JISK may not start trouble, but he would sure finish it, and it would probably take an enforcer or an alpha to bring the fierce rogue to a standstill. I didn't whatever rogue JISK was after. If he was chasing it, it was one of the nasty types. We got back to the pack house with no other traces of rogues, although I had stopped to dig up another baseball-sized truffle. I could tell that my two shadows were getting impatient and restless with my slow pace. They were on high alert and likely itching to go help search for the trespassers, but it was like I could go any faster. We headed straight for the kitchen where the people were waiting for the mushrooms. Sylvia was delighted for the truffles and went to go store them in a special setup. I remained to help those present clean and wash the mushrooms. It didn't escape my attention that my two guards had disappeared as they dropped the mushrooms off. I shook my head in amusement as I scrubbed the various types of mushrooms. I highly doubted that Will could ever convince them to accompany me again, let alone go mushroom hunting. Chapter 26. We were about halfway done cleaning the mushrooms when Will mind-linked me. Where are you? He had been mind-linking me every hour or so all day, checking on me to see if I was doing all right. His calmness meant that he likely had not been informed of the rogue yet, and I certainly was not about to tell him. I replied, in the kitchen, helping clean the mushrooms. I could feel his relief that I was in the pack house again. Did you find many? I sent my amusement down the link along with the image of the two guards having to walk carefully to avoid spilling their overloaded bags of mushrooms. Quite a haul, actually. Expect mushrooms with supper. We even found a few truffles, although I had to dig halfway to China to get the one. I felt his amusement as he found the image hilarious. I could almost picture him shaking his head in disbelief. All right, he said, as long as I know you are okay. I am going to chase this new batch of trainees around the field a few times. Have fun. I felt his amusement. I guess that the trainees were younger wolves who were just starting their training, and they were not going to be considering this as fun. We were just finishing up when the alpha mind linked the entire pack. Please keep close to town and keep your eyes open. We have found one dead rogue in the western forest, and we have not yet discovered who killed him. I was not surprised. I also doubted that they were going to find JISK. The only way they would find him is if an Omega with a strong wolf sensing ability was nearby, or if he let himself be found. He was the one who had taught me how to use the forest highway and how to mask my scent properly. He had been like a brother when I was growing up in no man's land. Will's worry voice entered my mind as he immediately checked on me. You are still in the pack house. Vampire deception. By Drake Mason and Eri Grat. As an undocumented changeling, and forced to pose as a low-level witch. Yes, still in the kitchen with a dozen others in the same room. I replied, my voice calm to keep him from worrying. His voice carried relief. Please stay in the pack house. If you want to leave, please let me know. I have to go see if we can track down whoever killed that rogue. And we have no idea where the killer went. I reassured him. I will stay here and call if anything seems amiss. One perk of my small size is I can fit in that gap under these cupboards. And no one else can get to me back there. That is, if they even think to look down there. He sighed faintly. Just don't leave until we get things sorted out. The Alpha is waiting for me, so I have to go. I'll stay here. In fact, I think I will see if someone will help me bake. Stay safe. I felt his wordless acknowledgement as his mind touch faded. For if the people in the kitchen were willing to help me bake, if I could let them take notes on the recipes that resided in my... They had a cook's love for new recipes and experimenting. I still didn't understand how to set the oven properly. There were over 40 buttons on each stove. Whatever happened to the simple on and off, temperature, and timer buttons? We made banana cream cakes with graham crumb bottoms and real bananas. The trick with this dessert was to sprinkle vanilla over the crumb base and bake it for 5 minutes before adding the other layers. It was a really easy dessert to make. And in no time, we had around 30 pans cooling in the wok and fridge. We moved on to cutting up the salad in preparation for tonight's meal as we chatted away. The other four were quite talkative and more than happy to talk about how the pack house and meals were arranged. I was surprised to learn that this pack house actually had 3 kitchens. The largest one was in the basement and sent food up in elevators or dumbwaiters. We were in the smallest one meant for individuals to cook or experiment in. I guess that explained where all of those mushrooms had disappeared to. It was almost time for supper when Will and the others returned. I picked up his scent before he entered the room since I still had my shields up. My headache was almost gone, but lowering my shields would probably undo some of the progress I had made. I turned to grin at him as he entered the kitchen. His eyes lit up when he saw me, and he quickly came over to give me a hug. He breathed in my scent with a contented sigh. "I am glad to see you," he said. "We have no idea who killed that rogue and haven't made headway in locating a scent. So it was likely another rogue masking their scent. Please don't go anywhere without talking to me first." "Okay." I could hear the worry appearing in his voice. Pulling back to look up at him, I said, "Don't worry. I will let you know. Don't forget. I was a rogue for years. I would probably know if one was around before anyone else did." He reluctantly nodded, accepting that detail as truth. "I know that in theory, but facts don't mean much to the mate bond, and I have an odd feeling that some of the scouts aren't telling me all of the facts, particularly that were helping you." I grinned as I tried to distract him. They're probably trying to hide the fact that I nearly drove them crazy. Honestly, asking 2 experienced fighters to accompany us went out to pick mushrooms. What were you thinking? After that experience, they are never going to want to accompany me again, let alone even look at a mushroom. I was dumb, and I knew that the 2 he had asked were fighters with experience under their belt. He grinned as he got caught. "I figured you would have realized that they were fighters. Actually, Ruby mentioned that she would like you to show her how to hide her scent and how to recognize a masked scent. In fact, there is a group that are hoping you can give them a session on it eventually." I had never thought that I would ever be in a situation where I could help train someone. I asked, "Which one was Ruby?" He replied, "The black-haired one." I made a face as I now pinned a name to the fearsome, focused black wolf. "I have no idea how you managed to convince someone like that to go and gather mushrooms. She is the standofist type that only focuses on fighting or defensive strategies. She is somewhat creepy." He made a wry expression. "It took some talking, but she owed me a favor, and I was pretty sure that you would surprise her in one fashion or another at some point. When she came back to help track that rogue, she told me that I had been right. It takes a lot to take her by surprise or pique her interest, and you managed it. So that is pretty impressive." I didn't really understand what exactly had surprised her. All I did was run around and grab mushrooms. I think she only spoke once the entire time. I had no idea how to tell him that it had been me who picked up the rogue scent in the first place. This was also not the time or place to try. It was better left hidden until we were alone. He shrugged, dismissing the aloof warrior. That is Ruby for you. But I smell supper. So let's go see what they made today. Chapter 27. We sat outside under a tree as we watched the sunset. I leaned against Will as he wrapped his arm over my shoulders. I was quite comfy, and Will practically doubled as a heater as the air cooled down. Will's fingers swirled absent patterns along my arm, leaving trails of sparks and heat. He leaned the side of his head against the top of mine. I twisted my head up to plant a shy kiss on his cheek. He quickly turned his head to catch my lips with his own. I inhaled slowly as our kiss deepened, awakening emotions that I had never felt until I met Will. His tongue brushed my lips. The sensations were much stronger than they had been last night, rendering the sunset a distant memory. My arms circled his neck while he wrapped his arms around me to pull me onto his lap and closer to him. I couldn't think straight through the emotions washing across my mind. They were intense, and considering that my shields were still up, they were my own. We didn't break our intense kiss as Will slowly lowered me to the ground and once more braced himself on his elbows above me. It felt like a fire had been lit inside my body as I still hung on to Will's neck, not willing to break the intoxicating kiss. His hand caressed the side of my face, leaving a trail of heat that awoke butterflies in my stomach. Our lips parted as we both breathed hard. Will's eyes were nearly black as he looked into mine. "Dade, may I mark you?" I nodded, tilting my head to the side to let him have easier access to my neck. He gave my lips a soft kiss before skimming his nose above my collarbone. He put another feather-like kiss on my skin before biting down hard. I winced in pain as his teeth and elongated canines easily broke the soft skin and pierced the muscle beneath. A light, lash that could only be the mate bond crossed my senses and the pain disappeared. Will released his hold and put light kisses over the rapidly healing wound. The mate bond itself would heal a fresh mark within minutes. The kisses to my mark made my toes curl with a new wave of sensations. I leaned in to kiss his own neck, and he quickly reclaimed my lips with his own. He broke our kiss to lean his forehead against mine as we panted. Will's voice was rough with desire. "I think we better stop. We are much too close to the kids' playground." The mark had strengthened the mate bond considerably, and after our heated kissing session, the scents coming off of me were something that I wanted others to smell. I gently brushed my thumb along his cheek and asked, "Any idea how you plan to get us to our room without someone scenting us? By the way, no amount of leaves will cover the scent of a fresh mark." His eyes darkened at the thought of someone coming close to me at the moment. The mate bond was ready to take him for another scenic tour of its strengthening abilities. I thought for a moment before saying, "Let me see if I can sense a clear path. Give me a moment to lower my shields." I closed my eyes as I lowered my shields and controlled a wince as information once more poured into my strongest sense. The emotions coming off of Will were not helping me keep dirty thoughts out of my mind. I extended my senses towards the pack house and tried to locate a clear path before my head started pounding. The brush with the mate bond had really battered that sense. Bongeza were usually good at locating a route when no one would notice them. There, I raised my shields in relief and looked at Will. The back door facing the garden has no one near it. The back stairs that the Ongeza often use are also vacant. We just have to listen when we leave the stairwell to ensure that no one is in the hall. He nodded and leaned in for another kiss that sent tingles across my body before he groaned and pulled back. I noticed that his eyes had darkened again. He sat up, and before I could move, he had scooped me into his arms bridal style as if I weighed no more than a feather. He held me close and nuzzled his face into my hair. Lifting his head, he started jogging through the forest to get to the specified door. Thankfully, no one appeared and we got into our bedroom undetected. Will laid me gently on the bed before tossing his shirt on the floor and lying beside me. I reached over and gently traced patterns along his chest with my finger idly. He gently played with my hair. "I love you." He leaned in to place a gentle kiss on my forehead as he whispered, "By the way, I am never letting you go." "I love you too," I replied, a loving smile appearing on my face. He leaned over to kiss my lips. I reached up to feel my mark to check if it had finished healing. The instant I touched it, sensations shot through the mark in our kiss. It took my breath away with its intensity. In a flash, Will was once more pinning me beneath him. His kiss on my lips shot sensations straight to my stomach, igniting a fire that was building rapidly in intensity. I kissed him back, barely noticing that his muscles were tight. His one hand dropped down to reach under my shirt and trace patterns along my sides. My stomach tightened with the feelings that his hand was creating. A faint moan somehow appeared in my throat. We broke our kiss to pant for breath. Will leaned in and whispered softly, "Will you be mine forever and always?" I replied with certainty, yes, reaching up to kiss him once more. I heard a faint rumble of possessiveness and desire from his chest. It mirrored my own swirl of emotions. I traced the back of my fingernails down his side, and he shuddered faintly from the sensations it aroused in him. He leaned down to plant a solid kiss on my mark, pushing our need and desire past the point of no return. Hello everyone. This novel is filled with twists and surprises. As an omega in the wolf pack who is the center of attention, the heroine faces the challenge of adapting to her new life after bonding with Will. She has to carefully conceal her past as a rogue and her unique survival skills. However, a stern warrior in the pack named Ruby seems to be keeping an eye on her. During a mushroom hunting trip, the heroine not only successfully evaded Ruby's tracking but also collected a bunch of mushrooms, which completely changed Ruby's perception of her. How can a seemingly weak omega make a powerful warrior look at her with new respect? There are quite a few mysteries here. Come along with me and let's dig into the details. Chapter 28. I stirred from my slumber, my eyes fluttering open in the soft morning light. A wave of surprise washed over me as I realized I was still in my human form. A rarity for me. Will's muscular arm draped across my body, holding me close in his deep sleep. As I shifted my legs, a dull ache reminded me of our passionate night, and I cowled and helped but smile, hoping the soreness would fade quickly. Carefully, I lowered my mental shields, allowing my supernatural senses to expand outward. The pack's activities filtered into my awareness, and I realized with a start that I had slept much later than usual. The aroma of breakfast wafted through the air, nearly finished. Last night's cascades had clearly taken more out of me than it anticipated. The blush crept across my cheeks as memories flooded back, and I glanced over my shoulder at Will, still lost in his dreams. My omega abilities had mostly recovered, and I felt confident I could navigate the day without shielding. Probing deep into my mind, I saw our mate bond shimmering brightly. An ethereal tether connected me to Will. I studied it with fascination, marveling at its pure energy and beauty. It was a shame that only those with an ongezo unique sensing abilities could perceive it, but perhaps there was a way to share this wonder. I carefully rolled over to face Will, momentarily distracted by his chiseled chest and serene expression. Unable to resist, I ran my fingers through his hair, savoring the sensation of having hands instead of paws. It amused me that even this gentle touch didn't stir him from his deep slumber. Leaning closer, I pressed a soft kiss to his lips. The mate bond pulsed brighter, and I sensed Will's dormant emotions flickering to life as he began to wake. Then, he murmured. I pulled back slightly, waiting. Moments later, his eyes open and rose idly, reaching out with my mind. I located our private mind link, a gift of the mate bond. I sent him a vivid memory of the last few seconds, along with a detailed image of our glowing bond. Will blinked, clearly dazed by the memory and struggling to comprehend the image in his half-awake state. I chuckled softly before leaning in for another kiss, which he eagerly returned. As we parted, his voice thick with sleep, he murmured, "Okay, that I can understand. I still need some time to make sense of that picture." Contentedly, I rested my head against his chest. Will hugged me closer, burying his face in my hair and inhaling deeply. After a while, he spoke again, his voice muffled. I really can't find the ambition to get up at this point. I hummed lightly before responding. Well, which, well. Breakfast is already half over. And if we don't hurry up, all we are going to get is dried oats and tea. He mumbled, "That is fine by me if I get to stay here." I hadn't had bacon in over 2 years, and I really wanted some. I decided to play dirty, although my voice held teasing tones. I have had dry toast for breakfast almost all year. Someone is making bacon and hash browns down there, and I really need a shower before I go anywhere. He raised his head as he examined me with disbelief, unable to believe that I was choosing food over him. I tilted my head innocently as I informed him, "Besides, if we don't get moving, Tony and Tiffany are going to come drag us out by our ankles. Tony is after payback for whatever you did to him on the training field yesterday, and Tiffany is getting way too excited about makeup for my liking." Will groaned as he sat up. "Im up. Im up." I slowly sat up and stretched, trying to loosen up any stiff or sore muscles without it being too noticeable. I didn't want Will to start worrying. I looked around the room and shook my head. I think this is the first time I had ever had to hunt for my clothes. My shirt was thrown on the chair. My sock was on the floor, and I cowled and see the rest at the moment. Will chuckled as he realized that I usually woke up in wolf form. I glanced back and once more marveled at his bare back before focusing on the difficult task of locating all of my clothing. A few minutes later, I was dressed and heading for a shower. The hot water was still an amazing luxury. Will's voice came through the mate bond. "I will meet you downstairs." I sent back a silent confirmation. I headed down to the dining room as the smell of food filled the air. I hoped that there was something left besides toast, although I wasn't actually that fussy as long as I got something to eat. I heard familiar voices as I approached the door. Come on. It's the last of the bacon. Surely you can share some of it." "Nope. Hands off. It's my bacon." I grinned. Will must have managed to get some bacon. And from the discussion, it was likely the last of the bacon. I was pretty sure that I could convince him to share a slice with me, even if he was giving John the cold shoulder. "Please." "Nope. Come on. I will trade a sausage roll for peace. I know you love these things. Besides, there is too much food on your plate for even you to eat." "Nope. My bacon." I could sense John's shock from here as he gasped. "Did you just turn down a sausage roll?" "Yes." "Who are you and what have you done with Will?" I entered the mostly empty room. It was pretty empty since breakfast was over. Will sat at a table with Samantha and John as he guarded a heaping plate of food. Will looked over and grinned when he saw me. He patted the bench beside him. "Come on. I saved you some food." I headed over eagerly. John gave in with a sigh as he realized why Will refused to share. "Well, that explains it. Now I know why you aren't sharing." I laughed at John's put-out expression as I slid onto the bench. Will wrapped an arm around my shoulders and pulled me against him. He held up a piece of bacon as he told me, "I went through a lot of trouble to guard this while you were away." He held it out to me, and I took it with my hand while smiling up at him. "Thank you." I gave him a quick kiss on the side of his cheek before taking a bite out of the warm and salty bacon. Will grinned at me and nibbled on a slice of toast as he watched me eat the piece of bacon. I noticed that he had 2 forks, and I took the clean one to steal a forkefu of hash browns. Will and I kept working at his plate. It turned out that he did have a couple of sausage rolls buried in the pile of food, much to John's disgust. My senses caused me to glance over my shoulder at a lady a few 2 tables away. She didn't look like she was feeling that well as she nursed a cup of tea. Will glanced over to see what I was looking at. "Is something wrong?" he asked, probably picking my faint alarm through the mate bond. I spoke quietly. "I am not sure if she knows she is pregnant, but that tea is known to cause miscarriages during first couple of months." Will frowned as the eyes unfocused, and the lady froze with a horrified look before looking at us. I barely heard her voice as she whispered in horror, "Are you sure?" She was obviously directing the question at Will. Emily happened to walk in at that moment, and her Luna senses alerted her to the room's sudden mood change. She looked between our 2 tables in confusion before asking, "What is going on?" Will spoke quietly. She was drinking the tea, and I asked her if she knew that her tea was known to potentially cause miscarriages. She was not aware that she is pregnant. Emily looked startled. Which tea is it? Will shrugged. And the other lady answered, It is an herbal tea that I usually drink if I feel under the weather. It is in the big blue box in the kitchen. It didn't have any warnings on it. Emily blinked. Obviously knowing which tea she was referring to. She asked Will, How do you know that it can cause miscarriages? Will glanced at me, and I spoke up. There is an herb in it that I can sense from here. I mentioned it to Will. Most Ongeza should also be able to identify it. Emily nodded slowly. When you are done eating, can I please get you to join me in the kitchen? We will label any tea with that herb in it. I replied, Of course. Emily left the room and the rest of the meal was quiet. The lady went off to see the pack doctor to ensure that the few sips she had taken hadn't caused any damage. We finished eating, and Will headed out to start training. I went to the kitchen and saw that there were hundreds of boxes of tea lined up on the counters. Emily was holding a box of red stickers while talking quietly with a man and a woman. A quick check with my senses told me that they were Ongeza. The Luna looked up. Jade. The Ongeza did try to separate the teas that they thought could cause issues, but they have never tried to determine if something could cause a miscarriage. I said, It is something that takes a bit of practice. The Ongeza skills are better suited to telling toxic foods from those safe to eat, as well as identifying any food that has gone bad. The tea normally does not cause any harm, so it takes a certain knack. Let's see how they did so far. They had made a pile at the end of the counter of the suspicious teas. A careful inspection of the small pile of boxes showed that their skills had worked. At my nod, all of those boxes got a red sticker. Each of those could potentially cause a miscarriage, particularly during the first month or two of pregnancy. I carefully went through the massive pile, occasionally pulling a box out with other dangerous herbs. I showed the Ongeza what I was looking for in my senses via the mind link. They went through the long row again as I followed behind. In the end, they had managed to detect all but 2 boxes. Emily stared at the pile of boxes with red stickers. I tilted my head in worry as her emotions became quite distressed and chaotic. She was sad, almost devastated, and the feelings were rapidly building in strength. The 2 Ongeza looked confused as they also picked up her strong emotions. I walked forward to gently touch her arm, tentatively inquiring, Emily, are you okay? Her breath hitched in a sob. Her voice was faint. I have drank these teas at least 3 times a day, as long as I can remember. To think that they may be the reason that I have no children. I opened my arms, and she came forward for a hug. One of the Ongeza was using their common ability. It was quite strong, and I could already feel Emily relaxing. I patted Emily's back. Well, now you know. Now you may have a chance. I added a bit of humor to my voice. You aren't that old yet. She chuckled weakly at my attempt to lighten the mood. Sure, bring my age into it. I lifted my head nervously as my senses alerted me to possible trouble. I said, You had better calm the alpha down before he gets here. If he gets any closer in the mood he is currently in, I am disappearing. The Ongeza shifted and easily we were the only ones in the room with the Luna at the moment. An alpha was prone to attacking a possible threat first and asking questions later. Such powerful emotions would have gone through the mate bond in a way that would have alerted him. He had sensed her distress and was coming at full speed, likely bent on thrashing whoever had caused her such heart-wrenching anguish. Emily's eyes got distant before she shook her head and told us, I will meet him by the door and take him to his office to calm him down. We nodded, and I helped the 2 Ongeza put the tea away as Emily swiftly left the room. Chapter 29. A glint of eyes in the fading light caused me to pause. With a sinking feeling, I slowly turned for a closer look. My heart started beating faster as the cougar stared at me, not at all intimidated by my human form. For some reason, I didn't have my bow on me. I was also missing all of the other weapons that I usually carried, other than a tiny pocket knife. I waited with growing fear in hopes that it would leave. It took a slow step forward, and I took a slow step backwards. My shoe cracked at wig, and the cougar charged. I jumped to the side and shifted into my wolf shape so the cougar's leap flew high above my now tiny form. This shape was even worse. A cougar would have no hesitation about attacking it. There were no bushes or rabbit holes in sight either. The cougar turned and leapt again. I darted off to the side before shifting and grabbing a big stick. I hoped that the sudden change in my size would deter the creature, but it was a vain hope. I backed against a tree as the cougar slowly stalked forward. I heard a whisper barely on the edge of my hearing. The cougar growled at me as it kept advancing in a crouch. I was beginning to shake in fear as panic clouded my mind. I was cornered. It had nothing more than a small knife and a branch. It was as if the forest was shaking as well. Will's loud mind shout broke through the dream, and I opened my eyes with a gasp. My heart was still racing and my breathing was accelerated from the nightmare. Will was holding me tightly as worry radiated across both my senses and the mate bond. I relaxed somewhat as I realized that I was safe in bed with Will. I took a shaky breath. Thanks for waking me. It was just a nightmare. I could feel his intense worry and concern. Just a nightmare? He asked in disbelief. You were terrified and panicking. It was strong enough that I could feel it clearly through the mate bond even though you were asleep. He took a deep breath as he tried to calm down as well. His voice was softer, and concern came to the forefront of his mind. Can you tell me what it was about? My heartbeat was rapidly slowing to normal. With a weak grin, I replied, I have a severe problem with cougars. They are obsessed with me, and I don't feel like becoming cat chow. I whispered. The only 4 times that I thought my life was truly in danger was when a cougar was after me. Will's arms tightened around me protectively with a low growl. I will never let that happen. The pack members have always kept any big predators away from the town just as a precaution in case a child went wandering. Since you came, all of our fighters have been keeping an eye out for bears and cougars and chasing them off of the pack territory as well. That was a relief. Although the fact that I had stumbled across a bear the other day meant I was not going to be traveling carelessly. I leaned my head against Will's chest. I know. It is an old fear. It is about the only nightmare. He lowered his head to my neck to inhale my scent slowly, and I sensed his worry disappear and his concern fade. With a sigh, Will said, Please don't go into the forest without me knowing. I will be forever paranoid if I think you might go for a run with me unaware. And we still haven't figured out where that rogue went or why it killed the other rogue. I could sense that he didn't want me to go anywhere alone, but was trying to not be too controlling. He was struggling with it. I nuzzled my face into his hair to reassure him. I already promised that I would tell you. Even if I did go out without someone with me, we do have the mate bond connecting us. I sent a feeling of humor through the mate bond before mine speaking him. In other words, if I yell your name in a panic, it means get your butt over here right now. He chuckled weakly. You have no idea how glad I am that you are so easygoing. I know far too many fighters who would ignore my requests and probably wouldn't let me know if they were in trouble until they were at death's door. I leaned back to grin at him. It is the difference between a fighter with an inflated ego and a runt who has spent a few too many years as a rogue. I felt his relief and amusement. I cuddled up against his chest again and murmured, Besides, you wouldn't have wanted to meet the rogue that was killed anyways. We actually picked up his old scent trail while picking mushrooms. We promptly headed back to the pack house, but his scent had an undertone of old blood. I also managed to catch a whiff of the one chasing him, and it was clean. Will stiffened. I don't recall any mention of this earlier. I sighed heavily. I was told to save it until we were alone, and I really didn't want to kill the mood the last 2 nights. Will relaxed slowly, but still had a mixture of varied emotions. He was not impressed that I had kept something like this from him. Who told you to remain silent? Tony. And the 2 guards agreed. They didn't feel like being near me if you overreacted and came running. I guess I know what they were keeping from me. Will sighed in defeat. I rubbed his arm. There shouldn't be any need to keep secrets like that now that the bond is completed and has stabilized. You may overreact, but you shouldn't lose control. He sighed and dropped his head to my neck again. I contemplated a small dilemma for a moment. Will murmured, What are you thinking about so hard? I spoke in a contemplative tone. How badly will you react if I told you that I knew the rogue that evaded you? Will's breath caught as he stiffened again. I could feel his overprotective tendencies rising as he tried to restrain them. He succeeded in containing his reaction, although I could practically hear his thoughts despite not peeking into his mind through the mate bond. He knew that he had been my first, and with the mate bond firmly established, he was the only one capable of generating desire in my body. His jealousy had no real ground to stand on. I waited, letting my amusement leak into the mate bond. Will took a deep breath before saying, "Can you expand on that comment?" I traced my finger absently over his arm as I replied. He was more like a brother than anything else. I met him less than a year after my pack was destroyed. I was traveling with the original group of rogues who found me. At one point, a smaller pack invited them in. They didn't want to runt, so I had to keep going. JISK has issues with alpha commands and would never agree to join another pack after what happened to him. He traveled with me for years. He was the one who taught me most of the survival skills that I have. Everything from how to smoke meat to masking my scent. He taught me any little trick he could think of when it came to eluding anyone who may pursue me. He showed me how to climb a tree to evade ferals and how to pick up as many details as possible from any rogue scent. He killed a cougar that had me trapped in a rabbit burrow on different occasions. He was the one who actually helped me join the Black River Pack, although he had no way of knowing that the alpha would suffer a massive heart attack. He travels a lot since we parted ways, but I see him several times a year. He is the type of rogue that tends to hunt down the unlawful rogues. I was somewhat surprised when I picked up his scent on our territory. Will was silent for some time before he said, "Oddly enough, I think it would be interesting to meet him. I would be curious to hear his stories from when he traveled with you." I snickered. "Oh, I am sure he has a few more stories than I would care to know about. I was quite clumsy when I was younger." I yawned, and Will hugged me slightly closer. "Sleep," he said. "Tomorrow will be another day." Chapter 30. Tiffany was talking about some sort of fancy dress that she was trying to get a store to bring in for her. I mostly tuned her out since dresses didn't really interest me. My fashion sense had something along the lines of if it keeps me warm and dry, then it is good. She froze mid-sentence, and I felt a wave of shock roll across her mind. I glanced at her and saw that she was staring at me with wide eyes. Will, Samantha, and John were also watching her in confusion. Tiffany leaned over to gently tug the wide strap of my tank top to the side, revealing the mark on my shoulder. Her eyes bulged out. "And when did this happen?" I thought that it was odd that Will seemed so relaxed, but I didn't expect this yet. She took a deep breath and a wave of frustration crossed her mind. She huffed. "I can't even pick up your scent under Will's to see if it has changed. Did you roll in a pile of leaves again? You seem to smell pretty strongly of the forest again." Samantha and John looked surprised. I guess that they hadn't noticed the mark either. I said, "I ran around with it all day yesterday and no one commented. My scent is weak because I am a runt, which is why the plants and Will's scent overwhelms mine so easily." Tiffany shook her head in frustration. "No one tells me anything important. I have to catch it myself every time. At least I have the morning off so we can catch up on gossip. What are your plans for today anyways?" I shrugged. "Not much. I was asked if I could help with lunch in the smaller kitchen, and this afternoon I have to put together some sort of a plan on how to teach people to both mask their scent and detect those who are doing it." Tiffany said, "Great. I can help with that this morning." Tiffany groaned as she complained, "Why did I agree to this again?" "I really have no idea." She perked up. "Oh, right. Gossip. So is your bond completed?" I dropped the pan I was washing into the sink of water in shock, splashing both of us. "Is that really the first question you came up with?" She grinned unrepentant lie at me. "Since I can't figure it out on my own, I have to ask." I sighed. "Yes, although I am not sharing any details." She clapped her hands in excitement. "Has he seen those great imitations we bought?" "Tiffany, what is it with you and lingerie?" She pouted. "I dream of a maid of my own to drive insane one day. The worst part is that I haven't had any luck in finding him, and I made sure to see every guy who visits the pack or passes through. I have even gone to the worst parties in the creepiest packs just in hopes." She sighed, and I felt her mood become dejected. "I haven't had any luck in finding him." She glanced up at me in speculation as a thought crossed her mind. "You seem to know who Mark's mate was even before they met. Do you have any guess about who my mate might be? You have seen dozens of packs." Her mood shifted to hope and excitement. I said, "Mark was mostly coincidence since I had just met Cassie a couple hours before. Nothing is standing out in my mind at the moment." She sighed and dropped into a chair to gaze up at the ceiling. Disappointment and sadness radiated from her. I didn't like seeing her sad. I bit my lip lightly, and an old memory came to mind. I spoke slowly. "There actually might be a chance I can give you a lead, but I am not sure if my abilities are strong enough to pull it off." She sat upright in excitement. "What?" How I gestured to the doorway. "Let's go to your room. It will be quieter and we won't be disturbed." She quickly led me upstairs. We sat on her bed, and I gently took her hands as I told her, "I have never attempted to do this before. I am running off of something that someone once told me a long time ago. I am going to get you sit still. Close your eyes, and try to still your mind. The fewer emotions I have to sift through, the better." "Okay." She nodded eagerly before closing her eyes and taking a deep breath. While she worked at calming herself down, I mind-linked Will. "I am testing out one of my Omega abilities with Tiffany. Don't be surprised if you feel a few weird tingles across the mate bond. We are in her room, and her door is locked if you come looking for us." He swiftly replied, "Thanks for the heads up." Possibly because I was with Tiffany in her room, I stretched my senses towards Tiffany and went below the surface. Her energetic mind was swirling with emotions that she was chasing around as she tried to force them into an inner peace. The varied colors of the emotions were distracting. It was like watching a hyper teenager try to meditate after drinking 4 or 5 espressos and energy drinks. With an internal sigh, I'd of deeper. What I was looking for would be hidden deep. Our hand-to-hand contact was needed for me to get this deep. It was much harder with her than it had been with Will. The emotions now were like a heavy fog, deeper and more primal. I kept moving with difficulty through the thick miasma, like with thick smoke. Just beneath the emotions was a clear area. I circled the area in her mind in curiosity. The elderly Omega had been right. Each wolf had about a dozen potential mates in his or her life. It was how most found their mates so easily. Once they met their mate, the other potential connections would disappear. And once the bond was completed, the extras would have no chance of returning. Those who were rejected still had hope of finding their second chance mate, as the potential mate stones would ray. Tiffany had 6 potential mate stones at the moment. Although the dull lifeless rocks were a far cry from the glowing stone that I had seen in Will's mines, then she had not met her mate yet. From what I was told, they were inert and had no potentially dangerous energy at the moment. I gingerly reached out to touch one, wary of a backlash. Nothing. I could feel the faintest hazy shimmer of emotion through it that must belong her potential mate. But that was it. I backed up a bit to regard the 6 stones. Well, she definitely had a mate out there. But where were they? Even inert. The fact that I could even somewhat sense the guy meant that there had to be some sort of link. Was it at all possible to see which direction it led in? I tried to extend my location sensing ability towards the stones. It was very hard. I was already at the edge of my abilities, and I could feel the strain. I pushed a bit harder. Come on, stones. I am trying to help you here. Who do you belong to? Chills ran up my spine as the stones seemed to pick up my internal irritated muttering. They started to shimmer and somehow reflected back my power to temporarily hold me captive. Like a mirage. I could see each stone's link heading to some distant location. The mirage zoomed out, and I could see foggy patches of color that were various packs scattered across the landscape like a map. Everything in the image was made of light. The rivers were a pale blue sparkle, and the forests varied in shade according to the dominant flora in it. I eyed up the links, for we're more than a quarter of the world away. I concentrated on the last 2, My focus was being affected by my growing exhaustion. Using my abilities to this extreme level was draining my energy quickly. One link went far to the south, past the mountains. I noted its location. The other link was closer and headed to the northwest. I noted the rivers and lakes near it. It was likely only 10 days' travel for Tiffany. Oddly enough, neither of them were inside of pack boundaries. Her mates were likely rogues. I had what I needed. As if the stones were eavesdropping on my mind. They released me and returned to their dormant state. I sighed in relief. I did want to see if I could get an idea of what the two nearer mates were like. I went up to the stone that pointed south and put my hands on it. I gently pushed my senses into the stone, being careful to let the stone know that I just wanted to get an idea of who he was. The emotions became stronger, and I got a vague sense of anger and irritability. My eyes widened. I had no idea how Tiffany was a match for this grouchy older rogue. I went to the other stone. I went deeper into it, and a faint train of laughter came through. Happiness and some sadness also leaked through. I was pretty sure that the pack would have an easier time having this one join the pack. I knew which one I would be directing her to first. I backed away from the creepily aware stones and quickly pulled myself back into my own mind. With a sigh, I untangled my hands from Tiffany's and flopped back on the bed. Tiffany opened up her eyes in surprise at my movement. I grinned at her, and her unusually quiet mind suddenly roared with excitement. "Did you find him? You need to fetch me a map showing quite a few nearby packs to the northwest," I said. The exhaustion was hitting me hard now, and I yawned. "I managed to pick up where he was, but you are going to have to move fast in case he is traveling. I advise taking a few fighters along with you just in case you encounter trouble in no man's land." She leapt off the bed and took off running. I closed my eyes to rest for a moment. If she left soon, his scent would be strong enough for Tiffany's mate Bond to pick up even if he had been traveling. His scent would stand out like a beacon for her if she crossed it, so she should have no problems tracking him, regardless if he was masking his scent or not. Hopefully, he was traveling too fast or going too far. Chapter 31. Will inquired, "Are you ready? Do you need any help setting something up?" I replied, "I got everything done this morning, and it is all waiting in that meadow." Will looked intrigued. "I am looking forward to this." I was quite surprised at the amount of people who were interested. We actually had to turn people away to keep the class small enough. "You could be doing this a few times." I shrugged. "I have no problems with that. It will be easier with a maximum 15 people. More than that will just create a chaos of scents as they try things out." We walked towards the meadow where I was going to show people how to mask their scent. I had set the limit at 15 people, but offered to do this class as often as they liked. A couple of pack members had helped me set everything up early this morning since Tiffany had taken off as fast as possible yesterday. Tiffany was currently running with 2 other pack members, heading to the circled area on her map. I preferred that knowledge of my strong sensing abilities not be known if possible and had mentioned it to them. She and the 2 who were helping Tiffany had agreed to keep it quiet. I didn't like being the center of attention. The Omega from yesterday had already mentioned that they would keep my abilities quiet. Any Omega with a really powerful sensing ability should be able to do it in theory. But I had tested my ability in the past and it hadn't been strong enough to pull it off. I kind of suspected that my bond with Will had strengthened it somewhat. For all we knew, Tiffany was on a wild goose chase. She was aware of that little detail too. We were early, but there were already half a dozen people along the edges looking at the various stacks and piles scattered in the roped-off areas. I recognized a few people from watching Will's training on occasion. I blinked in surprise as I noticed Truby leaning against a tree, staring intently at the stuff in the meadow. I knew that the intense black-haired fighter would never harm me, but she was still creepy in my mind. Eventually, everyone had arrived. I took a deep breath and steeled myself to start to try and train these people. I had never done anything like this before and was flying blind. I was used to avoiding attention for my own safety, not trying to tell a bunch of fighters what to do. "Good morning," I called, feeling odd for speaking so loudly when I was used to being quiet. Thank you for joining me. I am going to attempt to show you how to mask your scent, and then we are going to try and pick out such scents. They were all watching me intently. I had them gather around me as I showed them a large variety of plants I had gathered from the area. I continued my lesson. In the forest next to us, which of these plants are most common and which ones are not found at all? A guy spoke up. Mostly oak trees with some pine, lots of that sage grass and clover. I don't think I have ever seen dogwood shrubs in there, though. I nodded. When you go running, start watching for those kinds of details and keep them in mind as you scent the air. Take a deep breath. What does my scent smell like at the moment? Ruby watched with piercing eyes as she took a deep breath, but didn't comment. Another lady replied, mostly like Will, although I am picking out the hint of fern if I try. I actually can't pick up your personal scent, though. I replied. I asked that just to point out that my scent will not behave quite like yours. As a runt, my scent is much weaker and is easily overpowered. Now watch and smell carefully as I do this. I picked up handfuls of various leaves and plants to rub them, one by one, onto my skin and clothing. I used a lot of the common plants, and avoided using the ones that weren't found naturally around the clearing. I tilted my head at the lady and asked, what does my scent smell like now? They had been keeping tabs on my scent through the stages. Most looked somewhat shocked. The lady replied, I can't pick up your scent at all. It is like you aren't even there. I went to the long, narrow roped off section. I am going to run down this, and you are each going to take a section of it. Cross your section in wolf form and see if you can pick up the things in my scents and normal smells. I jogged down it slowly and let them investigate the grass. After a while, they gathered around me again. It had taken a few of them a bit, but in the end, each of them had realized that some of my cover-up scents simply didn't match the meadow grass. I confirmed their consensus. Exactly. No matter how hard one tries, no one can ever get the exact ratio of plants perfect. The smallest of plants can faintly influence. You are simply watching for any inconsistency. Technically, you are not trying to scent a person. You are watching for odd plant scents. Now, let's see how well you can cover up your own scent. The morning pretty much flew by since everyone was eager to learn. Their attempts to mask their own scent was humorous as they quickly realized that it looked much easier than it was to balance the variety of plants so that one didn't stand out. They had helped one another, and at the moment, all I could smell was plants. Okay, I said. You have the basics down pat. All you really need at this point is practice. I have one last test before I send you all out for more practice. Go over to those 2 stumps. Take a sniff, and decide which one had someone stand on it this morning. Keep your decision a secret until I give the answer. It wasn't an easy puzzle. Both stumps were pine and had been cut this spring. Their pungent scent was still quite strong, and I had spent a lot of time carefully masking the scent of a volunteer so that her scent was as close to this meadow as possible. Even I had to concentrate to detect it, and I knew that it was there, but some things would give it away. They shifted to their wolf forms and quickly circled the 2 stumps that had previously been roped off. The swirl of bewilderment and fusion that touched my senses made me suppress a chuckle. A flash of success made me glance over. Ruby's intense scrutiny had found something amiss, although I wouldn't be able to tell from her focused appearance. Before too long, all wolves sat around the stumps waiting for the answer. I slowly walked up, explaining that was actually a trick question. 2 people actually walked across this stump, and no one touched the other one. Surprise crossed the minds of all wolves present, including Ruby's. Her focus intensified on me even more as I once more caught her off guard. I gestured to the forest. You know what you are looking for, so all you need now is practice. After lunch, I want you all to go into the forest between here and the river. Mask your scent and try to pick up the other scents. Keep in mind that you will likely have to alter your scent as you go into different areas. You know that all of you will be in there somewhere, so try to find everyone at least once by scent alone. I will be out there too, so please keep an eye out and alert me if you see any big predators. They all went to the sidelines while talking and discussing various points from the lesson. We had all brought our lunch with us. Will sat beside me as we ate. He said, "I suppose that you are going to say the whole time, huh?" I grinned at him. "I can't have you giving me away." He grinned back at me while a few others chuckled. Chapter 32. I trotted down a path. My senses allowed me to know how close others were, but I was more interested in their scent trails. They could cross the area in about 15 minutes if they trotted in one direction, but they weaved around in random directions as they tried to hide their scent while locating the scent trails of others. The group was sharing one separate group mind link at the moment, mostly discussing whose trail they had come across as they shared feedback. I sniffed the ground before calling, "Jones, you have too much pine in your scent. Try diluting it with dandelion, oak, and some grass." His shocked voice came back. "How do you know it is me?" I sent humor down the link. "You have had some pine sap stuck on your back right paw since we started." The mind link rippled with people's amusement or surprise. They had gotten much better as the afternoon passed, and their progress was quite noticeable. They were better at both masking their scent as well as determining the identity of the person's scent trail. I kept up with various dips and corrections for each person's scent. They were nowhere near as good as an average rogue, but they were better than most packs at this point. No one had picked up my trail yet. Other than Will. Of course, nothing would ever truly mask my scent from him. I slunk into a raspberry patch and crouched down as I watched a black wolf trot by without noticing me. She paused to sniffle Lily of the Valley plant. I mind-linked Ruby in a personal mind link so others wouldn't hear. Lily of the Valley has quite a strong scent. Personally, I wouldn't use any of it at all. Anyone who broke a stem would figure it out in a big hurry. She jumped and looked around, trying to spot me since it was obvious that I could see her. I slowly eased my way out of the thorny raspberries. I was halfway out before she spotted me. She blinked in surprise before trotting closer. She slowly leaned down to sniff my fur. I felt frustration lace her emotions, so she must have been unable to pick up anything that stood out. I sat and gazed up at her. Try again, but concentrate on the earthier, more subtle sense. You will find that someone who often does this will always have a certain signature in their scent. As everyone noticed, Peter likes vine, and Jill tends to favor red clover. It is a scent that they are simply drawn to, and it sticks really well to them. I have one to see if you can pick it up. Those who choose more subtle signature scents have their trails disappear faster since they are so easily overpowered. She brought her nose within inches of my fur as she sniffed. Her eyes narrowed in concentration. Suddenly, they widened as I felt shock roll across her mind. "Fern. It is the same scent that you had this morning, just weaker." I nodded in confirmation. "Exactly. Now head to the east and see if you can find my trail." I didn't try to hide it, so it is just a matter of locating it before it fades. She looked at me like she had never seen me before. I felt surprise and respect briefly cross her mind before she focused on her hunt. She headed off down the trail I had just used. I was surprised at the tinge of respect I had sensed. I had never thought that I would ever manage to earn the respect of a fighter, let alone such a fierce and aloof one as Ruby. She was sharp. If she kept practicing, she could become a very good tracker. It amused me to think that Jisk might actually have his trail uncovered if he passed her again. Although, unless he was in a hurry, he would use the forest highway, and it was nearly impossible to track such a trail from the ground. Eventually, we all gathered back in the meadow to discuss whose trail had been the most noticeable and go over any difficulties they may have encountered. It was almost time for supper, but they were resisting the hints that we should head back. This group was very determined to learn. Jill looked at me as she said, "How far did you go?" "I don't think I found your trail," I replied. "I went between the river and the meadow 3 times using different routes that were far apart. Anyone going side to side would have crossed them." She said, "I guess that is just a reflection of experience." I nodded. "Yes, you can come back later, but my scent will likely fade in a few more hours. Once you get better, you will notice that it is truly impossible to cover up one's scent. All you are doing is making it harder to find." I can easily pick up another rogue's scent, and they could detect mine if they know what they are doing. One of the guys spoke. I assume that it will take at least a few weeks of practice before we get to that level. I replied, yes, just like learning a new fighting style. It takes time and a lot of practice. That being said, unless you plan on missing out on a steak dinner, we had better head back. I felt shock roll across the group as they sniffed the air. The mouth-watering smell of barbecued steak was strong enough to easily smell in human form. The one guy was stunned. How on earth did we miss that smell? I chuckled at his reaction. You were focused on the small details to the point that your mind excluded the other sense to help you concentrate. Just keep that in mind so you don't forget about it in the future. He shook his head, and everyone headed quickly back to the pack house to ensure that they didn't miss out on their piece of steak. Chapter 33. I stared at her in shock. I am not sure I heard you right. You want to go mushroom hunting? Ruby wased phased. Yes, I couldn't comprehend it. She had come to me to ask if we could go mushroom hunting. I knew that she had not enjoyed it at all last time. In fact, she had gone along with it grudgingly, like an unpleasant guard assignment. Will had asked her last time, calling in an old and large favor to get her to agree. I knew Will wasn't involved in it this time. Ruby seemed to feel the need to press her case. The cooks haven't had mushrooms for some time now, and I know that Will doesn't want you to go deeper into the forest without a fighter nearby. She was watching me as if what she was suggesting was an easy everyday task that she didn't mind helping in. But I could sense her underlying intense focus, some excitement, and determination. For once, she didn't have the obvious look of intense focus of a hunter, although I could clearly sense it underneath. I had never seen her try to hide her focus before. She wasn't doing very well at it, either. I finished folding the tablecloth as I looked a bit beneath the surface of her mind. She was obviously after something, but there was no treachery or anything like that. Perhaps she wanted more lessons on scent detection, but I kind of doubted it. Sure, we can go, I replied, placing the tablecloth in a basket. When do you want to leave? Her answer was immediate. I am free now. I chuckled in spite of myself. Well, help me fold up this monstrosity of a tablecloth before we grab the collection bags. And then we can go. She briskly helped me fold up the last tablecloth that belonged to the table that could seat 18 people. She already had the collection bag, so we headed out. I trotted under a bramble bush to fetch several mushrooms. My back was to Ruby, but I could feel her human form watching me like a hawk. There was no threat in it, though. It was like she was trying to discover something. I mind-linked her with a bit of amusement. Was there something in particular you wanted to discuss or learn this time? I could sense her surprise with my senses, but her voice didn't show it. Not really. I wouldn't mind learning how to scent a truffle out, but I am mostly out here to help the cooks. I snorted my amusement. Liar. I kept my tone light and amused. She stiffened at the slight insult in the getting caught. Her voice was cool. What makes you think that I am lying? I looked back over my shoulder at her with a curious expression as I replied. When someone has been a rogue for a long time, a lie is as obvious as a masked scent trail. That isn't taking into consideration the fact that you have been staring at me with the intensity of a coursing hound waiting for the restraints to be removed so it can be loosed on the hunt. She blinked in surprise. I grabbed a mushroom and came back. She bent down to take it from me. I had a sneaking suspicion that she truly wanted to learn some rogue tricks, but refused to come right out and admit it. I decided to give her something to think about. I looked up at her with a serious expression. I have met those who favor the obvious body language that announces that they are fighters to be reckoned with. Yours is extremely obvious, and you must have trained yourself to do it. It has its own uses, but it also nearly eliminates the ability to succeed in a surprise attack since an opponent would have already marked you as trouble. She looked at me with slight surprise, although I could sense that her mind was whirling as she examined several past theories and assumptions about her body language and stance. The idealist image of a strong and proud fighter was probably her inspiration, but such fighters were rarely underestimated by opponents. I could tell that she didn't quite believe me, although she was trying to figure out what had prompted such a comment completely out of the blue. I glanced around. We actually weren't that far from where I had first played Catch Me If Kim with Will. There were quite a few bramble bushes, rose bushes, and other sprawling plants in the area. Perhaps a demonstration would help her understand what I meant. I sat and tilted my head at her. "Can you please shift?" She instantly shifted and looked down at me while testing the air, assuming I wanted to touch on more tracking training. I dropped every hint of puppy behavior or body language that I normally used. I had learned over the years that others had an easier time with my runt size if I included some puppy-like nuances, and I rarely dropped them all, even if no one was around. Her eyes widened as her head reared back slightly at the sudden change. Instead of facing a runt that reminded her of an innocent, defenseless puppy, she now clearly saw a cautious, experienced rogue in miniature. My voice was quiet, but serious. "Any wolf out there can outrun me." I put a bit of humor into my voice. "But let's see you catch me." With zero warning, I bolted under the bramble bush and took off at full speed. Ruby was stunned, and it took her a few seconds to get over her shock to follow. Chapter 3. Lay on a patch of grass and looked at the pile of mushrooms in front of me. I could sense Ruby's frustration off to the side somewhere. When I had first run with Will, I had been running through unknown territory and had done fairly well. This time, I knew the lay of the land. Ruby had been trying to catch me for a couple of hours with no success. I had lost her well over a dozen times, only to appear from the side and yet at her, just before taking off again. She was not taking it well. She had prided herself on being a top fighter, but discovering that she couldn't catch a runt was not a pleasant realization for her. I had pulled every trick I possessed out of my sleeves for this example. She thought that I was just running and hiding, but I had actually been collecting mushrooms while evading her. It was good evasion practice for me, but the pile of mushrooms that was bigger than me was going to be a shock for her. I felt her finally locate my scent again. I hadn't paused to really mask it, so it was hard to find. I laid on my side lazily and fluffed up my fur before putting on my best innocent puppy expression. She came at a run through the bushes, only to slide to a stop in surprise. I smiled at her as if the last few hours hadn't happened. My voice was innocent. "Do you think that there is room in your bag for these?" I also found 2 truffles, but I need help digging one up. She looked at me as if I had grown to heads. I could feel her incredulousness and shock as she simply couldn't merge the innocent puppy run act with the sly rogue that had evaded her time and time again. She was still staring at me in disbelief. She could see the puppy-like traits I was using now that she had seen me without them, but she still couldn't make her heart believe what her head knew. Her heart and instinct saw the puppy traits in my petite size and wanted to protect me. I tilted my head and colored my mind voice in fusion. "Is something wrong?" She blinked slowly at me. Her reply sounded like each word was being pulled reluctantly from her. "How did you do that? It shouldn't be possible." I chuckled and shook out my fur as I sat up, dropping all but the couple of puppy traits that I usually wore. I felt her surprise as she saw the change once again. I shifted back to human and started loading the mushrooms into my own collection bag. Ruby shifted and slowly came to join me, watching close for any more surprises. I spoke contemplatively as we worked. Most of what I just did is only possible for a runt. Things like running where most wolves cannot, sneaking down rabbit burrows, running through hollow logs, and such. Some things I did simply would not occur to most wolves. Most wolves on the hunt rely entirely on their wolf shape and don't think outside the box. We started walking back through the forest side by side. I could feel her burning curiosity as she asked, "How so?" I glanced at her in amusement. When chasing another wolf, the average wolf would never consider shifting to their human form. But human shape can get places that a wolf can't, such as climbing trees. She was somewhat confused by that. What good would climbing a tree do? I handed her my collection bag. "Can you hold this for a moment?" She took the bag and watched me. I swiftly climbed the tree beside us with the ease of practice. The leaves quickly hid me from view, and I silently swung from branch to branch and ran along larger branches in the dense canopy as I used the forest highway. I climbed down lower in a different tree and sat on a branch as I silently grinned at Ruby. She was still staring into the first tree while waiting for me to come back down. "I'm over here." Ruby jumped and whirled with wide eyes. She glanced at the tree above her and back to me. Unable to figure out how I had appeared over there, she took a step closer to the first tree to peer up into it before stepping back and muttering, "Nope, I am not going to look any harder just in case there are two of them." I laughed and climbed down. To the best of my knowledge, I do not have a twin out there, but if you think that's impressive, there are other tricks that rogues can do that I can't simply do to my smaller size and lack of strength. She looked intrigued. I was somewhat surprised to notice that she no longer sported that super-focused hunter look. She seemed more laid back now, and her frame of mind had also relaxed. The last hour had probably made her roll my words around her head endlessly as she considered them. I chuckled at the rather noticeable change, and she looked at me in confusion. I explained, "You are much easier to talk to like this. How you acted before would have made most rogues put as much distance between you and them as possible." She blinked in surprise. "I guess that is why I never saw any rogues in No Man's Land. Well, as a witch, other than ferals." I grinned and started to reply before a mind voice blasted across my senses. "I found him." I jumped in shock, and Ruby immediately fell into a fighter's crouch, while looking around for danger. I exhaled and shook my head as I replied to the mind speaker while letting Ruby listen in. My mind voice was slightly exasperated, but curious as I called back, "Tiffany, have you ever heard of knocking? You almost gave me a heart attack." Her reply was immediate, but my comment had not lessened her enthusiasm any. "Sorry, but I found him. I found Nathan. I can't believe it. He is so hot." I laughed at her high spirits and at her swooning. "Is he part of a pack?" "No, he was a rogue in No Man's Land. They had a camp exactly where you thought he was. He was exiled because his father did. He is coming back with us. Just wait until you meet him." I sent humor down the link. I know the power of a mate bond. You aren't going to be so perky when any female so much as looks at him." I saw Ruby grin as we picked up Tiffany's shock and realization that I was right. She recovered quickly. "Well, you are marked, so I doubt I will have too many problems with you. But yeah, any unmated female is going to be my new nightmare." My reply was thoughtful. "Well, you have at least a week of running to get back. That should be plenty of time for you to realize that he isn't going to be other lady. Remember that his reactions towards other males will be stronger as well." The fact that she had gotten that far so quickly meant that she had really pushed herself. Tiffany faded out of the mind link. I shook my head in amusement. "And we went to get those truffles." Ruby helped me shift the log off of the one, and I showed her the scent she was looking for. Chapter 35. I looked up in surprise as Ruby and I entered the door loaded down with bags of mushrooms. She had offered to carry both of the larger bags due to her greater strength, leaving me to carry the one small bag. Ruby gave Will a long-suffering look. "You are lucky that you have enforcer stamina. Your little mate is a handful to keep up with once she gets going." Will started chuckling. "How on earth did she convince you to go mushroom picking again? I thought you hated it." She groaned as she put her bags on the floor. "I don't like picking mushrooms, but it gives me a chance to talk to her about masked scent trails without distractions, or so I thought anyways. The biggest problem is simply keeping her on track. You can be in the middle of a conversation and she will disappear under a bush, or she will change the topic with lightning speed if she smells a truffle or unusual plant." Will looked shocked. He had obviously never heard Ruby talk so much in one go. She had really loose and up throughout the day. I was not walking beside the same werewolf that had helped me fold the tablecloth this morning. I grinned at Will. "Next change of topic. What are you doing here so early? Usually train for several hours longer than this." I once more felt Ruby's frustration as she managed to miss something unusual that was obvious to me. She was getting quite irritated at herself for not noticing such things, but she was determined to improve. Her intense focus was now hidden deep. I could sense it, but couldn't see it. She had a newfound dream of any foe constantly underestimating her after the torment and surprises that I had put her through all morning and afternoon. Will smiled at me, although he was still unsure of what to make of this new Ruby. He said, "We have Alpha Mike and Beta Trevor staying overnight while discussing trade. They're a neighboring pack that we get along with well. They should be here shortly." He raised an eyebrow as he continued. Apparently, we have been taking those truffles you keep finding to the auctions, and they are fetching very high prices since they are so uncommon at this time of year. The fact that we have sold over a dozen in a few weeks is attracting attention." Ruby picked up all 3 bags of mushrooms and started walking towards the side door that led to the kitchen. She paused and said, "We'll have to do this again in a few days. See you later. Thanks for the help. Just let me know when you want to go again." "Will do." She left the room as the door swung closed behind her. Will watched her go in shock. He turned to me with wide eyes. "What did you do with Ruby?" "I have known her since we were little, and the person that just left the room is not Ruby." I felt Ruby's amusement and sense of achievement as she overheard his comments from her hiding spot down the hallway. She was looking forward to seeing other people's reactions, looking at him with an innocent expression. I replied, "We took a few runs through some bramble bushes, climbed a few trees, splashed around in a creek, and dug up a few truffles." He rolled his eyes and replied in a dry voice, "Of course." I grinned heavily as a silent admission to being guilty, and spoke in a low, evil voice. "Oh yeah. I drove her crazy too." He chuckled and shook his head. "I am curious to see how long these changes stick." I grinned up at him mischievously. "That depends on how much longer I can keep tricking her into thinking that she actually dislikes collecting mushrooms." Will roared with laughter, and I felt a jolt of emotions pass through Ruby's mind from her eavesdropping location. The reverse psychology would likely drive her crazy all night long as she tried to unravel what I meant. She had no clue that I knew she was there and was able to sense her presence and emotions. So far only the Alpha, Luna, Will, Tiffany, and a handful of others knew that I had been an Omega and still possessed those abilities. None of them would mention it until I wanted to make it known. Until Ruby came along. No one else had ever examined me carefully enough to realize that there was more under the surface than meets the eye. At the moment, she was the only one who could see the rogue that I had carefully hidden beneath the surface. I was kind of looking forward to messing with Ruby's head in the future. I went with Will to enjoy some time together before our guests arrived. Hello everyone. Today I'm bringing you a novel in which the Omega protagonist is in a loving relationship with Enforcer Will. But when the protagonist goes on an adventure in a rabbit hole, it unexpectedly triggers a strong out of control reaction from Will. Will spares no effort to search for the protagonist, digging frantically and even confining them in a small space. What deep affection and crisis are hidden behind this? Hurry up and join me in uncovering the mystery. Chapter 36. I settled into a weathered rocking chair on the pack house's wraparound porch, my fingers deftly working on into what I hoped would become a slipper. My heightened senses, a gift that set me apart even among Ongeza, allowed me to eavesdrop on the conversation taking place just beyond the porch steps. Our hospitable Alpha was concluding his customary tour of the town, highlighting recent improvements with pride in his voice. The visiting Alpha and Beta seemed intimately familiar with our territory, suggesting frequent visits. Despite the informal nature of their stay, the atmosphere remained relaxed, though I knew Will would be on high alert. As an enforcer, his duty to maintain peace extended to all Alphas, regardless of pack affiliation. As Roll and ushered the visiting Alpha inside for trade discussions, I observed the larger man following our leader into the house. The visiting Alpha instructed his Beta, a leaner man, to enjoy some downtime. My eyes tracked the supposed Beta as he lounged in a nearby lawn chair, his gaze sweeping over our quaint town. Something about the pair nagged at my instincts. I blinked slowly, reaching out with my unique sensing abilities to scrutinize both the man inside and my line of sight. Troubled by my findings, I reached out to Will through our mate bond. What does the visiting alpha look like again? I inquired via our private mind link. Will's response came swiftly, accompanied by a mental image of the larger man. Why do you ask? His curiosity was palpable. I opened my mind fully, allowing him to perceive the conundrum I was grappling with. His shock reverberated through our bond as he processed the information. Is there any way your senses could be incorrect? He asked, a hint of disbelief coloring his thoughts. I sent a firm negative down the link. No, Roland and Emily are registering normally. There's no haze of confusion, so my senses are functioning perfectly. They also seem quite accustomed to this arrangement, if you consider it. It certainly provides them with a tactical advantage and an element of surprise. How frequently do they visit? The man who had entered the house radiated a beta's aura, while the one lounging before me unmistakably exuded an alpha's presence, despite his attempts to suppress and conceal it. My keen senses were it fooled. I realized that the Paxungeza, likely occupied with various duties and maintaining a low profile, would have connected faces to the auras they might have sensed. That is, assuming their abilities were refined enough to detect such nuances and they happened to be using them within sight of these two visitors. Will was still grappling with the revelation I had shared. These two visit quite regularly. Actually, at least 4 times a year, he admitted. Considering the power dynamics at play, I probed further. How did your enforcer senses miss this? I thought you could gauge anyone's fighting prowess. His response carried a tinge of embarrassment. I have to consciously activate that ability, and I only ever assess the alpha. I never bothered with the smaller guy, assuming alphas always outclass betas in power. Though amused by his oversight, I refrained from comment, sensing he was already berating himself. Will's presence in my mind faded as he left to confer with Tony. I resumed my knitting, knowing it would take considerable time to complete the slipper given Will's substantial foot size. As I worked, I noticed Trevor, the visiting beta, approach and take a seat beside me. Glancing up, I offered a polite greeting. How are you enjoying your stay so far? Ivy always enjoyed visiting this pack, he replied, his demeanor relaxed and at ease. Your group is consistently welcoming. How have things been around here lately? His craftiness was evident. I could sense how he had likely gleaned substantial information about our pack through casual conversations like this in the past. He exuded an aura designed to inspire trust and encourage openness. Thanks to my unique abilities, I could not only detect this influence but also shield myself from its effects. Pretty good. I kept knitting as I spoke. No real problems. It has been a good year for the gardens from what I hear. That is good to hear. Our carrots and beets did well this year. Was it the same here? His voice had just the right amount of interest to appear interested and yet polite. Most people loved to brag about their gardens, and prideful wolves loved to try and show how great their pack was. They wouldn't have even noticed the pull this man's aura was having on them. I felt his aura push a bit more, although it was still a very light influence. I could sense that his ability was much stronger if he chose to use it. I raised an eyebrow slightly at him while using my passive ability. I felt his shock as his aura and focus on me slid completely off. I dropped the ability and felt his astonished fall on me again. I pretended to not notice anything as I replied, I am not entirely sure since I only joined this pack a few weeks ago. He shook his head as if to clear it. Confusion and curiosity laced his voice as he asked, How did you do that? I could ask you the same question. I thought that the sociable abilities of betas were well known. He looked somewhat confused. I turned to examine his face as I were a parent who was doubtful of their teenager's story, and I felt him slightly squirm internally. I was somewhat impressed that he didn't growl at my stare since most alphas cowled and tolerate anyone doubting or challenging them. I thought that it was a well-known fact that anyone who lived as a rogue for a while could identify alphas and betas at a glance as easily as they could pick up lies, half-truth, and deceptions. It was a bold statement made with a trace of challenge in it, and as such, he would not even consider the fact that I could possibly be a runt or have an omega past. It also gave him a false sleds so he wouldn't look too deeply into my little trick. He looked stunned and knew he had been caught. He started laughing. We had been doing this for over 3 decades. And you are the first one to notice. I grinned at his easygoing manner, relieved that he wasn't as stern as many alphas were. The beta Trevor was actually Alpha Trevor, while Mike was truly the beta. They had pretended to be the other role for some reason. I had never heard of an alpha who could swallow their pride enough to consider that, but this easygoing man had obviously done it many times. I was almost as surprised that this alpha had ignored my slightly challenging words. So why exactly did you do that? I inquired. I thought that I was losing it for a few seconds until I watched you for a bit. He leaned back in the chair and grinned at me. He looks more intimidating than me and is better at negotiations. His father was the previous beta and his mother was an enforcer's daughter. So he is nearly as strong alpha. I go collect information and find out which trades could get us the best deals, as I am very good at getting people to talk to me. Who have you told so far about your discovery? So far, just the one enforcer. And he is off to talk to an older one to see if he noticed it in the past. He glanced at the mark on my shoulder and looked surprised. You didn't tell your mate first. Well, is my mate? I replied, with a grin. His eyes wide and in surprise before laughing. Good for him. I bet you keep him on his toes. I try my best. He laughed again before shaking his head. What gave me away, though? He was truly curious. I tilted my head as I examined him for a moment. Lots of tiny things that are barely noticeable since you have toned them down. You pretended to be respectful of my position, but some of your body language still proclaimed who is truly in charge. Alphas have an unconscious attitude and body posture. You managed to hide most of it, but some is still there for those who know what to look for. I guess I had better work on that. I updated Will on the situation and he relaxed now that he had all the details. It turned out that Tony had no clue either. Trevor got to his feet and headed inside, likely heading to Roll and Zothas to expose the truth that I had just dug up. I kept tabs on my senses, but Roll and took the news quite well from his old acquaintances, opting to be amused rather than outraged at the Chapter 37. Trevor and Mike had left in good spirits several days ago with the promise that we wouldn't blow their cover. The days settled down, and I began to learn more about the pack I was in. I was surprised at how much I enjoyed being part of a pack. I relaxed in the sun as I took a break in the trees behind the pack house. Will's face appeared in my mind's eye as I let mine wander. His smile and sense still distracted me something fierce. I somehow managed to love Will more with every passing day, and I smiled happily at that thought. I knew he was training the fighters today, and I debated about heading over to spy on them. I glanced down from my perch and saw that Tiffany was kissing a guy in a remote corner of the garden. They had just got back last night, and I hadn't met Nathan yet. I swung out of the tree carefully and wandered over. I tilted my head as I crossed my arms and leaned against a tree. I regarded them for a few moments before commenting. How long before you to come up for air? They both jumped. Nathan automatically moved into a defensive position in front of Tiffany with an instinctive low growl. Neither had heard my approach, and I had known it. I chuckled and waved a dismissive hand at him. I am not interested in competing. I hope we all make it out of this life alive. He blinked in shock at my bizarre greeting. Tiffany groaned at the interruption before reassuring her new mate. You can ignore her. Nathan, she is mostly harmless. Besides, her mate is an enforcer. Nathan's mind started working again as he processed the words mate and enforcer. He relaxed and went to sit beside Tiffany. Tiffany began the introduction. Jade, this is Nathan, my mate. Nathan, this is Jade, my brother's mate. I came over while holding out my hand and he shook my hand. I was happy when Tiffany had no problems with the contact. How did you sneak up on us like that? Nathan inquired, looking at me in confusion. I haven't had anyone get that close to me in years without me knowing about it. I sat on the grass cross-legged and grinned at him. I lived as a rogue for a while, and I moved silently without thinking about it. You were also quite distracted. They both blushed a bit. I paused and glanced over my shoulder as I watched a black wolf trot along the tree line with her nose to the ground. I was silent as I watched her keep going, watching her in confusion. Tiffany asked, "What is Ruby doing? Don't talk so loud or she will hear you." I responded quietly. Nathan regarded my still form with a faint frown. "Why are you hiding from her?" As a former rogue, he would always be curious about any potential threat or trouble. I grinned at him, much to his surprise and confusion. I said, "In theory, I am not hiding from her. In reality, she is simply unable to find me." Tiffany looked more confused after my explanation than before it. "Why is she looking for you? I don't think I have ever met a fighter less into regular life." She turned over a new leaf. Tiffany snorted. "Yeah, sure. I will believe that when I see it. Just wait and see," I said, grinning in anticipation. "She has been around me almost constantly this last week." Tiffany blinked in surprise. I thought Will was easing up in the protection area. What happened? It was Will. Somehow she decided that helping me collect greens, mushrooms, and truffles was more fun than fighting training. Shaking her head in utter disbelief, she said, "Now I know you are lying. That simply is impossible." Nath unfocused on me in curiosity. "Speaking of impossible things, how exactly did you know that I was in that valley?" With a faint sigh, I replied, "It is actually an ability that some Ongaza have. You aren't an Omega." I could feel his faint surprise. Tiffany quickly interjected. "She was designated as an Omega when she was with a different pack. Then she was a rogue for a while before she came here, since it was just a designation." I said, "The rank faded, but the abilities remained." "My sensing ability is pretty good, but the rest are weak." "Well, wit. I am in your debt for guiding her to me." I was shocked when she ran into the camp full tilt looking for me. He grinned at that memory. Tiffany blushed at his words. She had apparently been quite single-minded in her pursuit. I told Nathan. "Well, she gets to take you shopping now." I went through one torture session and that was enough for me. He blinked as Tiffany defended herself with a scoff. "Torture? You survived. Did you ever even use that lingerie? That is for me to know and for you to never find out." She scowled before her face lit up, and she turned to Nathan. "Oh, that reminds me. What kind of lingerie do you think would look best on me?" I laughed at his wide-eyed look. The mate bond was making him feel some lust, but the question was like a double-edged sword, and it had him quite uneasy. "Don't worry, Nathan," I snickered. "Just tell her that you would have to see her in every piece she owns before you can give her your honest opinion. She probably has every type in existence." Nathan's eyes darkened as Tiffany blushed bright red. She exclaimed, "You aren't supposed to be helping him." I shook my head and muttered, Well, that did it." Seconds later, a black wolf bounded into the garden. She glanced at Nathan and Tiffany before focusing on me eagerly. "There you are," she said. It looked like she was completely ignoring the other two at this point, but I knew better. "Sylvia says that there is an auction in a couple of days, and she is looking for more truffles. She is hoping we can get some good specimens over the next few days since there is a cooking competition coming up and numerous chefs with deep pockets will be there. Do you have time to go truffle hunting with me today?" Tiffany's jaw dropped as she overheard the conversation. I felt Ruby's amusement even though she gave no sign of it. I nodded just as eagerly as I swiftly got to my feet. These two are about to discuss Tiffany's current collection of lingerie, and anything that gets me out of the idiot vicinity is more than welcome. Tiffany's face flushed bright red. "That's it. You are so dead." She lunged towards me. I quickly shifted and dodged out of the way, taking her by surprise as she flew over me. Ruby chuckled before darting in and gently grabbing the scruff of my neck. She turned and bolted full tilt out of the garden with me in her jaws. I could feel Tiffany's shock at Ruby's action overriding her vengeance while poor Nathan seemed bewildered by what he had just witnessed. Chapter 38. Tiffany eyed up my companion at the supper table before turning to Will. "So," she said, "if I told you that Ruby had grabbed Jade by the scruff of her neck and dragged her off, what would you say?" Will continued to calmly butter his dinner bun. If you are referring to the event earlier today, then I would tell her thank you. Nathan looked surprised. How can you be so calm when someone grabs your mate by the scruff of her neck? He was honestly curious, whereas Tiffany was still attempting to get revenge. I let Will feel their emotions through the mate link so he wouldn't make an incorrect assumption about Nathan. Ruby lacked this knowledge, and I could feel her bristling at his innocent question as she sat beside me. Will grinned at him while replying, "Oh, in the beginning before she was marked, I probably would have flipped. It is a bit different now. For one, Jade doesn't mind it too much. Two, it got her out of the reach of my sister, something that you will appreciate one day. Three, Jade can't really defend herself. So Ruby's intervention was welcome." Nathan nodded slowly, still not quite understanding. Tiffany glanced at Ruby before turning back to Will. "Are you sure this is Ruby?" she asked. "This is not the Ruby that was here when I left to fetch Nathan." I snickered. Many people were equally confused lately. Most were quite bewildered by the changes in the formerly fierce and aloof Black Wolf. She had gotten much better at hiding the telltale hints of her elite fighting abilities. She was also finding this laid-back lifestyle to be more enjoyable and entertaining. She was no longer the die-hard fighter obsessed with patrols and training. Instead, she now spent no more time than the average wolf on the training field. Much to Will's amusement, she had arranged her free time so that she could accompany me into the forest 5 days of the week. Regardless of what I was hunting for, she came along with me. In truth, she was overly eager to learn any rogue secrets or skills I could show her. Since she was normally the only one accompanying me, she more or less had my undivided attention, so she was learning quickly. Her intense focus was present beneath the surface, but she didn't show it anymore, much to her own amazement. The first time she had smelled a truffle on patrol, she had felt such a surge of pride that she had been beside herself as she picked up that subtle scent. She could now pick up my scent if she crossed it, but I could go places she couldn't, and I still lost her easily enough. Much to her chagrin, Will shrugged as he responded to Tiffany's words. "As far as we can tell, it is still Ruby." Jade was teasing me that she was driving Ruby completely crazy, but at this point, I think Ruby has made a few round trips to that destination. Ruby turned to glare at him over my head while Will smirked at her, knowing he was egging her on. I sighed and put a hand on each of their arms as if separating them as I told both of them, "All right, children, settle down and get along." They both gave me a disbelieving look, incredulous that I would attempt to intervene when I was powerless to stop them. I felt a jolt of recognition from Nathan and glanced over at him. He was blinking in surprise. "You mentioned that you were a rogue for a while. Did you ever meet a man named Jisk? That was one of his favorite quotes, and he said it almost the exact same way you just did." I grinned in pleasant surprise. Was it that obvious? Yes. I knew him, and that is where I picked it up from. Will's interest was piqued as he recognized the name. He looked at Nathan with interest. "What do you know about Jisk? With a shrug, Nathan replied, "I only met him a couple of times. Pretty fierce-looking guy, although he seemed pretty laid back. One hell of a fighter, too. He's one of the rogues that hunts the unlawful rogues. Has an nasty grudge against Alpha Command. He never did explain it, but it is the reason he refuses to join another pack. If two people started trying to rile each other up, he would say exactly what Jay just did." He turned to me. "How did you meet him?" I grinned at that memory. He had stuck his head into a small cave to investigate it, and didn't notice me behind him. When I hit PED, he jumped and banged his head. The most amusing part was that he blamed the cave roof as opposed to me. Nathan shook his head. "There is no way you could have gotten close enough to that guy undetected to startle him." I was full grown. I said, "So I was pretty tiny." He had heard me, but thought that I was a rabbit. It didn't occur to him that a runt would be in no man's land. "How did you meet him?" Nathan looked dubious, but accepted it. He stumbled across our camp a few times and stayed for a few hours to gossip. Ruby was listening attentively. I was pretty sure that she would be tracking down Nathan for other stories from when he had been a rogue. I was going to drive Tiffany to distraction since Ruby was unmated. Right on cue, Ruby started asking him for other stories he had. I leaned against Will and simply listened to the two talk. He wrapped his arm around me as he listened to stories from a world he had never known. Chapter 39. I leaned against a tree and silently fumed. It was doubtful that anyone realized I was leaning against a tree just off to the side of the field. Will was training an older teenager on how to correct his form while going through a certain fighting move. And was he concentrating hard enough that he was unaware of my mood? It was to his credit that he was also mostly unaware of the blonde trying to flirt with him. He had noticed a couple of her attempts, but was completely uninterested and ignored her. It was the only mollifying thing in this situation. I couldn't exactly act like the jealous mate that I was, since I was unable to win a fight with anyone here. No amount of training could correct that either as a runt. My speed, strength, and stamina would never be equal to a normal wolf. Sure, I had a few tricks up my sleeves in case I got cornered by unpleasant rogues, but those generally involved serious injuries or possibly even lethal results. Seriously harming a pack made out of jealousy, when my own mate was ignoring the perpetrator, was something that couldn't even be considered. I didn't really want her dead, I just wanted her to leave my mate alone. Why couldn't she go flirt with Evan? He didn't have a mate yet, and as an enforcer, his odds were extremely low of ever finding her. I took a deep breath to control the jealousy and gave a barely audible low whistle of greeting to the one hiding in the tree next to me. Even in my distraction, the faint whiff of pine and alder had not gone unnoticed. Even if my nose hadn't told me of his presence, my senses had been tracking him for some time now as he circled closer and closer. I didn't remove my eyes from Will as I sensed Jisk drop out of the tree to lean against a tree trunk barely out of my reach. He regarded the fighters silently for a while before speaking quietly. Do I have to give him a lecture on the exclusivity of the mate bond? It didn't surprise me that he knew who my mate was. He had crossed this pack's territory dozens of times that I knew of, and I didn't go that far from the pack house. He probably knew each fighter on sight and had an idea of their skills by now. Not really. I relied. With a deep sigh, his eyes have never wandered, and I couldn't have wished for a better mate. That blonde is getting on my nerves, though. I didn't realize what an evil beast jealousy is. I have no idea how Will managed to control himself when we first met. He chuckled lightly, although I could sense his serious mood beneath. He knew I could sense it and didn't care in the least. There had been a few times where he had asked me to dig deep into his mind to determine exactly what his deepest feelings were on a controversial subject. I hadn't managed to dodge both Will and Ruby to get far enough out into the forest to say hello the few times I had sensed him nearby, and he was undoubtedly aware of it. I also knew that his appearance was a light thing since anyone who looked this way would be able to see him at the moment. He preferred to remain unseen, but his irritation was coming through his surface thoughts clearly. I knew very well that he considered the mate bond a sacred thing. The fastest way to anger him was for someone to try and infringe on a mate bond. For someone to try and entice someone who was already mated would make him somewhat mad. Something like this blonde was doing. If someone who was already mated tried flirting with anyone other than their mate, he got livid and generally tried to take a chunk out of the offender. And heaven help the person who was contemplating rejection or mentioning rejection as a possibility within his hearing. He crossed his arms and asked me in a loud voice, "Exactly how long is your mate going to let the blonde flirt with him before telling her off?" His eyes never left the training field. His voice had been deliberately loud and every head on the field whipped in the direction of the unfamiliar and irritated voice. The field fell silent. I shrugged and replied in a monotone voice, not quite as loud as he had been. "I am not sure, but I am hoping she stopped flirting with him soon." At this point, everyone was now aware that the blonde had been flirting with Will. Some had noticed it before. Will's eyes were nearly black as he noticed a trespassing rogue beside his mate. I felt Will's worried mind probe cross the mate bond to check if I was okay. I felt his surprise that I was the least bit uneasy in this stranger's presence. I sent amusement back at him. "Relax. It is only Jisk. At the moment, the blonde is the only person he wants to pick a bone with." My words helped reassure him that I was in no danger, but it did make him worry for the blonde's safety. That irritated me, and I let him sense the emotion at its cause. His chagrined, wordless response acknowledged my point, but also pointed out that as an enforcer, he would have to intervene if Jisk attacked her. I wasn't entirely certain that even Will was a match for the experienced rogue, but I heavily shielded that thought, lest he catch it. The blonde hesitated with the attention she was getting before squaring her shoulders and deciding to take her stand. She addressed me. "You should go run off with that rogue. He seems interested enough in you. I will look after Will. He needs a strong wolf as a mate, not a runt. Having a runt around makes our pack look weak, especially when that runt is paired up with an enforcer." I growled in rage at the insult, but it was drowned out by an enraged roar from Will and a furious snarl from Jisk. Numerous other growls cut off, as most stared at the two livid males who radiated power in their furious mood. The blonde's eyes had wide-eyed in fear as she realized that all of the sounds had been directed at her. I could feel Will's surprise at Jisk's reaction, partially snapping him out of his rage. I winced as dozens of people mirrored similar powerful emotions of outrage, anger, and disbelief at the woman's callous words. I shielded my senses somewhat from the stomach, churning emotions. Jisk slowly stalked forward in a slight smooth crouch that showed him for the deadly predator that he was. Growls still shook the air around him as his eyes were locked onto the blonde. Jisk glared at her, and his voice shook with cold fury. "How dare you infringe on a mate bond? What of your own mate? He is out there somewhere waiting for you, unaware that you are trying to shatter his heart." The blonde was shaken by his approach, but her packmates were outraged by her comments and gave her no support. Such behavior was not tolerated, and I had a feeling that the others had not been aware of her opinion previously. "She is a runt. She makes our pack look weak. Besides, an enforcer needs a strong mate, not a weakling like her." Despite her strong words, she was slowly backing up while in a slight defensive crouch. Will's loud snarl and shaking hands told me of his opinion. Will's crumbling self-control was stopped by his surprise when Jisk gave an even louder snarl and lunged up to move. Jisk didn't touch her, but snarled in her face, his furious black eyes causing her to scramble backwards in panic with him matching her step for step. His snarling words were clear for anyone watching. "You disgust me, trying to claim one already mated in front of his own mate. I am glad that you are not my mate. You probably won't even remain faithful to him once you find him." That was a massive insult in the wolf world. An unfaithful mate was generally scorned and ridiculed. With such an audience, the insult by a rogue and story of her actions would spread fast. She would probably move to another distant pack within the week. Jisk paused in his pursuit, and she scrambled backward before shifting and bolting off into the undergrowth. He turned his smoldering eyes to Will, who shifted his stance as Jisk's challenging stare fell on him. Jisk advanced on Will slowly, and Will eased into a defensive stance, ready for an attack. Jisk snorted at his actions, as if I would hurt an old friend by attacking her mate. Jisk paused in his advance as he studied Will. I could feel Will's conflicted emotions and confusion through the mate bond. He was equally confused by my lack of concern. I dropped my shield so that he could see that I knew Jisk would not seriously injure him. Jisk knew that the blonde was mostly to blame. Mostly. Jisk spoke in a cold tone to Will. "In the future, I highly advise you growl at anyone attempting to flirt with you. Your silence was encouraging that lowlife and was definitely ticking off your mate. Your jealous mate may not be able to fight off an interloper, but she could probably make you regret the mistake of letting someone encroach on the mate bond." Will's eyes narrowed at his tone, but I could feel his shame as he realized how Jisk saw the situation. Will's mind touched mine, and without my shields, he examined my emotions. I felt his guilt as he noticed the jealousy and faint traces of hurt from his actions. Will looked away from Jisk, wordlessly admitting that Jisk had won that battle of words. Jisk turned to go, but paused and looked over his shoulder at Will. His voice was softer, and quiet enough that only Will and I could hear him. "Never take your mate for granted. An understanding mate is worth more than gold. Runts are even more valuable since they put their trust and faith in their mates. When they have no real defenses if one decided to abuse such trust, they completely depend on their mate to defend the mate bond. And if an enforcer can't defend a mate bond, then we might as well just hand this world over to the ferals and be done with it. Will was startled by his words, but didn't speak. Jisk continued walking towards the forest edge, where I was still leaning against the tree. I turned my head to examine him as he walked by. "I will see you later," I murmured. He gave a barely audible whistle of agreement. He disappeared from view, and I sensed him pick up speed as he worked to make his passage raceable. Will reached me and pulled me into a hug while dropping his face to my neck, breathing my scent as he relaxed. "I am sorry," he apologized. "It never occurred to me how my actions would have affected you." She was relatively new to the pack, and I was aware that she thought so lowly of Runt. "Can you forgive me?" The emotions of others on the field vary from curiosity to suspicion as they watched the trees where Jisk had disappeared. The presence of the unknown and unpredictable rogue had them off balance. I sensed a few ease into the trees as they tried to track and intercept the potential threat. I knew they didn't stand a chance of catching him. I leaned my head against Will's chest. "You're forgiven. Please don't let others flirt with you, though." My voice turned more teasing. "I might have to do something rash, like find a bear and mind link you a picture of it looking at me. I bet that would give me your undivided attention." He took a deep breath and shuddered lightly at my idea. "How about we don't do that? You can just mind link me and tell me to snap out of it." Or, I murmured in a contemplative tone, "I could mind link you an image of my reflection in the mirror while wearing that set of silver lingerie I bought." I felt his surprise and must rise like a tidal wave. "You own lingerie?" I chuckled in response. "It was your sister who took me shopping." There was no avoiding it. Will's emotions were in a whirlwind. Training had dropped to the very bottom of his to-do list. Chapter 40. I flicked an ear back and tried to pick up my pace. It didn't help. With a sigh, I came to a stop and turned around before sitting, facing back the way I had come. Within moments, the black wolf bounded down the trail to skidded to a stop in front of me with a grin. I wolf grinned back at her. Ruby was catching on very fast at this point. She would be the equal of most experienced rogues when it came to tracking and hiding her trail. People were slowly getting used to her more laid-back style, and they had also started underestimating her in fighting practice, much to Ruby's amusement. I tilted my head innocently. "Fancy meeting you out here. You seem to be in a good mood today." She chuckled, and her falsely enthusiastic voice sounded in my mind. "A coincidence? I am sure. How can one not be happy on a day like today? The sun is shining and the birds are singing." I replied in a dry, ironic tone. "The fact that you currently have Tony, Evan, Will, and half a dozen others looking for you, while being unable to locate you due to your carefully honed skills, has nothing to do with it either." "Correct. Nothing whatsoever." She grinned back. I shook my head in a mute. "That is good. Otherwise, I would warn you that Will has realized that you are with me, and they are heading this way with all the speed that the enforcers can muster." She blinked and darted off into the trees. "Got to go. See you later." I snickered and trotted the other way. I tilted my head as I regarded something at the base of a willow tree. I wondered what Will would think if I crawled down this rabbit burrow. I paused in the tunnel as I sensed Will approach. As he ran by, he realized that the direction of the mate bond was down. I felt his curiosity and confusion as he asked, "Where are you?" I sensed amusement and a childish sense of adventure along the link, sharing the feeling of dirt in my fur as I explored deep beneath the surface. I replied, "I am exploring this rabbit's burrow. You should see all of the tunnels down here." Apparently that was the wrong answer. I practically felt his heartbeat surge and sensed the soundless snap across the mate bond. He lost control as the mate bond and enforcer abilities ganched up on him. He swiftly located the rabbit burrow entrance and started digging for all he was worth. His mind was exactly sane at this point, and I really said he really needed some time to calm down. I quickly went out one of the rabbit's emergency exits. Will was so obsessed and out of it that he didn't even notice. I climbed into the tree above him to watch. Tony and Evan remained at the edge of the clearing to watch while as the rest kept going after Ruby. They wanted nothing to do with an enforcer who was in control. I didn't blame them. I mind-linked Tony. Why is he like this? I haven't seen him like this since before the bond was completed. I was aware that he could truly lose control once the bond was completed. I felt Tony shrug through the link. You being out of his reach has always pushed him over the edge. In the past, he could always see you, but this time he couldn't, and it has hit him harder. Even with the bond completed, mates can lose control. It is just much harder to reach that point. Although with you being a runt and him being an enforcer, it is much more likely than average. I rolled my eyes. He could have mentioned it earlier. It didn't take Will long to uncover the entire network of tunnels, which was quite impressive considering how deep some of them went. He hadn't found me underground and started to lose control even more, snarling and lashing out at trees in a mindless rage. I had never seen him like this before, and from the emotions I was sensing, Evan and Tony were also stunned. I was really going to have to start thinking my plans through beforehand, now that I knew he could still lose control over such a minor thing as me exploring in a location where he couldn't see me or easily get to me. Will, nothing. I couldn't get through the mind link. His overreaction and intense focus had raised strong mental shields. I climbed down to try and calm him down. He glanced over his shoulder as he caught my movement out of the corner of his eye. The second he saw me, his eyes widened as he spun around and lunged at me. He used one of his massive paws to whip my feet out from under me, and I hit the ground with a grunt. He knocked me flat on the ground and crouched low over me, his belly fur brushing my clothing and skin. I heard a ripping snarl from above, and I rolled my head to the side to see Tony and Evan drop their heads and back up until their wolves were out of sight in the trees. We can't approach him when he's like this, Tony said in frustration. Try to calm him down, and let us know when he returns to the realm of reason. I rubbed my hands on Will's stomach. Take it easy. Fine. I was never in danger. His never-ending growling showed that he wasn't buying it. I mind-linked Tony. Calm him how? He is blocking the mind link, and my spoken words aren't getting through to him. His enigmatic reply was of no use. You are his mate, you will manage. Gee, thanks. I rolled onto my stomach and started to wiggle my way out from under Will. His growls turned to snarls as he moved so that he was once more above me and lowered himself until he lightly pinned me to the ground. He wasn't letting me go anywhere, probably worried I would roll down another rabbit burrow. I sighed at the situation I have gotten myself into. Will, can you please let me up? Will. His snarls had receded to unceasing low growls. He did not respond to my words. My senses told me that he didn't even really hear me. He was so far out of it that he was at an instinctive level. I sighed as I crossed my arms in front of me and propped my chin on my arms to wait. A rock dug into my ribs and dirt dropped out of Will's fur, courtesy of his frantic digging earlier. I was starting to get mildly annoyed. I had run hard earlier with Ruby, and I was tired. I simply didn't have the reserves of a normal wolf. It was irritating, especially when dealing with an enforcer who was almost tireless. Earth to Will, I muttered as I reached out to gently tug on a tuft of fur on his ankle. He was not impressed and put a bit more weight on me as continued growling at the trees where Tony and Evan had disappeared. His weight was uncomfortable now. I tried to wiggle out, to no avail. I couldn't even budge. The rock under my ribs was starting to dig in painfully. I shifted into my wolf form, and sighed in relief now that the rock was no longer attempting to drill a hole into my ribs. My shift distracted Will for a second, but not in a good way. The disappearance of my physical contact had him in a frenzy again, thinking that I had once more disappeared, further goading the mate bond into a larger overreaction. He stood up to look underneath him, although his murderous glare softened the second he realized that I had simply switched forms. I felt his instinct shift. Previously they had been protective and defensive. Now they shifted to evasion and escape with a strong undertone of protectiveness. In a lightning-fast move, He grabbed the scruff of my neck and took off at speeds that had me frozen in terror. The smell of my fear pushed him into new speeds in his determination to put as much distance between us and where we had been, as if his imagined threat was back there. I could sense Stoney and Evan trying to keep up, but they were simply unable to reach the speed that Will was hitting with the mate bond spurring him on. They fell back and simply tracked his scent. Chapter 41. Will's headlong flight didn't slow until he came to a large cave dug into the side of a hill. Well, it was large by my standards. Will could barely squeeze down the tunnel, and there was barely room for him to curl up in the tight location. He somehow managed to get inside and curled up before finally putting me down, nuzzling me gently. He wiggled a bit and ended up curling around me in the tight space. It was like lying in the middle of a giant furry donut. His shoulders completely blocked the entrance, so I wasn't going anywhere until he let me. He sighed and buried his nose in my fur again. The tongue almost half my size started licking my fur. I made a face, but didn't bother commenting since his mental shields were still up. Tony's voice entered my mind. "How are you holding up? I can't believe we'll actually manage to fit into that hole." He was torn between concern for me and laughing at Will's accomplishment of squeezing his massive bulk into the narrow space. The situation was just too ironic, and I said, "For someone who freaked when I climbed into a tight space, I find it hard to believe that he just pulled a similar stunt. I am currently getting a bath. Feel like trading places with me." Tony's chuckled, and I felt his amusement clearly in his reply. "Nope, just keep hanging in there." I sighed. I hadn't really thought that either of them could help me. Will would probably turn them into a scratching post in his current mood. The fur on my face, neck and back, went from dry to damp, and from damp to soaked with Will's cleaning. About the time that my fur simply didn't get any wetter. Will's mental shields dropped as he regained control. He blinked slowly at me as awareness finally appeared in his eyes. His mind voice was slow and confused. "What just happened?" "Good question," I said, nuzzling his cheek. "I was exploring and having a great time with Ruby when you jumped off the deep end." He huffed as my words triggered his memory. "You were stuck in a rabbit burrow. I could feel the sides of the burrow pushing against you from all sides through the mind link. What did you expect? You cannot tell me that Ruby was in those tunnels with you either." I knew he would have felt the dirt in my fur, but it hadn't occurred to that he would pick up just how tight of a squeeze that section of the tunnel is. Then the image of him attempting to somehow stuff Ruby into one of those tunnels made me chuckle. "No, you would have found her as she was. But alas, she wouldn't fit. She was nearby though. I had more room in most of those burrows than you have in here. I was not stuck either. That is why you couldn't find me underground." He exhaled in irritation. I shook my head, causing my ears to flap and sending small droplets flying from my fur. Will blinked as they hit his face and fur, distracting him. "Why is your fur soaked?" "Gee, I wonder why," I said, with my tongue hanging out in a wolf grin. It surely couldn't have anything to do with the couple thousand kisses I got over the last 5 minutes. I felt his surprise. Somehow I don't recall that. "Well, I can honestly tell you that there isn't anyone else in here." Will glanced around and examined the rather snug den he now found himself in. "Exactly how did I get in here?" I shrugged. "That is a mystery for another day. Let me go out first so you don't have to worry about squishing me in your attempts to get out." He wiggled to the side to unblock the entrance. Once Will had moved enough, I crawled over his side and trotted out the tunnel. Near the tunnel entrance, I reared up on my back legs, but was unable to touch the roof of the tunnel with my front paws. Tony chuckled at my display from where he lay at the base of a tree across from the entrance. I trotted over, prancing a little for extra effect. I made it out. He grinned at me with his tongue lolling out the side of his mouth. "So I see. I am waiting to see how Will manages. He will probably shift and crawl out." Tony shook his head. "After losing control like that, he won't be able to shift for a bit." I blinked slowly. "Oh, this could be interesting then." Tony grinned and I turned to face the entrance. We listened to scratching and muffled noises coming from the tunnel. Will eventually grumbled, "This is impossible. There is no way I could have gotten into this tunnel in wolf form." Tony yipped faintly in amusement. Well, you did. You managed it while carrying Jade too. Will snorted, unimpressed with his mentor's claim. How long until I can shift? It might just be easier to wait. Not long. About 10 minutes, give or take. But I think I will wait. I sent my surprise down the mind link, exclaiming, "Hey, that is no fair. You freaked out when I was roaming around in that rabbit tunnel. But when you are actually the one stuck in a tunnel, it is a different story." Will contemplated it for a bit. Odd as it seems, me being stuck doesn't bother me. You being potentially trapped is a different story. I shook my head. Unbelievable. You do realize that the chances of a bear or cougar sneaking up behind me when I am out here is far more likely than when I was down in the rabbit burrow. Right. Will's mind voice was tight with that thought. I am sure that Tony can protect you from bears and cougars for the next 10 minutes. I glanced up at the tree above me. It was pretty big, but it also gave me an idea to further torment Will. I shifted and quickly climbed up while Tony watched me in suspicion. "What are you?" Tony asked with misgiving. I sat on a big branch and shifted back to my wolf form before lying down on the wide branch. I grinned down at Tony's wide eyes. He apparently never realized, until now, that I could shift so easily in a tree and not fall out. I am getting a good seat to watch the upcoming show. "Jade, what are you up to?" Will had been listening, and from his voice, he sounded as if he suspected that he really didn't want to know the answer. I bared my teeth in a grin as I replied, "Nothing I haven't done before. And no, before you ask, I am not in any danger." That alone made Will quite worried. "What you are doing?" "Just laying down and watching the tunnel." He was still suspicious. Then why did Tony seem concerned? I shrugged even though he couldn't see the motion. I guess Tony didn't realize that I was actually part cat. Will gave up interrogating me and focused on Tony. "What is she doing?" Tony kept his voice calm. "She is fine. You can see what she is up to when you come out of that tunnel." I heard Will's mental and physical growl. He was starting to get agitated. "You two are hiding something from me." I tilted my head, letting my mischievousness be felt. "Not really. If you come out here, it is quite obvious." He was losing patience, and his voice held a warning tone. I sighed. All right. Just don't blow a gasket. I have done this thousands of times." I sent an image of my view of the tunnel. He would be able to tell that I was in a tree. His voice was shaking from worry. "If you look down, will I see shoes or paws?" I grinned. "I can show you whatever you want to see." That was not what I wanted to hear. With a few grunts and groans, Will squeezed out of the tunnel in wolf form in a way that looked painful. He spotted me instantly as he started heading in my direction. "Don't move. I will come and get you." I rolled my eyes, but remained where I was. "Fine. I will let you play the knight in shining armor." I waited in amusement to see the outcome of his decision considering his current predicament. He immediately realized that he still couldn't shift and turned to stare at Tony. With a chuckle, Tony shifted and climbed into the tree before carefully picking me up and taking me back to ground level. Will immediately came over to nuzzle me as Tony put me down. I lay down in the grass and surprised myself with a big yawn. Today had really worn me out. Will sighed as if he was as tired as I was. "Let's head back," he said. Tony and I followed him, walking beside him in wolf form. Chapter 42. "You are going to be the death of me one day." Will was still grumbling as he walked beside me holding my hand, once more in human form. I shook my head. "You were supposed to chase Ruby, not ruin my exploration." From what I could sense through the mate bond, you were stuck. It is dangerous down in those tunnels. If one of them collapses or caves in, we might not be able to get to you fast enough. I rolled my eyes as I continued walking. Thanks for the vote of confidence. I have never gotten stuck in a burrow for more than a few moments. And if I did, I could have called for help. I have never had a tunnel collapse while I was in it. Keep in mind that when I was a rogue, I went into rabbit burrows and climbed trees on a daily basis. I even slept in a rabbit burrow almost every night. You didn't have to destroy the rabbit's home like that. The poor thing is going to be traumatized for life. Will stubbornly defended his actions. As far as I knew, you were stuck. I couldn't see you, and I thought something was wrong. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to get to you fast enough. Tony shook his head as he idly commented, I am thankful that I never ended up with a runt for a mate. I narrowed my eyes and poked him in the ribs. What do you mean by that? The older man wasn't at all intimidated and chuckled at my actions. The fact that you can fit into places that I haven't been able to since I was 6 months old still boggles my mind. I can't imagine having a mate that can literally disappear down a rabbit hole. I nearly thought that Will had lost his sanity when I saw him ripping up the ground like a madman. At first, I thought you had gotten stuck down there until I saw you in the tree above him. So I really couldn't figure what had to him to send him over the edge like that. Will grumbled. How was I supposed to know that she had gone out a different exit? I was just following the various tunnels trying to find her. Tony looked at me with raised eyebrows, amused now that everything had settled down. He said, It looks like you are going to have to start avoiding places where he can't follow or reach you. This seems to be a constant and major trigger point for him. I shook my head while protesting. But keep away is my favorite game. Are you sure we can't work on this slowly and see if we can wean him out of it? Tony tilted his head in contemplation. You can try, but I doubt it is going to help. Please give us warning before you attempt it, though. Will shook his head, and I repeat myself. You are going to be the death of me one day. We just grinned at him. After supper, Will and I escaped to relax in front of the fireplace. He had been teased quite a bit over dinner about today's events. Many people were still going over to see the massive hole that Will had dug while searching for me. I leaned my head against his shoulder as he fiddled with a strand of my hair obsessively. I was half asleep already. Will groaned and sat up straighter. I hate to say it, but duty calls once again. Why do they always wait until evening to get into arguments? I sat up to lean against the side of the couch, regarding him sleepily, because they are too busy during the day. I am pretty sure if you drop a few hints about them disturbing your evening with your mate, they might take the warning, especially if they knew that their antics would be mostly ignored if they postponed such stunts until they were near the border, provided that they didn't do any serious damage to one another. I think I shall do that. Be back soon. Will smiled at me and leaned down to put a kiss on my forehead. I yawned again. I am going to find the washroom and come back to wait for you. If I fall asleep, it is your fault for being too slow. He chuckled as he headed out of the room. I shook my head to clear it before heading to the washroom. Note to self, busy days and big meals are exhausting. I entered the washroom and sighed while shaking my head. Someone had used all of the toilet paper and didn't replace the roll. It was a good thing that I had noticed when I had entered the room. I crouched down to dig under the sink for another roll. I paused as I examined a small pink box. I did a quick mental tally and narrowed my eyes. I pulled a small object out of the box and grabbed a roll of toilet paper before heading to the toilet. I examined the stick while I washed my hands. One line. That meant that I was not pregnant. I was sure whether to be relieved or disappointed, considering how alive and well my love life was with Will. It was only going to be a matter of time until a child appeared. I was sure what protection or preventatives Will might have used. He probably hadn't bothered. Most enforcers rarely had more than 2 or 3 children, even if they found their mate. Enforcers seemed to have gotten the short end of the family life. I wrapped the test in more toilet paper and stuck it in my pocket. Some people were just too curious and would actually search the bathroom garbage just so they would have something to gossip about. I had learned that startling fact when I had been an Omega. I didn't want to be in their gossip chains, so I would dispose of it in a different garbage. I headed back to the couch, and it was long until Will joined me. He sighed as he pulled me into his lap. I leaned against his broad chest. The warmth coming off of his chest was relaxing. I think this group finally got the message to conduct such annoyances well away from the pack house. What did you say? He grinned with a wicked glint in his eyes. I told them that if they interrupted my cuddle time with my mate one more time, that they would be training with me all day for a solid week just to ensure that they would simply not have enough energy to think about such actions. Needless to say, they readily agreed with me after that. I laughed. Oh, that would scare them. Nothing like having an irritated enforcer determined to work you until you dropped from sheer exhaustion. Will wrapped his arms around me and leaned back slightly, pulling me so I was lying on his chest. I abscessed patterns along his forearm as my eyelids got heavier. Will hummed lightly and the sound dragged me to sleep against my will. I dimly felt him carry me upstairs to bed. Chapter 43. I rolled over and gently poked Will's chest. My voice was sleepy as I mumbled, "Why exactly did you set your alarm clock so early this morning?" "I have a meeting with the Alpha before he has to leave." He groaned, still barely awake enough to talk. Well, your alarm has been going off for 10 minutes now." "What? Why didn't you wake me sooner?" He quickly got out of bed and grabbed his clothes. I sat up and stretched while watching him drowse idly. "It was your alarm clock. How was I supposed to know why you set it so early? Even I'd get up this early if I have any say in the matter." Will swiftly left the room to shower. I shook my head in amusement and got out of bed. Will had been kind enough to place my clothes on the dresser for me. I grabbed my pants and shook them out. Something clattered on the floor. I looked down. The pregnancy test had come out of the toilet paper and both were now lying on the floor. I sighed and bent over to grab them. I glanced at the object in my hand and froze. Where did the second line come from? I frowned in confusion. There had only been one line last night. Maybe it had been defective. I hadn't looked at the instructions. Did I do something wrong? I had never had to use one of these things before. I shook my head and quickly got dressed. I headed to the washroom on this floor and checked under the counter. Most pack houses had first aid supplies and pregnancy tests in every bathroom. The same brand was in this bathroom as well. I picked up the box to read the instructions. My eyes widened as I realized that this brand needed at least 15 minutes to develop the results. I had only waited as long as it took me to wash my hands. I read further. The one line appeared immediately to show that the test is working. The second line would indicate pregnancy and took time to react. This brand tested for a certain hormone, and it would only show positive if that hormone was present. I tried another test just to double check, carefully watching the clock on the wall. I stuck both tests in my pocket before retreating to the bedroom. My mind was whirling. No wonder I had seemed more tired the last few days. That was an early indicator I was going elsewhere. I was pregnant. This was not how I had planned to start my morning. I was peeling potatoes in the kitchen, but my mind kept drifting back to the 3 pregnancy tests hidden upstairs. I had used a different brand just to double-check the results, carefully following the instructions. It also told me that Will and I would need more than one bedroom before the year was out. I focused my senses within myself, with a lot of concentration, and I finally located the light in my body that was not mine. Barely weak-souled. The light flickered very faintly and was almost invisible within the glow of my own body. I almost dropped the peeler and took a long drink of water as I focused my senses more intensely to take a closer look. 2 flickers. Twins. I put the now empty glass down and continued slowly peeling potatoes. Luckily, I was the only one here at the moment, so there wasn't anyone to notice my distraction. My mother had once told me that twins were common in the maternal line on her side of the family tree. It looked like my runt gene had not overridden the hereditary legacy. I sighed. I was surprised that the test had even picked them up this early on. It would be at least 3 more weeks before my sense shifted enough for others to start noticing. Possibly more, since my personal scent was normally weak. I lowered my nose to my shoulder and took a deep breath. I could just barely pick up the faintest trace, even at that close distance when I knew exactly what scent I was searching for. Ruby might be able to pick it up in a week or so if she was paying attention, considering how she always tracked my scent to see if I had been up to any new rogue tricks. She stood the best chance out of anyone. Luckily, she wasn't the type to say anything to anyone else. How was I going to break the news to Will? I knew that he would be thrilled. Kids were rare in an enforcer family. Tommy had already mentioned that the day he found out I was pregnant, he was moving to a different pack for a year. He had shown me the records for the alpha with the runt mate when she had been expecting. Both the alpha and his mate had to leave the pack for several months since the protective tendency with both the runt gene and pregnancy sent the male's mate bond way overboard. That was putting it mildly. I wondered if yesterday's episode with Will had anything to do with my newly discovered condition. Even if the male was unaware, the mate bond would alter his behavior as the delivery time came closer. I shook my head as I dismissed the unlikely thought. He thought that I was stuck in a tunnel deep underground. Besides, knowledge of the pregnancy seemed to trigger the overprotective tendencies more than the subconscious awareness. The moment he knew I was pregnant would likely be the turning point, and he would likely try to restrict my actions and movements as well as becoming even more overprotective just out of concern for my safety and well-being. There went my days of squeezing down rabbit burrows for the next while. I silently grinned. With twins, I likely wouldn't even be able to fit into a rabbit burrow in a couple of months. I finished the last of the potatoes and grabbed a banana before heading out for a run in the nearby forest. I decided to enjoy my freedom while it lasted. As always, Ruby seemed to know the moment I left the pack house, and she came to find me. I suspected that one of the Ongeza mind linked her whenever I left the pack house. At least Will's current protective measures were usually pretty subtle. I was pretty sure he had spoken to the Ongeza and Ruby quite some time ago to set up this arrangement. I knew the scouts continued to scour the forest for large predators and chase them outside of the borders, but that wouldn't stop Will from worrying. I grinned at Ruby and darted under a bramble bush before taking off full tilt in an attempt to lose her. She attempted to pick up my scent while I used my Omega abilities to try and stay several steps ahead of her. It gave me an unfair advantage that she still wasn't aware of. I made sure to stretch my legs as I gracefully bounded over obstacles. Within months, I would be reduced to a walk if Will had any say in the matter. Hello everyone. Today I'm going to tell you an incredibly exciting story from a novel. The protagonist, of all the audacious things she does, actually charges into the battlefield while pregnant. Isn't this contrast shocking? Now, let's delve into this thrilling tale together. Chapter 44. I bit into a crisp apple, my eyes drawn to the fresh mark adorning Tiffany's collarbone. Nathan's posture exuded a newfound ease, his possessive nature seemingly satisfied by the visible claim on his partner. With a sarcastic smirk, I couldn't resist commenting, "Well, now I know why you two were conspicuously absent last night." Tiffany's confident grin lit up her face as she retorted, unrepentant as ever, "We made it longer than you two did. Besides, Nathan has told me that he loves my lingerie collection." Nathan leaned in close, his lips barely grazing Tiffany's ear as he murmured, "Ah, but they are much lovelier when they adorn your body." Despite his attempt at discretion, our keen hearing picked up every word. Ever disapproving of public displays of affection, shook her head in faint disgust and proclaimed, "Okay, you two, not at the breakfast table." The couple shared a mischievous grin before returning their attention to their meals. As I finished my apple, Ruby approached. Her usually aloof demeanor softened by an unexpected enthusiasm. "Sylvia is hoping that we can check out the eastern forest in hopes of more truffles. Care to join me? Half of that area is under bramble bushes." "Sure. Come find me once breakfast is over," I replied, my observant nature already cataloging the subtle changes in Ruby's behavior. She nodded and went to grab her own breakfast. Tiffany shook her head, still perplexed by the fight of the typically hard fighter volunteering for truffle hunting. I carefully extracted a truffle from the damp earth, the pungent aroma filling my nostrils. Ruby sat nearby, her tall frame preventing her from joining me under the sprawling bramble bush. I carried the prized fungus over to her before resuming my exploration of the undersides of thorny plants. As my nose focused on detecting the distinct scent of truffles, my mind wandered freely. It had been 3 days since my discovery, and I had managed to discreetly dispose of the tests in a dumpster behind a restaurant, my willingness to help tempered by the need for secrecy. I kept mulling ideas over in my mind on how to tell Will. I kind of wanted to surprise him, but wasn't sure how. It was something that I had ever contemplated. Oddly enough, I figured that if I could get Tiffany alone, she would have some great ideas as she didn't scream the secret out at the top of her lungs the very instant she found out. Evan's voice rang out across the pack, white-mind link with authority. We are under attack. All non-fighters retreat to the safe houses. On-duty warriors head to the southern border. All other fighters protect the safe houses. I ran out from under the thorn bush, and Ruby grabbed me by the scruff of my neck before racing back to town full tilt. Will's voice entered my mind, and I could feel his enforcer abilities fully awakened at the front of his mind. Jade, where are you? About 10 minutes from town the way Ruby is running. We are heading for a safe house. He sighed in relief. Good. Stay safe. I had no intentions of dying anytime soon and sent a wordless agreement and love down the link. His presence faded from my mind as he dropped the link as he continued to race to the border to help with the threat. Ruby made it to the nearest of the 3 safe houses, and the gathered fighters parted to let her and others through. Ruby didn't put me down until we were inside. She immediately turned and left as a fighter. She was needed outside. I glanced around the room at the various elderly people, women, and children. A couple of women were pregnant and holding their stomachs. All in here were non-combatants, those who wanted to attempt to help the defenders, but only had minimal training or ability were kept close to the doors. I was here since a runt wouldn't be as strong or as fast as another wolf. I shifted into human form and sat in a corner before extending my senses. I could feel the anger and protective mindset of the fighters outside. Those inside were either worried, afraid, or were bored and simply waiting to be let out. I didn't think it was a practice drill, though. My omega senses had picked up undertones in both Evan's and Will's mind voice that had me on edge. I pushed my senses further away, sensing similar situations at the other 2 safe houses. The pack mind link had various discussions going at once, but no one had lost a mate or family member yet. My instincts that had been honed in no man's land were telling me that something was wrong, though. I strained my senses as I pushed my awareness past the town's edge. These senses had never been meant for long-distance usage, and I couldn't extend them that far. I saw a few sparks that were lone attackers racing through the forest around the town. This mere handful wouldn't even be a challenge for the defenders outside. But how had they gotten this far when at least 100 warriors were along the border? I went to touch Will's mind and try to get a sense of what he was up to, but his mind was blocked. I shifted uneasily as I tried to find a way through it. The block was a mind shield that one could raise if they chose. This was in uniwaries that I had only felt once when someone had been knocked out cold. Was Will okay? My heart contracted as I thought of him injured. He was an enforcer and would probably be leading any attack. As a powerful fighter, any enforcer would also be a main target to attempt to cripple a pack's defenses. I did know that he was alive, and I hadn't felt any major disturbances in the mate bond that would alert me if he had been seriously injured. Something was adding up, and I didn't like it. I mind-linked Truby, who was standing guard outside. He's cautioned something isn't right. I can't find Will through the mate bond. It is like he is unconscious. Do you have any idea what is going on? Her mind voice was tight with strain. None of the enforcers are responding. Most of the warriors are also silent. We have no idea what is going on at the border. Do not open the door unless we mind blink you that it is safe. Keep your eyes open. Some attackers are bound to have slipped through the cracks if we can't get through to our fighters. My mind voice was worried, but I was keeping calm. I could feel my survival instincts kicking in, and I was beginning to wish that I had remained in the forest and gone down a rabbit burrow. I was cornered in here, and the sheer number of fighters in the area outside more or less screamed that a safe house was somewhere in the vicinity. I was worried for while most attackers would kill enforcers given a chance since they were the biggest threat. I kept trying the mate bond, but got no response. I tried to think of ideas as I listened to the main pack link. People kept calling out across the link, but fewer of the more distant warriors responded. There was no way that my senses could reach much beyond the edge of the town, and zero chance of sensing what was going on at the border. I pushed my senses to their limits. Once more the handful of strangers were still circling the area, but didn't approach the fighters. What were they waiting for? I was sure that I wanted to know the answer. Chapter 45. An anxious hour later. My head shot up as I mind-linked Ruby. Watch the forest to the west. Something is approaching. And it isn't ours. I felt her jump at my frantic mind call before focusing on the forest with fresh attention. I could sense the intruders now, that they were close enough. At least 100 were approaching, and none of them were my pack members. All of the warriors had fallen silent over the last hour, leaving the safe house fighters nervous and on edge. Any who went to try and scout also fell silent shortly after they encountered the enemy. The strangest thing was that all of them still lived, none had died yet. This safe house was the closest to the approaching group, and they were obviously heading here. I felt our fighters get angry and uneasy as the attackers appeared along the tree line in both wolf and human forms. They slowly advanced until the defenders closest to them were goaded into an attack. One by one, they dropped into dark glimmers of unconsciousness. The attackers had minor injuries from the clash, but that was it. I hesitated for a moment before mind-linking Ruby. Run to Trevor and Mike's back for help. They are putting people to sleep somehow. Anyone who tried to fight them are dropping like flies. I was surprised when she replied. The Alpha and Beta are already aware, and they are heading there now for reinforcements. It will take them at least 6 hours to get here, though. Her mind voice was intently focused and ready for the fight. The Alpha and Beta were away, visiting with another pack. Thankfully, they had been on their way back and were it that far away from Trevor's pack. I hoped that the reinforcements would arrive soon. Ruby was right in front of the safe house door, waiting for them to close the distance. She refused to be lured into a fight and was biding her time. I hoped that it would be enough. The attackers would close in until a few fighters attacked them, before backing up to examine the more restrained defenders. I slowly got to my feet. There were only a dozen fighters left standing outside at this point. Instinctively, I tried to scent the air, but it was useless in here. I narrowed my eyes in rage as I felt the last 12 lights flicker into dim shimmers almost simultaneously, one of which was Ruby. The attackers had not been close to our last defenders. What was going on? They had neutralized our fighters at a distance, and our defenders had not even had a chance to mind-link the group inside to warn us. Ruby had been giving me short updates of their actions until just moments ago. I knew that she would have told me if she knew she was in trouble so that I would have warning. Yet she hadn't. The instincts that I had picked up during my days as a rogue were screaming that something was not right. I had never heard of anything like this before, and it had me seriously on edge. I narrowed my eyes and backed into the corner. The wall I was touching was the one that held the door. Our defenders were being dragged away as the intruders closed in on the door. Several women were already in hysterics because they called in contact their mates, and their children were mirroring their mother's distress. Dead silence fell as a huge bang echoed across the room. All eyes locked onto the door. Another bang vibrated the heavy steel door. People moved away from the door in fear. The door was thick reinforced steel specifically designed to severely slow attackers and give the fighters time to regain lost ground. However, no door in the world could stop a force that had all the time in the world to break it down. Minutes later, the door busted open as women and children screamed. Bags of powder were thrown into the room. I swiftly put a Kleenex over my nose, but I could still pick up the potent scent of the herb that rendered the mind-link inert. No wonder we had been unable to mind-link others. A couple of large, heavily armored men started pushing their way into the room amidst the sudden cacophony of people screaming as they tried to get away in a room with only one door. I blinked as I noticed that lethal weapons were absent. These massive men were relying on their strength, size, and armor to protect them. They had an odd paddle with a long handle and tiny little barbs on it. My eyes widened as I noticed that each person they attacked with it swiftly fell to the floor. My nose could pick up the faint scent of a powerful tranquilizer that must be on their weapons. They had expected our reaction, but I had been a rogue for too many years and was used to trying to guess my opponent's strategy to find any loophole. I saw one potential tactic to take them by surprise. If I misjudged, I ran right into their hands. If they weren't prepared for it, I had a slight chance of escaping. I used my senses to quickly note the lines of men outside who were waiting to come in and grab those who were unconscious. The 3 men had entered the room and slowly moved forward. Everyone moved away from them, noticeably against the far wall. I took a deep breath and called on all of my abilities that I had picked as a rogue and Omega. I turned my passive stance ability to the max. It would have a hard time focusing on me now. I shifted into wolf form and darted between the feet of those pressing against me. I ran along the wall at full speed and was almost out the door before someone noticed my tiny gray shape in the shadows. Catch the pup heading towards the door. They had not been expecting anyone to approach them. Ed had given me precious seconds. I spread my senses around me so they could warn me of anyone approaching. I sensed some come towards the door to intercept me. I launched myself at the door jamb and ricocheted off at an angle. I darted between 2 men and ran full tilt for the forest while using evasive maneuvers. The unexpected maneuvers and the fact that they couldn't concentrate or truly focus on me had them off balance. They had expected to catch a clumsy puppy, not an agile runt. Adrenaline surged through my veins as I felt something brush by my fur. But I didn't look back to see what had narrowly missed me. Several had shifted and were hot on my trail. One jumped at me, and I swiftly changed direction to run under low branches. If they valued their eyes, they would have to go around, which they did. To were gaining on me in an open stretch, I ricocheted off another tree and gained valuable distance away from them. I put all of my speed as I raced for a massive bramble bush. A wolf caught up to me, and I felt his claws brush my tail. My heart hammered as I felt him reach down to grab my neck, and I put on another desperate burst of speed. I heard his scream right behind me as he realized, moments too late, that the plant had been covered in massive evil thorns. I changed direction once more as I kept running. The others that had been following me were distracted by their friend's agony. It gave me time to pull the disappearing act that had frustrated Ruby so many times in the past. Chapter 46. I silently dropped onto the branch beside Jisk as we both watched the invading group hauling unconscious people to various locations along the town's main street. I have never seen anything like this before. Jisk's murmur was barely audible. I replied equally as quietly. I can't remember anything like this in any of the stories anyone ever told me. Do you see how they are splitting up the groups by gender, age, and fighting ability? He hummed lightly. Yes, those 3 enforcers are very heavily bound and being kept separate too. Yeah, don't remind me. I growled faintly. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't even lift those chains in either form, I probably would have attempted to free them. The mate bond is giving me more than a bit of grief at this point in time. He also gave a faint growl at the situation and his frustration with it. I am somewhat handicapped in this situation as well. My eyes moved to the one group of tied-up people who still hadn't woken up. That group is well to the side, and I can always eye them later so you don't have to go near her. With a grunt, he replied, "Doesn't surprise me that you noticed. How long have you known?" I rummaged around in my backpack and passed him a small sealed Ziploc baggie with a small handful of leaves in it. About 2 weeks after arriving, I finally connected the dots. He examined the leaves. Thanks. I might need them. I nodded without comment. Those leaves had a potent scent. If rubbed beneath the nose, they were actually powerful enough to prevent one from even detecting the scent of their mate. If he used them, this also meant that he wouldn't be able to smell anything else either. It was more of a last resort thing if he had to go near her. Second chance mate bonds relied more on looking into each other's eyes, and they didn't always pick up one another's scent till after eye contact. Although how she had missed his scent as it crisscrossed the land was beyond me. Jisk was watching the massive scar-covered man in the middle of the town who was barking orders at everyone. He said, "I think if we can remove the guy in charge, this group might just fall into anarchy. Most do not seem to be here willingly. He may be holding their mates hostage." I said, "I was thinking that as well. But first, we need to find the guy in charge." Jisk gave me an odd look. "You are thinking the demanding loudmouth down there isn't the one in charge." No one else has dared contradict him. I know that he is not the one in charge, I said, once more looking at the town. He is a second in command. Look at how he pauses occasionally when a decision needs to be made. He isn't just thinking, he is mind-linking. Jisk growled lowly as he quickly came to the same conclusion I had. He said, "Hes a decoy in case someone wants to take out the leader." Exactly. Now we just need to find where he is. And he can't be far since there doesn't seem to be any strain when those two are mind-linking. I explored this half of the forest already, but my senses can't reach the other side from here. Jisk smoothly rose into a crouch. Let's go. I rose and followed him as we traversed the forest highway without a sound. Jisk glowered at the stand of trees in the middle of the large meadow as he told me, "I do not like this plan." With a shrug, I said, "There isn't any way for you to get across the grass unnoticed. You have your own part as well, and it is riskier than mine." He snorted. "If I thought that you actually believed it last sentence, I would tie you up and take both of them out myself, unless you have an alternative plan." He sighed and shook his head in frustration. "No, this is the best we have been able to come up with. I just don't like the thought of sending you off alone." He turned to face me, and his dark eyes stared into mine. "Do not take any risks. You aren't a match for any of them. Do what you have to do and run. Whatever you do, don't get caught." I nodded before shifting and scampering out of sight in the sprawling thorny bushes. How lucky for me that the Alpha had chosen to camp in a small stand of trees that stood in the middle of a big meadow just east of town. There were lots of sprawling thorn bushes in this area, and numerous large trees as well. I eyed up the tall grass before leaving the shelter of the thorns to crawl through it towards the stand of the trees in the middle. I had previously cloaked my scent to match this clearing perfectly. Even Jisk couldn't pick up my scent. I crawled through the grass that was barely tall enough to hide me. I hoped that no one would detect me. Chapter 47. I was high up in a tree, well hidden in the leaves and branches of the canopy as I watched the mess of Alpha pacing below. His eyes were out of focus more often than not, showing that he was mind-linking his people almost steadily. I carefully chose an arrow and pulled the tiny vial of liquid out of my pack. It was an extremely nasty poison, a mixture of extracts from several deadly plants and venom from several different species of snakes. Jisk had given it to me, and I didn't doubt its potency. This was the deadliest one he had in his arsenal. It should be able to kill even an Alpha in less than 5 minutes. I dripped the thick liquid onto the arrow, coating the arrowhead and part of the shaft. I carefully noked the arrow and drew my bow as I turned my attention to the Alpha below. I had studied his pacing earlier. He had beaten down a circle in the grass and circled it continuously. I waited for the longer period of awareness while he thought through a complex decision. I would strike when he went to relay precise and detailed information over the mind link. There, I loosed my arrow before instantly shifting and jumping into the hollow in the tree behind me. I heard a roar of fury and a grunt as he yanked the arrow out. The clock was ticking. I just had to keep out of his reach now. Hopefully, it wouldn't even cross his mind to check the hollow so high up the tree. It was as if a regular werewolf would be able to fit in it in either form. I spread my senses out as I tracked him. He was searching the bushes in the area as he started to stumble. My senses could just reach the town. The attackers milled uneasily, unsure of why their Alpha was suddenly so furious. I blinked as I realized that several of those who were tied up were starting to wake up. I prodded my mate Bond, but it was still unresponsive. They had likely given the enforcers a much higher dose to keep them down. I felt the Alpha's legs give out. His presence shimmered as he was losing the battle with the toxins. He wouldn't be able to catch me at this point. I lifted my head to peek out of the opening. He was on the ground, staring towards the town while mind-linking. I climbed out of the hollow and shifted before climbing down to the bushes on the forest floor. I stepped out of the bushes in wolf form, making sure to step on a few twigs to announce my presence. The Alpha's head turned in my direction, as he tried unsuccessfully to sit up. I tilted my head in puppy-like manner at his incredulous expression, before turning and running off into the undergrowth. I felt him shift into his wolf form and heard his furious snarl behind me. but he barely staggered a few steps before collapsing on the ground once more. I crossed the meadow before shifting and using the forest highway to get close to town undetected. I was surprised to see that the enforcers were awake, if groggy. About half of the pack was also awake. The high tension among the attackers was almost visible as they milled around. They knew their alpha was in serious condition. The attackers all froze as a tremor passed through them. For an instant, silence reigned before loud snarls and growls echoed across the town. Their alpha had died. Will was struggling wildly against his bonds, realizing that I was nearby via the mate bond. I had my mental shields up so he couldn't distract me. I lowered my shield slightly. Ever heard of a poker face? If they realize that you have a mate running around, they will use you to get to me. Then they will use me to control you. With a deep growl, Will reluctantly ceased his struggles. What are you doing here? Run away. I sent my denial down the link. Not yet. Help is on the way. But I have to do one thing before I use all of the tricks up my sleeve to put as much distance between me and these attackers as I can. Please, if you love me, do not react to what I am about to do. Any reaction of yours might put me in more danger than anything else if they realize that you are my mate. I felt his worry, but raised my shields before he could reply. Will could kill me later for the dangerous stunt I was about to attempt. Hopefully, I would survive. I had never had 100 pissed off wolves out for my blood before. Chapter 48. I ready to poise an arrow and took aim at the milling group. Things in the attackers' organization were starting to fall apart. But just as JISK and I had assumed, there were a couple below who were keeping the original plan, whatever it was, in motion. I could sense JISK as he got into place and readied himself. I stepped out from behind the tree and loosed my arrow at the third in command. I promptly shifted into wolf form and hid behind a large log. That guy had been keeping most of the attackers in line. He screamed in pain as his hands gripped, the arrow lodged in his stomach. Heads turned toward him before spinning in the direction of the tree line as they tried to spot the archer. I took a deep breath to build up my courage. If I had been wearing boots, I would have been shaking in them. I must be insane. Why had I agreed to this? I jumped on top of the log. There, one had immediately spotted me. I lifted my head proudly before grinning at those who were now looking at me with various expressions. The attackers knew I was the one who had also killed their alpha. Even a pack held together by threats felt the urge to kill the one who killed their alpha with a deceitful ambush. A massive dark brown wolf launched out of a window to land on the second in command. He was taken completely by surprise since he had been distracted by my appearance, and I heard the snap of the man's neck from where I stood. The wolf immediately attacked a couple of the largest fighters who happened to be near him. The commotion had everyone focusing on them. I turned and darted into the undergrowth in the distraction. I felt several closer to me start to come after me, while a few others were taking their chance and running away. I darted down a rabbit burrow. This one was well known to me and larger than average. I quickly went out the far exit with my pursuers sniffing and digging at the entrance. I brushed against a pine so my scent was closer to this part of the forest. Once I was a safe distance away, I shifted and climbed a tree before heading back to the edge of the forest near the town. I took care to remain completely hidden as I examined the chaos below. JISK had disappeared, although by the half a dozen bodies, he had left his mark. Several of the attackers were in loud arguments over who was now in charge and what should be done. I felt JISK approach and glanced over as he climbed up on the other side of the tree. I saw a few minor scratches, but neither saw nor sensed anything more serious. I said, "Good job. Do you think anyone left will be elected leader easily?" JISK grinned at my compliment. "I am not sure. I wasn't paying much attention since I was trying to cover my scent to hide the blood splatter. I assume you didn't have too many problems with the alpha or your pursuers." I shook my head as I replied, "I got lucky with that one. The alpha didn't even know where to look for me until I showed myself. These guys have obviously never been rogues. The three chasing me were completely baffled by my journey into the rabbit hole. Any idea who might be winning the alpha election down there? Give me a moment." I pushed my senses out to pick up the undercurrent of emotions and tendencies in the attacking group. Something else got my attention though. Wow. Will is absolutely furious. I have no idea how he is looking so calm or remaining in control. I almost pity the one who unties him. Oh, wait a minute. I had felt a brush against my mind, and I had recognized it even through my mental shields. Alpha, were you trying to contact me? I felt his relief at finally getting a response. What is going on? Why isn't anyone else responding? I gave him a mental image of the scene in front of me. We just managed to take out the first 4 in command and 3 of their top fighters. Right now, they are bickering over who gets to call the shots. None of our pack are dead, but all were exposed to a herb that blocks the mind link and many were tranquilized. Although the tranquilizer is wearing off, it looks like about half of their force is Iran threats and are quickly scattering in all directions. If you circle around and come up from the south, you will catch them by surprise since they think that they cleared that direction. The mate bond was working since it was so powerful, but the general pack link was still down. The whiff I had gotten must have worn off. The Alpha paused, likely relaying my information to those he was traveling with. He spoke to me once more. We will come up from the south. Then, Trevor and my car with me, along with a large group of their warriors. We are just crossing the border now, so we will be there shortly. I know you aren't a trained fighter, so please stay safe until we take care of the intruders. All right. I will remain in hiding near the town in case you need to call me. He sent a silent affirmative down the mind link before fading out. I told JISK. The cavalry is coming and should be here within 15 minutes. The Alpha came with the neighboring packs Alpha, Theta, and most of their warriors. They are going to loop around and come up from the south. JISK sighed in relief. Oh, good. They can finish up the battle. They won't get much resistance at this point. Chapter 49. I stood beneath the tree beside JISK as we watched the rescuers tying up a few attackers who surrendered before they started to untie and untame the pack. JISK eventually sighed. I am glad that the battle is over and no innocents got hurt. I was in full agreement with him. Thank goodness. I was really worried about them for a while. JISK's emotions shifted to longing, sadness, unease, uncertainty, and echoes of an old pain as he gazed over to the side. I spoke quietly. If you want, I can steal a pair of sunglasses from Will for you to wear, and you can use those leaves to block her scent. I can make her do the same if you want to talk with her without the mate bond playing havoc with your minds. He thought for a moment as hope and anticipation started to rise. I would love to do that. Perhaps in 3 days. That will give the pack some time to recover and give her a chance to run for the hills if the thought of being with a rogue gives her second thoughts. I grinned at him. Honest. She won't run for the hills because of that. If you pay any attention to what she has been up to in the last 2 months since I arrived, you would know that a rogue's abilities intrigue her. He wrapped one arm around my waist and gave me a quick hug. Thanks, kiddo. Sincerity rang in his words. You're welcome. I returned the hug. I was honestly happy for him. He deserved a second chance at love. It was rare for JISK to show emotion like this. I knew the pain that he carried from when his original mate rejected him to marry an Alpha 4 power. The Alpha had used an Alpha command on JISK to force him to leave the pack and never come back. I was pretty sure that I was the only one he had ever told, and I never spoke of it. JISK had been like a father to me. He had mostly raised me once I had entered no man's land. JISK released a gusty sigh as he dropped his arm. His body tensed slightly as he took a deep, slow breath, testing the air. He moved his head closer to me and took a second breath. Oh. He lowered his wide eyes to meet mine. His emotions were forming a whirlwind. Busted. His voice was tight as he spoke slowly. Please tell me that you were unaware that you were pregnant when you joined the fight. He sounded as if he was pretty sure he knew the answer. I was filled with chagrin. Of all people to notice. Letting someone expecting a child get in the way of any possible harm was right up there with rejection in JISK's mind. No sense lying or displaying either. He would pick it up instantly. I saw it in defeat. I realized a couple of days ago. JISK's anger grew. and I waited for his explosion with trepidation. I was surprised when it didn't come. His anger dropped into heavy irritation. If I had realized that, I would have tied you up and hidden you deep in the woods while I took them all out. I can't believe you didn't tell me before I let you go off on your own. I grinned shakily at my lucky break. I can believe that you would do that too. It kind of slipped my mind with Will tied up like a turkey. I am not far enough along for it to have slowed me down yet. He growled a reprimand at my idiocy. He glanced to the side of town where the enforcers were tied up. Not that we could see them from this angle. Does Will know? I grimaced. Thankfully, not yet. I had been trying to find a way to surprise him with the news. Luckily, no one else around has a nose as keen as yours. He chuckled despite himself. You mean, you have been putting it off so he doesn't put you under house arrest like any typical enforcer husband? I stuck out my tongue at him. You are going to have to come by regularly to visit your niece or nephew, or I will be most upset with you. He blinked in surprise. You are letting me be an uncle. He was honestly shocked, although excitement was building underneath. Grinning at him, I said, well, it is either that or Grandpa, but that makes you sound kind of old if you ask me. He laughed. No, I much prefer uncle, although I never thought I would ever have the chance to hear the word from a child. He was practically on cloud nine. I had never sensed emotions like this from him before. I grinned at his excitement. I glanced over my senses, tracking various individuals in the town. It looks like they are starting on the enforcers' chains. I said, I am going to head down to ensure that Will doesn't kill someone in his desire to get free. I am going to tie up some loose ends, and I will be back in 3 days. I will meet you in that small meadow where you gave your first lesson in tracking masked scents. It somehow didn't surprise me that he had managed to watch me teach that class without anyone noticing. I waved goodbye as he disappeared into the trees like a ghost. I went to go find Will. Chapter 50. I rounded the corner to see a couple of men from the rescuing group trying various tools on the heavy chains while all 3 enforcers were forced to wait impatiently to be freed. Will was close to Lee. I dropped my mind shield and mind linked him with humor in my voice. Relax, Will. They will have you free shortly. They are trying to help you. Don't be so ungrateful. His panicked and worried voice immediately responded. Where are you? Are you all right? I had been walking up silently behind him and put my hand on his shoulder as I spoke aloud. I am right here. He jumped with the contact in my voice. The sparks let him immediately know who it was, and he let out a huge sigh of relief. Don't startle me like that. I was so worried about you. Are you all right? He craned his head around to try and see me. I walked to the side and sat on the ground beside him. I'm fine. I just shot 2 arrows and ran. JISK was the only one to get close to anyone. That got Will going again. Why on earth didn't you run away before then? You didn't stand a chance against any of them. What would you have done if they caught you? I rubbed my hand on and unsheathed his arms to try and calm him. I know, I said. That is why I only shot 2 arrows that were loaded with poison. Other than that, I ran and hid. You know how hard I am to catch and track if I put my mind to it. I pulled every trick out of the book, and I lost them within seconds. It was probably best to let him assume that I was nearly impossible to catch. I was not about to mention the time that Phil had caught me. He still didn't know about that. For the safety of the 4-pack members who had originally chased me in no man's land, it was better if Will never found out. Will took a deep breath, and I felt him trying to calm himself before exhaling gusti. He grumbled, I can't wait until these chains are off. The 2 men testing out various hacksaws and cutters glanced up. The one commented, Honest, we are trying. You ought to be flattered that they use such heavy-duty and expensive chains to bind you. Will narrowed his eyes and growled faintly. I rolled my eyes and poked him in the ribs as I said, Be nice. They are trying to free you. If they leave, I wouldn't even have a clue where to start. Will pressed his lips together and refrained from commenting. I glanced up as Alpha Roland approached, along with Trevor and Mike. I nodded a greeting at them. Alphas, Beta, thank you for coming to the rescue. Alpha Trevor nodded, dropping his disguise of Beta. He said, I am glad we made it in time. Luckily, we didn't lose any men in the attack either. I am happy to hear that. Roll and bent down to touch and examine the chains binding Will. He glanced at the men trying to damage the chains and inquired, why are these chains so much more difficult to cut than the other ones? He was truly curious and was not belittling their progress. One of them responded, Alpha, they are a specialty chain designed to hold enforcers if they show signs of going feral. Roll and narrowed his eyes. Someone obviously came prepared. Tony was still tied up, and he watched us as another 3 men worked on his chains. He asked the Alpha, any idea what they were after? I have never heard of an attacking group simply chaining up enforcers. They usually try to kill them outright. I am glad that I am alive, but it just doesn't make any sense to me. Roland and Trevor exchanged a glance before Roland spoke. This was actually a pack from the south. Part of their plan was to come here to wipe out our pack and kidnap the women and children to boost their own numbers. The main reason that they simply tranquilized everyone was because they knew that there was one person in particular that they were after, but they weren't sure exactly who it was yet. They didn't want to risk killing the person they came for. Tony looked confused as he asked, who were they after? He sounded just as confused as I felt. Why would a pack attack another pack just to kidnap one member? Confusion was present in the minds of everyone else who was listening, except for the 2 Alphas and Beta. Roll and glanced at me. They were after Jade, although none of them realized it. I was stunned, and in surprise, blurted out, "Me why?" Will gave a growl and shook as he battled for control. The fact that the chains prevented him from shifting into his larger wolf shape was probably the only reason he was still human. Roll sighed before responding. Greed. Somehow, they figured out that someone in our pack was able to scent truffles. Our pack has made nearly $N with those truffles at various auctions since you came. We took care that no outsider would be able to figure out who found them. But apparently, it wasn't enough. Trevor spoke up. We interrogated a couple of the attackers, although it wasn't much of an interrogation since they freely spoke to us. And their stories all line up. The Alpha wanted the money. He planned on questioning people until he found someone who would tell him who was locating the truffles, even if he had to torture someone to get their mate to spill the secret. He planned on destroying this pack to hide his actions, but was going to take the unmated women and children with him. Many were only here because he threatened their mates. I sent my second son down there to take control until we figure things out. From what I hear, they will happily accept him since he would never threaten mates. One guy came running up with a cutting torch and a shield to slip under the chains to protect Will from the torch. Will's eyes lit up. About time. Get these things off of me. I chuckled, and Will glared at me for having the audacity to make fun of him in this situation. Chapter 51. I watched as the chain was finally cut. I helped to unwrap the numerous loops of chain before I was suddenly engulfed in a big hug. I was held too tightly to even hug him back. With a light chuckle, I responded, Will, take it easy. You are stronger than me. His arms loosened, although he didn't release me. He buried his face in my hair and mumbled, You have no idea how glad I am to have you in my arms again. Are you sure that you are all right? Yes, I am fine. He sighed and scooped me into his arms. I protested, Will, put me down. What are you doing? He held me close to his chest. Getting a second opinion. You probably wouldn't admit to an injury, even if you did have one. I rolled my eyes at his paranoia. I am a runt, not some prideful fighter. Will didn't respond as he started walking. I turned my head to look at the Alpha with pleading eyes. Alpha rolled and grinned at my expression. Everyone else got checked by the pack doctors, so you might as well too. Especially since I hear you were running around in the forest doing who knows what. Trevor chuckled. What he really means is that if he doesn't agree, Will would probably flatten him and then take you to the doctors anyways. I chuckled despite myself. That did sound like Will when the mate bond was in overdrive. Will grumbled. I don't even want to know how many rabbit burrows you went down today. I raised my chin in defiance. Guess two. He snorted in plain disbelief. Right. Is the truth. The rest of the time, I was climbing trees and pretending to be a monkey. Will gritted his teeth as his muscles tensed. I heard the others behind us laughing at his reaction. Will glared at them over his shoulder and the noise stopped. The doctor poked my ribs gently as Will watched from the other side of the room. He told Will, 1 or 2 small bruises, but they will be healed by sunset. He pulled out a stethoscope and put it over my heart. He moved to my back and put it under my shoulder blade, listening to my lungs. He moved it lower, and Will growled as his hand went under my shirt. The doctor glanced at him with a faint challenge in his gaze, stating, I have my own mate waiting for me at home. If you want me to stop the exam, let me know. Will silently fumed as he gritted his teeth. The doctor moved the scope to the middle of my back, and I felt something pique his interest, and he moved the scope down to my side. He came around to the front to lift my shirt a bit to place the stethoscope on my stomach above my belt. Well, which? Well, congratulations on the new addition to your family. I blinked in surprise at his words. How had he discovered that? I would have thought their heartbeats would have been too quiet to detect yet. Will was confused and asked, What do you mean? Will's eyes suddenly widened. Wait, are you saying? The doctor smiled and nodded. She can't be far along since I can barely hear the heartbeat. But you are going to be a father. Will jumped up with a whoop before picking me up and spinning in a circle. Well, there went all of the surprise planning I had been working on. The doctor shook his head at Will's over-exuberance. Easy with her. She isn't a ragdoll. Will put me down, although he held me close to his side as he quickly asked, Is the child okay? The doctor nodded calmly. There is no sign of a blow or injury to the stomach, and she didn't get hit with any of the tranquilizer, so they are both fine. Come back for an ultrasound in 3 weeks or so. She is still able to exercise, but just keep her from anything really strenuous. Will look down at me with a grin. That means no more trips down rabbit holes or climbing into trees. Your days of pretending to be a rabbit or monkey are over for quite some time. I grinned at him. You should just be glad that I never particularly wanted to try flying like a bird. Will shook his head muttering, You are going to be the death of me one day. Chapter 52. I grinned as I watched Jisk give Ruby a rose. He had thoughtfully stripped the spines off of the stem. Ruby threw her arms around his neck as she planted a kiss on his cheek. Jisk could barely be pried away from Ruby's side, and she was just as enamored with him. She had agreed to the odd conditions revolving around the meeting in curiosity. Within the hour, the sunglasses had come off, and they had rarely left one and other's side in the 2 weeks since. Glanced at me. Will commented, I simply cannot think of mates that are suited for one another. Except for us, of course. I replied thoughtfully. They are so alike that it is almost scary you, and I seem to almost be opposites in most things. Jisk and Ruby came to sit on a padded garden bench across from us. Will regarded Jisk with amusement. I think I like you better like this, Will said, smiling and relaxed instead of being like that cold, distant assassin who was creeping around our territory. Tilting his head slightly, Jisk responded in a serious tone. You should have seen me a decade ago. Back then, I truly was cold-hearted and had killed many lawless with little regard. Ruby blinked in fascination of this new information. What happened? Jisk glanced at me in amusement. That little half-grown one somehow managed to sneak up on me and then wedged herself in my heart before I realized exactly what happened. I could feel Ruby's jealousy rising slightly, along with her confusion. She slowly said, I am not sure I understand. Jisk gazed into her eyes and ran his thumb along her cheek as he explained. She was a half-grown pup alone in no man's land. Even as cold as my heart was, I couldn't just leave her there alone. I took her to a few packs trying to get her adopted. Every pack wanted me, but refused her because she was a runt. Days turned into months as I showed her everything I could. At that point, I knew the chances of her ever joining a pack were slim to none. He took a slow, shaky breath. After my first mate rejected me for power, I thought that I was incapable of ever feeling love again. Will's swift intake of breath showed his surprise. Ruby was sympathetic, but had heard that part before. I blinked in slow surprise. I had not expected that Jisk would be talking about that old event so openly, proof that the mate bond with Ruby was already making a deep impact. Jisk glanced at me and continued. Somehow, she managed to wiggle her way into my heart. Her humor and good spirits were never crushed by the thought of being a rogue. She didn't even seem particularly bothered by the fact that she would likely never have a mate. It was almost a year before I realized what she had accomplished. She was the daughter that I never had, but had always dreamed of. She allowed me to feel love once more. Her presence helped me begin to move on from the pain of the rejection. I blinked tears away. Jisk had never told me this before. I got up and went over to Jisk, who gave me a hug. I quietly said, "You never told me that before. I had always thought of you as a brother." He laughed shakily as he released me. I am stubborn and have far too much pride for my own good. Although, those abilities of yours were a constant ego check. I hope that people never learn how easily you could track me and sneak up on me. Ruby chuckled in understanding. Oh, I have some experience in that area. She is evil. It was like she knew exactly where I was at any given time. Jisk. Will. And I laughed at her unwitting words. And Ruby looked between the three of us in confusion. I grinned at her. Ruby, I actually did know exactly where you were, if you were in the immediate area. She blinked in confusion, still not understanding how. I was designated as an Omega for just over a year, so I could actually sense your presence. That was how I evaded you so easily. Her jaw dropped, and Jisk used his finger to gently close it again. She recovered and exclaimed, "That was how you did it." I thought it was a skill that only someone living as a rogue for years could develop. I shook my head, still grinning widely. Good rogues are almost as observant, but it simply can't compare to those abilities. I glanced up as footsteps approached. Tony smiled at us in greeting. "Which abilities?" he inquired, having just caught the last few words. Ruby glanced up and grinned mischievously as she said, "We were just discussing what abilities enforcers had when it came to escaping." Roll and rounded the corner with Emily. Tony scratched his head in confusion. Enforcers usually don't run. Our mindset is geared to stand and fight most of the time. Roll and raised an eyebrow in amusement as he approached. "Which one of my enforcers is running away?" Ruby pointed her thumb at Tony. "He is." Tony looked confused. I have never had thoughts of leaving the pack. Except if he froze and turned his head to face me with wide eyes. "No, please tell me she isn't saying what I think she is saying." It was Roland's turn to look confused. What is Ruby getting at? I grinned silently at Tony's pleading tone, letting my silence speak for me. Tony gave a huge sigh as he accepted Ruby's comment as the truth. He said, "She is saying that you are about to see firsthand just how overprotective an enforcer mate can get." Roland glanced at me with a grin. "Congratulations." He turned to Tony. "It can't be that bad. I remember when Evan's mother was carrying him and his father was an enforcer." Jisk cleared his throat, catching Roland's attention. Jisk raised an eyebrow like an old teacher faced with a dense student. "And Will is an enforcer," he said, as if what he was saying should be obvious. "You may want to connect those dots with the mate bond in mind." Roland blinked in confusion. Then his eyes widened. "Oh no." Tony grinned as he got some of his own revenge. "Oh yes, just like that record. I plan to visit another pack when she is close to delivery. I will return once the child is born." Roland raised his eyebrows. "And just how will you know when it is safe to return?" Tony smirked in my direction. "Jade isn't that big. And Will is an enforcer. Any kids will be huge. I will probably hear her yelling at Will regardless of where I am. Once the kid has to come out." I glared at Tony, who unremorsefully grinned back at me. I glanced up at Will, who looked down into my eyes. I spoke in a mischievous tone. Shall we tell them that we are actually expecting twins? His eyes widened in pride, excitement, and terror. Tony turned and started running away as he called back. That's it. I am heading over to Trevor's pack. Call me when it is over. Jisk leaned over to whisper in Ruby's ear. How does a 9-month vacation sound? Under the guise of trading relations. Of course. I shook my head as my friends made plans to desert me. I was the only one who would be unable to make escape plans for when we would be going overboard in several months. Epilogue Nancy. Get out of that tree this instant. I don't care what Uncle Jisk tells you. I glanced over as Will ran over to haul our 5-year-old daughter out of the tree. She squirmed in his grip. But Mommy does it all the time. That is beside the point, he said, shaking his head. If I had my way, she wouldn't do it either. Jisk and Ruby rounded the corner of the house with a chuckle ever heard Will's words. Ruby shook her head in mock sadness. Nancy, remember what we told you. Don't climb trees if your dad can see you. Ruby, Will was not impressed. I laughed, and he turned to face me. You are not helping. Nancy pouted. But Nigel gets to climb trees. Will shook his head. Not if I catch him. He doesn't. Jisk and his wife wandered closer. A young pup ran around Ruby's feet while an older one stalked through the bushes. Their 2 kids were bundles of energy and most determined to use it. Uncle Jisk, catch me. Will jumped in surprise as Nancy's twin jumped out of the tree above him into Jisk's arms. Will shook his head in exasperation. What is it with you people in trees? We are wolves, not squirrels. Nancy gave Will a big hug. They are really fun to climb. Honest, you would love it if you tried it. Just like when you told me that I would like Brussels sprouts. Jisk smiled softly at the child. Nancy, your father is simply too heavy for most branches. They would break under his weight. Nancy looked sad as she exclaimed, That is terrible. You mean he is stuck on the ground? I started laughing as Will made a face at her perspective. I paused and took a deep breath before looking at Ruby with an incredulous expression. She blinked in surprise as she noticed, clearly knowing what I had just scented. Jisk put my son down and took Ruby's hand as he commented, I told you so. Will asked, What am I missing? He knew the 3 of us had a rogue sense of smell and picked up more than anyone else in the pack. I explained, It is a good thing that Jisk chose a house with 3 rooms for kids. All 3 will be in use by midsummer. Ruby said, I thought that Jisk's claims were out to lunch when the pregnancy test came back as negative. But if you picked it up, then the test was obviously faulty. Jisk looked amused at her reaction, as if he couldn't figure out why she would even doubt his word. Will turned his head as he looked around before asking, Where did Tim get to this time? I had been keeping tabs on my 2-year-old son with my senses. In the garden, eating your carrots. Will sighed as he put Nancy down. He wrapped his arms around me instead as he said, Why do you 3 insist on teaching the kids to climb and hide? Jisk replied for me, You have 3 kids and a mate. If they happen to be in different areas and an attack occurs, you can only go rescue one at a time. Being able to escape into the trees gives them edge in case trouble shows up. Your mate can run down a rabbit burrow, but your kids can't do that, so they have to learn to climb very well. We are simply ensuring that they have the best chances of survival. Will grumbled, not liking Jisk's logic. He had grown more tolerant of my underground explorations as long as he knew ahead of time, and only if the burrow was unoccupied. Will narrowed his eyes at Jisk. If they fall out of a tree and break their arm, I am holding you responsible. Jisk wasn't bothered by the threatened grinned easily. If they break their arm, then you have my permission to chase me down and take a strip out of my hide. Will scrunched up his nose. Ruby and I snickered. If Jisk took to the trees, Will would be unable to get at him. 3 kids kept Will too busy for him to try and wait for Jisk to come down. JISK was even better at pulling a disappearing act than I was. JISK walked over to clap me on the shoulder. See, he gives in easier all the time. It will be a breeze with the next kid. Will shook his head. That is going to be a long time in coming. JISK grinned smugly at him. Sure. Believe what you want to. Ruby narrowed her eyes at JISK's tone, possibly sensing something through her mate bond. She took a deep breath before her eyes widened no. She exclaimed, How could you two do this to us? We barely survived the last 2 times. I think you two need to visit no man's land for the next 7 months. Will's jaw dropped. Dade, are you pregnant? I stuck my tongue out at Ruby. Spoil sport. I glanced between the 2 men before asking her, So, do you think our darling mates are going to get along since they will be in the same boat? Or will they be at one another's throats in a few months? Ruby blinked as it dawned on her that both of our mates would be overreacting in a short time. She tried to visualize the potential outcomes. If they team up, all 4 of us are going to be exiled for some time. The pack might just build a house on the border and simply count on those 2 to annihilate any trespassers. However, if they do keep attacking each other, then we can sneak off for some peace and quiet while they are busy beating on each other. Will and JISK both narrowed their eyes at us. JISK glanced at Will speculatively. Well, Bethel which, well, I count Jade as a daughter, so if you can see Ruby as part of your family, we won't have problems with each other. Will tilted his head as he examined the idea before replying. I think it can be done. One perk is that we can take turns to ensure that they are never alone. Any threat would have a hard time getting through one of us, but with 2 of us, we could probably flatten anything if we put our minds to it. Ruby looked at me with wide eyes. Around-the-clock surveillance. I think I will go mad. That is, if those 2 don't drive everyone else in the pack crazy first. Both Will and JISK sweet the situation now that it meant their mates would be better guarded if they worked together. Glancing at Ruby, I said, I say we leave them on babysitting duty and take a vacation by ourselves. Have some quality girl time. Perhaps we could invite Tiffany along as well. She knows all of the good stores in the nearby packs. She probably wouldn't mind a break from her children either. Both Will and JISK growled as they objected to that idea. We glanced at them, and Ruby shook her head sadly. Alas, there goes that plan, she said. We might have to work on it over the next few months. She sighed and shrugged as she dismissed the concern for the moment. Well. We were heading to the store and just stopped by to say hi. See you at dinner, I replied. See you later. Their 2 kids followed them, preferring to run in wolf form. I watched them leave as Will walked up beside me and wrapped his arm around my shoulders. The twins were back in the tree again. Tim was still using a carrot as a chew toy. I was happy. I could not think of any way that life could be better. I loved Will, and he still loved me. Our 3 children were a constant delight. I enjoyed seeing JISK finally smile on a daily basis after all of these years. Ruby had a mate that was always one step ahead of her. JISK. Ruby. And I often located the valuable truffles that raised more than enough money to support the entire pack and ensure that every member was well off. The Alpha and Luna lived their own long, awaited children and were carefully raising them to treat the pack members with respect. I smiled as no darkness was visible anywhere in our future. I had finally found a place where I truly belonged.